depended on you over and over again. You think I'll sit here and pretend I don't forgive, I don't forget. Let me tell you this, my friend, you better lay
inside of me. You better watch out if your enemy's a road ahead of full prophecy to be the greatest beast the world has ever seen. I feed him every day like the bones clean. I feed him all the hate and he grows me, and he gets claws real big, pissed off quick. And if you cross him, you might drop dead. Metaphorically, of course, settling the score, never getting bored. Lots of blood and gold, always wanting more freedom from the source. They don't really understand until they feel the force of party. And if you start shit, you be heartless in the darkness, torn apart quick. You left scars ripped, you be chewed up and discarded.
And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. And this world ain't right, won't accept it. Negative energy, I expect it. Once it's in your mind, it's infectious. So fight for your life and reject it. You better give me space, I'm protective. My adrenaline spikes when I'm threatened. And if you stay in my way, I'm aggressive. Cause when there's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate. There's no exit, I'll kill when I'm desperate.
can we ever bounce on the rhythm, bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Say yeah, yeah, yeah. Say, you know me, I got no time to waste. Type of energy that can't be replaced, no debate. We can take it back to my place. I can turn around, let me show you how it tastes, yeah. A baller, mind on the dollar. Swallowing the bottle while you're smoking on gelato. Now do you need some of that noodle? Just tell me that you're coming through. Why can't we ever Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm, yeah, yeah, yeah. You gotta make a move to me, baby, yeah, yeah, yeah. You know me, I'm not wasting time. No secrets that to hide. You gotta show me love when you're ready, yeah, yeah, yeah. Why can't we ever bounce on the rhythm?
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one, No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I'm gonna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. 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 I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I just need to. I just need to clear my head. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. Oh, clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Didn't you know?
I've been trying to keep it to myself.
But can we make it home?
Cause every time you move, that makes me melt.
If you catch my drift, I make you move like this. If you catch my drift, I make you move like this.
If you catch my drift.
Didn't you know?
I've been trying to keep it to myself. Cause every time you move, that makes me melt.
On your feet right next to me, come on. Make you move like this. If you catch my drift, make you move like this.
Need you like me.
mind on red. Forgive me, but I must confess. This feeling, don't want to see it now. This silhouette, living in my mind, ignored. Did you? On your feet right next to me, come on. On your feet right next to me.
You're my perfection. See, I need you like the radio. You keep the beat alive. Gotta have you like the stereo. I need you in my life.
Hey, you're my obsession. 'Cause baby, you're my melody so sweet. Hey, you're my obsession. Hey, you're my obsession.
的赛前采访。那其实，在起点赛的初登场就拿下了 MVP， 想问一下他的一个心情怎么样 ？You got MVP in your first match in your VCT CN. How do you feel about it?
I was feeling happy. I don't have a pressure. I just play my game.
OK， 他有说到他其实感觉非常开心，自己在第一次比赛就拿下了 MVP， 并且他说在刚刚那场比赛他没有感觉到任何的压力，只是专注于打自己的事情。那下一个问题想问到的是，其实我们在上一场比赛看到每次在打出精彩操作之后，他都会站起来，并且和对手进行互动。想问一下他平时也是这样的吗？并且想知道的是，这一点会不会说去激发所有人的一些潜能，并且你在队伍当中是担任活跃气氛的那一环节吗 ？We notice that you always stand up and interact with your opponent after a big play. So is that your normal style or playing offline will bring you more energy? Are you the team white merchant?
I mean, it was my first game on stage, first game offline. I just woke up. I just wanna give energy to my teammates and to our fans.
他说，因为这是他的第一场比赛，所以他想尽自己最大的能力，并且带给所有的队员一些好的能量。因为他认为这样站起来能让整个队伍的氛围变得更加好。那也想问到的是，因为他们即将面对到的是非常强劲的对手BLG战队，他们作为25年 VCT CN 的一个年度总冠军，想知道这会给他们带来更多的压力吗？也想知道怎么样去做准备的。You are facing BLG, the 2025 VCT CN champions. Is that bring your extra pressure? And how did you prepare it for it?
We don't have a pressure. We're just gonna play our game. We don't have a lot of information about BLG. It's a little bit hard. Yeah, we just try to play our game.
他说，其实面对到BLG并没有很多的担忧，而且也没有说感到特别大的压力。他们只是在尽可能的做好自己每天在所做的事情，努力的专注自己的游戏、自己的比赛。那最后一个问题也想问到的是，有没有什么话想对于对手说的 ？Any word want to send to BLG?
Good luck, BLG.
他说好运吧，我们一起享受比赛。好的，再次感谢接受我的采访 ，Best luck of you。
好的，那我们接下来看一下 AG 的。
And welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, as our coverage for VCT CN continues. I am Volt, and with me is Mike for us to actually see the first game for BLG in 2026. So, Mike, first of all, how are you doing here today? Have you had some good sleep? Because I think that this is going to be a cracking game.
Yeah, I mean, I was watching a bit of VCT Americas last night, and then I realized it's not worth it. So I just went to bed, and I was like, let me wake up with a bit of energy, since I've got to cast this amazing game, which I'm honestly really looking forward to. It's not like these heavy hitters, but these are two teams that still have a very complex, very interesting history. So this match, I don't want to say it's for the ages, but I'm very, very interested in what the result is going to be.
I mean, the ceiling for this game is very high. We've seen Billy in 2025 and how they've looked in the off-season, though they didn't look that good in 2026. A lot of people are still questioning, can Billy actually retain some of their form, especially with like some of the movements. I believe that Livius hasn't been playing Kickoff, and that is also like one of the big parts for me, because I feel like Livius was a part of the glue for the team. And for the other side, I mean, all gamers, we've kind of all seen the Fangear clip there on Pearl. I think the story writes itself. This is a team that has had all the gamers, all the memes, and right now they have some pretty scary firepower, which for a team that has been looking better and better across the year, it is amazing to see them actually culminate into something that I really wanted to see from them. I wanted to see them actually become a better team than just a scrappy mid-table team. Now they can actually genuinely contend for playoffs.
But as you said, BLG maybe hasn't had the last a good couple of last months. I mean, when you think about, yes, they went to Champions, and yes, BLG has gone, I counted it, to a total of 4 international events. I mean, we know what they can do in 2023 when they beat NRG twice in a row. I still won't forget that game, one of the all-time classics. But when you compare that to 2025 champions, where they completely bombed out and didn't even make it to playoffs, I mean, it's a huge difference. And as you said, Levius is unfortunately gone, but they have a new player, which is going to be Bud, who has been signed for the team, but only from January onwards. So he wasn't even part of the awful off-season that they had with they believe they almost went winless. So I believe that's almost their excuse for BLG to be like, okay, we got a new player, let's just pretend it's completely new, and we're gonna go into this new game, into this new match with our full potential.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely what they're relying upon. In addition to adding Muggle to the coaching staff as their head coach, I feel they're trying to build on something. They didn't have the most of time to actually prepare for it. And I'll say, I used to rate Muggle highly. I think that right now, the depth of his coaching have really come a question, and we'll have to see if they are actually going to be able to basically show off their true level, because BLG have had consistency issues, and I would say the entirety of CN have actually had consistency issues in the internationals. XLG kind of plagued with their poor run of visa issues, player issues whenever they go abroad. But other than that, even when they had the full team, they didn't look their best. Bitty didn't look their best. EDG looked like a shadow of their former selves. So this is kind of their chance to perhaps make sure that 2026 will only be a fluke and that they are here to stay to compete in competition internationally.
Yeah, I mean, if you think about the beginning of 2025 and you look at BLG versus AG, I mean, this should be a no-brainer. You take BLG any day of the week. he was part of like the big club of like DRG, EDG, maybe even FPX, and you would always take them above like teams like All Gamers. But now, after that awful offseason they had and that, frankly, just awful Champions performance, I don't think it's that clear-cut, considering as well that AG went on a bit of a run in Split 2 last year, so we know they have the potential. And as you said, I mean, a couple of days ago when they played their first match, like Fangear, you can see him, he had 35 kills in one map. I mean, 55 kills in the entire series. And yes, it went into, I believe, triple or quadruple overtime, but still 35 kills in one map in his first ever tier 1 performance. I mean, there is no better start for this guy's career.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. I've seen Fangear from the days of VRC. For some reason, there's really a weird pipeline where CIS players manage to sneak their way into MENA and then ascend to the next stage. The protagonist for that was Purpo, and I feel like Fangear has kind of taken the same projection. He's really insane mechanically. I believe that even from 2024, from the times that I've seen him, he's been mechanically ready. He's played at Blender, if you've been tuning into that as well, and he looked pretty good with his team. They didn't go that far, but right now, I feel like the story isn't just of Fangear, it's really of the entire team as a whole, you know? You think of the rest of the team, like Kira for me has been a pivotal piece for the team, and we'll have to see how they can actually now adjust with their new look team, because I feel like that's going to be an important part. Spitfires were kind of a revelation for the team. They don't have him right now. Instead, it's GRQ. It's actually a newer addition that is playing a bit of the flex position, somewhat on the smokes, as you can tell. And the team, at least on the fragging department, they are firepower merchants. They can outshoot almost everyone in the league at the moment.
Yeah, and that is their big strength, right? I mean, I'm not 100% sure, but with the interview that we saw, I mean, he was talking in English, so I believe that they are also coming in English, because I don't think that Fangear otherwise knows Mandarin. So that is also, I mean, if you have to substitute that lack of communication with something else, and if that is firepower, I mean, it has worked so far in last game. And I mean, yeah, there's some differences to the team that we saw last year, especially the one player that I personally miss is Delby. I mean, he was such a good solo player, but that being said, Shrimp and Kira are still here, so you can still see, in this case, I mean it in a positive way, like shadows of their former self. Like, you can still see the core from last year's roster, and so far, I know it's only been one game, but it seems like they've just made upgrades. That's why I'm saying that it's not as clear-cut if you want to ask who would win, BLG or AG.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that part. But, I mean, the real important part, I feel, is like, maybe not just the shadow of their former selves, like the foundation of what made All Gamers go through that run, where they actually almost, I would say, not really that almost, but I know it was like a 2-1 loss against XLG. And to be fair, XLG were very convincing when they won. But that's kind of the recipe that I feel that they're trying to emulate, right? Like a team with a very solid set of local players in XLG, and then you add Rarga with the firepower, and again, Rarga has been absolutely monumental. And that's really the thing that I feel like they're trying to run with, right? Like, basically, it almost feels like the same thing. With all the changes they've made, for me, still, I'm not the biggest fan of the loss of Spitfires, because I feel like Spitfires was one of the most important parts for how they actually got as far as they did last year. So that for me is a question that they have, at least for their opening bout, have shown that, hey, maybe it is an upgrade after all, but we'll have to see how it will pan out in the long term.
Spitfires, I believe, was the duelist player last year, right?
Yep, yeah, that's one.
But also, like, considering you now have Fangear, like, it almost feels like it might just be an upgrade. I know that it's a big loss for the identity of the team, but still, I mean, I feel like you've stopped the bleeding from the loss of Spitfires by adding such a good player, in the sense that Fangear is now on the team.
Yeah, I mean, I definitely agree with that. And I mean, now we can perhaps like talk to BLGs for time for a little bit. Of course, you know, a lot of talk about the offseason, a lot of talk about what could be, but I'm thinking of what will be. You know, they still got Neff, still got Russia, still got like the real system that got them where they are as well. And I feel like this is probably the most stable core in the entirety of CN. You know, like the team hasn't really changed that much from 2024 onwards. And
or 2023 even, right?
Yeah. But I mean, like, just the identity of the team, how they play, it has really been the same. It hasn't really changed that much. So that's the part that maybe could be a problem for all gamers. But at least, as you've said, like, you know, in comparison to Bud, they've had a little bit more time to prepare with Fangir.
Right. And as we now see the walkouts, I love the stage. I mean, just look at the CN stage here. You know, the fans are already hyped. This is the first match for BLG season. Look at the fans already there, just waiting for the teams to get out. And I believe they will do so shortly.
Yeah, and interesting to see how this game is going to pan out. Oh, now we're waiting for Billy. Step to the platter. A team that, you know, for me at least, I would be really interested in seeing not only how they fare here today, but luckily enough, I feel like in this system with triple elimination for Kickoff, they have a lot of chances to still keep their game on. Of course, we've seen the other side of the bracket yesterday, where we've seen Shilai clean out Wolves, EDG also with a clean win against Sailu, but I gotta say, like, this middle bracket is completely stacked. No one team is a real problem, and man, I love those walkouts. They've been getting better and better every time they go on the road. I mean, the one for the 2025 playoffs was crazy. This is just really fun. I mean, like, those rollable screens, I don't know, production value is out of this world. Meanwhile at EMEA, man, we're out here suffering with tech pause.
Right, I mean, VCN, at least so far, have just had straight up the best walkouts in the entire tier 1 circuit. You can see the mascot there just standing, and the players are slowly going in. And while we wait for that, I also wanted to talk about, as you said, the tournament a bit, because it's very interesting what the consequences of this game will be. Because if AG lost the first game, or if they lose this one, it wouldn't have had made any difference. Like, they would still be in the middle round 1, maybe against a different team, but still there. But now, so losing is maybe not as bad, unless you say it's a pretty stacked roster when it comes to middle round 2. But winning this now gets you to upper round, and that is almost up to the final. So, I mean, just 3 wins here from any of these teams would make the difference between going to Santiago or not going to.
Yeah, but I'm gonna be very honest with you. I feel like XLG and Edward, one of them is just gonna make it to the upper side of the bracket. For how good we have seen the 2 of them play, especially like for me, I'm just really impressed, right? Because you were saying it, you were watching NA. I'm gonna be completely honest. Like, last year, there were some games that were just a struggle. Like, we didn't see the highest level macro out of CN. Right now, this year, all the teams have come out with some very high level gameplay. Not just in terms of the firepower, where a team like AG, for example, was just able to mug Nova on that field alone. But you see all the other games, they have been really entertaining. And while I am kind of saddened that I'm not going to be casting the JDG series, it's going to be in some great hands. Because, okay, I'm just going to come out here and say I'm going to come clean. I am the biggest JDG fan in the world. It doesn't even matter the title. There's some JDG magic, whichever game it is, because I followed them from League initially. It's like their identity just calls to me, man. And well, right now, like, all gamers is giving me that same vibe, you know, like the scrappy underdog, lots of firepower, very entertaining players, and now they're starting to culminate into something more, as you've said, than just the middle of the field team. They are becoming a true competitor.
Yeah, but it all has to start somewhere. Yeah, the first match was good, but I mean, if you think about Nova Esports, that's not really any of the heavy hitters that, well, something like Billy or someone like Billy or Shilai or EDG are, or even FPX. And I also just want to say shout out to Fangir. He's the only one, apart from the coach, to wear the jacket. I feel like you really see that the fact that he's Russian, that he needs a bit more, a couple more layers because of the cold.
I mean, you would think it'd actually be the opposite, you know. At least from the friends that I have, they don't really care about the cold. Hey, I guess it depends because like Russia is definitely a very vast country, so like it really depends where you live and how you are accustomed to the cold. Well, right now it's not about the cold, it's about the heat and what they can bring. The veto is gonna be pretty interesting. At least what I really want to see is that exactly the mascots, man. The VLG mascot is like very emo. Meanwhile, like the AG mascot is like the most wholesome thing ever. Like, come on, bro. That's mean. No, that's mean. No.
Screw the
that's
match. We're just gonna rank mascots now. Magnum, whip out the tier list. We're gonna. No, I'm just kidding.
XLG number one. No, absolutely. Like I don't know if you've seen XLG's mascot, but it's like the most fun thing I've seen the entire year from VCT. And the veto is in. It is also going to be an entertaining one. All gamers picking Split makes a lot of sense for their identity. And the Abyss from Billy. So I really do hope that they know what they're doing. It's a good map because it's not really all gamers' best. But they historically haven't been the best team in the world on the Abyss either.
You can see still a couple of things that are the same from AG's first map. Like, for example, it seems like they just always like ban Breeze in the beginning. Makes sense, you just started off the season, you want one less map to worry about. But in that case, that means that we're going to go to 3 completely different maps. And Abyss, I believe, I'm not sure, was it in the map pool when AG played in Split 2? Or was it just added in Champions? Because if that's the case, this could be AG's first ever Abyss game, but I might be wrong about that.
At least from what I remember, I don't think that it was there in Stage 2, but I mean, for the most part, at least from what I am interested in, is actually seeing the look on the map for Billy, because the last time I've seen Billy play it, I think it was there in Stage 1, but not in Stage 2, if I do remember correctly, as far as like the Abyss go.
I just looked it up, yeah. I just looked it up and they played it 7 times, but all of those were in off-season tournaments, mostly after... no, they played it... Okay, they played it twice in... What is it? In Kickoff, so a year ago. Okay, yeah. So the last time they played it in Tier 1 was actually a year ago. So yes, as you said, a bit of an unknown here for AG.
I mean, the known, though, is the Asian select, and it makes a lot of sense for what they're doing. You know, double duelists for all gamers. Kira on the Raze, Fangir on the Waylay, and on the contrary, we're seeing a Viper from the side of Billy, so very clearly a team that wants stability, that wants to slow down this double duelist. And it will be a question of how much can K-Knight and Rusia actually do to slow down the pace here.
I also like that VCTCN has realized how good Waylay is. I mean, I believe one of the comps is actually also solo Waylay, which has been a contentious topic for the last couple of months, whether it's even possible. We've seen teams like 100 Thieves use Waylay as a solo duelist, and it worked out great. But it's still way more difficult than if you have that second security of another space maker like, for example, Yoru.
I mean, yeah, the Raze is the one that is being used right now by all gamers, and it's definitely a call that fits the identity of Split a little bit more. But I will still say, like, just thinking about the way that the meta really have actually got accustomed to all the new Asians is a very telling sign. You know, it took a while for Vice to get up to become a staple of the meta. The same can be said about Yoru, about Neon. Waylay is the same. It took like a year and a half for everyone to stabilize and find their footing there. But Split is a map of tradition. Just test your firepower and a little bit of the smaller parts of the play. And right now, all gamers starting on the attack. Billy by choice, starting over on the defense side, and they got the right stack here on the A side. 3 players with YZ and K-Knight taking the initial contact there with the Prowler.
You can see the stun coming out, just a bit of info, just a bit of back and forth, and you can see they have the 3 stack here. Now Rusia taking first contact, he's gonna realize that there are a couple in there, but first kill will actually go in favor of BLG with YZ taking down the head of Fangir. That is a good first pick.
Yeah, it's a good start. Of course, you know, we didn't get to talk about the composition a bit too much, and I mean, Breach is just a callback to 2023. I feel like 2023 should call and just should get their Asian pull back. He hasn't really been doing that well.
BLG back.
Yeah, I mean, he's been struggling, Breach, like at least in terms of stats in the last year and a half. So I'm just kind of surprised that they're going back to such a basic composition. But again, it makes sense in terms of that single Waylay, like the solo duelist at least, where there's a lot of setup that can happen. Ryushia taken care of by Kira, and this should put a monkey wrench on the defense, where now YZ is trying to make the move towards stairs, but as you can tell, all gamers have already bucked around. And the movement towards the A site is going to leave Bud in a tough position. He's got the fault line, he's got one flash, but does he anticipate Kira being that close? It's just an angle for a lurk there, the wall being raised, and now Bud might have a look to the wrong angle. He finds the dink, but Kira still with the kill. YZ with one of his own. It's a 3-on-2 in the end of the retake, and time should be of the essence here.
Shrimp has to be careful in case White decides to push out, but he decides to wait for his teammate. The first smoke coming out just to see if they can funnel here. And with 2 players on site, Shrimp just might be the difference maker. That being said, it is not planted for heaven. So he's just going to stand here and see if he can help his team in any other way.
Oh, the crosswire there. Trying to play the bait and switch. YZ can chop ahead, clean off. The paranoia is there, but it's just messy. Labored or across from the side of BLG. And all gamers start off on the right foot despite losing first blood.
I was about to say what a nice double peek, and then Shrimp just doesn't hit a single shot. YZ doesn't hit a single shot. That is just unfortunate. I feel like with any other pistol, he gets the kill there. Just unfortunately not with the Ghost. But the first round going to AG, and that's why it's so good to have the double duelist. I mean, Vangear immediately died in the round, and they still have another space maker in Kira with that race able to satchel in. Now 1-0. Just a couple of bandits, a couple of shorties, and that's it for the side of BLG.
Yeah, and well, I mean, those bandits, they can definitely make things work the way they initially to try to take some information, but YZ, all that he can do is just to refract back that A site. Is the second time that they've made that call, of course, on an eco. It's much more understandable to make a gambit, but it just will be called on the other side with nothing but a classic here for Rusia. Not really an expectation for him to be able to stop much, as they will get onto the site itself. Rusia lucky not to actually lose his life there while jump spotting. But good play from all gamers to be patient, because Billy have pulled the rotation, and right now they're trying to fish on some of those players. Kira has got to be careful. There's a shorty up close, and it's going to net another one. Thankfully, Ayu is actually finding the angle on the other part. Now Kanoi trying to hold the angle. A good shot from the Viper. It leaves a 1-on-3. Low HP on Ayu. And Shrimp and Vangear not actually anywhere close near the spike. He should have netted the one, and he's gonna do it. He just sneaks around, gets the player. He is gonna be dead to rights, of course, but there's low HP on the one. Oh, it could have been problematic, but Vangear makes it effortless.
I mean, you gotta applaud the discipline, just waiting for the peak, and there, yeah, okay, it was a 2-4-1, but still, in the end, a lot of damage done from BLG. I like them just waiting, and okay, he's got the shorty. They're probably not gonna expect you there. You've been on site for like ages. There's no way they check that after effect. So, and almost even got the kill onto AU. I mean, considering he was basically 1 HP, that is a lot of economic damage done, and you can see AG suffering the consequences with 1 bandit and 1 classic coming into this bonus round.
Yeah, you know, the team has definitely been looking pretty good. You know, I'm really happy with the way that they've started the first few rounds. And, you know, like, of course, we can talk about the changes made for the two teams. Like, for all gamers, of course, you know, one thing has been Spitfires taken away. But GRQ, of course, and IOE is the other 2 players that have joined the team. I know GRQ because he played with Any Questions in the Ascension for last year. And apparently, from what I can see here, IOE was actually a part of the academy of all gamers that is called Chinju Club. So, again, like, it's really good to see some of those teams, at least from what I've seen for the most part, and teams like all gamers most likely, and sometimes as well from Trace. They're not really shying away from just picking up rookies and trying to see who's got the potential, stick them in the team. And for the most part, they've really been picking the right players. Like, I feel like in comparison to their 2025 kickoff team, they just made improvements, just been upgrades whenever they slot a player in.
Right, as we have the first tech pause here, hopefully it's just a bit of a short one, but I mean, it's difficult to come to conclusions when it's only been 2 rounds. We can see, I mean, we've just seen the more or less just traces of what the ideas are, so really not a lot to discuss here in the tech pause. But otherwise, we talked about the comms, we talked about the matches, and from now on, it's just, I mean, we just gotta enjoy our time here, exactly, right? We're just here to watch some good Valorant.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. I just had to invoke the name of EMEA, and that happened. So I guess that's on me,
How
guys.
dare you.
Apologies for that part. But hopefully not for too long. That we'll actually be stunted from watching more Valorant. But at least from the start that we've had,
Oh, there we go.
very good look for all gamers. In that bonus they go. Still a Bandit and IUE. But the rest of the team definitely got a few rifles, one of which on Fangir. It is gonna try to take that initial contact. They could line up if Fangir is aware. He's got the refract. He could have some supportive
Pushing.
util. The flash comes in, and actually all gamers is on the one that emerging victorious.
I mean, they just held on on their lives. I mean, you could see the 2-1. I mean, Kiro wants to push out. The molly, I believe, bounced off of the Skydog and therefore didn't block the entrance. That's a bit unfortunate, but AG still decides to go A. And you know why? I mean, look at IUE. He's already on A side. This should be the easiest rotate of their lives.
Yeah, the rotate is gonna be easy, but they've taken the lengthiest part of the map, right? They've gone all the way through that attacker spawn, which should have given Bitty Bitty enough time to commit to that round, but apparently they've already decided that enough is enough. They've called on this round, and it is going to be 3 for all gamers, and the woes that we've seen from the offseason do continue. Not only is the team looking tactically, maybe, I would just have to call it that way, and I hate to be harsh that early on in the best of 3, but in the offseason, Bitty Bitty were tactically bankrupt, and right now we're starting to see more of the same.
To be fair, it's only been 3 rounds, and it seems like, okay, yeah, they're finally deciding to go for the safe. It wasn't quite sure in the beginning, but I love the idea of IUE, considering he only had a Bandit. I mean, he just goes for the lurk, considering you always, or basically always, put down that Viper wall on A. It's a threat of going for a lurk, and now that they have done that, I mean, BLG just have to be so much more careful, and considering they're a team that usually likes to just go for it, they need to rethink their choices carefully. As AUE goes for a bit of a peek here, decides to, I mean, dies, but with only the Bandit being lost, that's not too bad.
Yeah, of course. That being the case, though, that means that now all gamers are in an amazing position. Sure, there are 3 rifles kept by the side of Bitty Bitty, but that's the bonus that you win, and at least the good side here that could be mentioned in that way for the side of Bitty Bitty is that their play is going to at least have a better economy just from that purchase, because 2 of those 3 can drop, and then we can see how the rest of the game are going to operate. But again, a little bit of the pause. I swear, guys, I don't know why I've mentioned EMEA. I'm just cursing this stream just from the get-go, but you know, from the get-go, Bitty Bitty, I mean, it's too early to call, but hopefully, at least that's the one thing that I want to see, is them utilizing their defensive setup for more stopping power. For round 3, they went for a duel, for a heads-up duel, didn't work their way. They got the Viper, they got the Fade, they got the Breach. They can definitely pick and choose some of their engagements, but at some of the other times, I really just want to see them making this less complex for themselves. You know, like you got the Viper, just slow the pace down, double controller, maybe pick a fight with the Waylay that's going to be a lot easier to take with the Refract. And if they just stall, I feel like everything should be a lot easier from the other side.
I also want to shout out AG's use of using the Waylay, mostly just, I don't know if it's because of the communication difficulties or just because of you have the security of the double duelist. Fangir has died, I believe, almost every round so far, but it doesn't even matter because he always gets traded. And that always leaves such a hole in the defense that AG have free reign on the rest of the map.
Now though, again, all gamers very happy to contest towards that B site, and this is their 4th time doing that, getting some early control. The Snef to actually be anchoring alone this time around, as I do actually like the way that they're playing that one. You know, like Rusia is spotting a lot of information. They haven't taken any map control, but at the same time, they know the risk that this round can dedicate and dictating the pace is all gamers again. Of course, with double duelist, you can definitely afford to gain some space, so even if either Fangir or Kira go down, the other one can still become your space maker for the other side.
Both Omens looking at each other's eyes and almost falling in love, not deciding to shoot a single bullet. But it seems to, I mean, the pressure is equal on all sides, and BLG are just scrambling. I mean, they had first 3 on B, now they have 3 on A, and it seems like so far, okay, yes, AG haven't made a push, but also BLG isn't controlling too much space. I mean, they've lost all of A main control, and the one player they have in B is just in heaven and just staring at the entrance. Now that is the first contact there, just a bit of spam damage as the orb goes up to give them a bit of security.
Facing now. Maybe a little bit better for Bud to take a duel, but instead Kira uses a distraction and Fangir finds the opener. Neff with a big ask of in. That's one kill. Quick play from YZ, who somehow steals the one, and Neff almost doubles down in this round. Good timing for AG to still put the spike down, but time is going to be of the essence. YZ is one away from the conversion path. It's going to be Rusia to get the numbers advantage to their team, and IOE thinking about taking a peek. They really want to find an angle, to find an advantage there, and a good timing for IOE, who finds Rusia on the drop. YZ next on the block, low on HP, is through from the Viper, and leaves the Fade alone. Isolates the duel, but ends up losing to Shrimp anyways.
And considering it was a 3v3 retake and one player immediately fell down, so it was a 2v3 technically, the fact that no one falls, I mean, I love the idea from AG, but also BLG not finding any way to try to play together and try to get an advantage through that. Still nice shots. I mean, considering that one of the AG players who was 1 HP just immediately died, this should have probably gone very differently. But you can see Shrimp just cleaning up the round together with his teammate as they get the 4th one on the board.
And a good look here from bad to worse for Billy. And I like the fact that they're taking an earlier timeout. They're not gonna shy away from trying to rectify their errors quickly. And I do feel that the way that things will go is going to be dedicated on whether or not YZ finds success, right? He's been their main man for the most part. He's been the main reason that they've been successful. And with Lotus just getting out of the pool, I feel it has been the biggest loss for Bitty in terms of their veto. But I thought that mechanically they should have been able to carry it, but not really the case here.
To be fair, BLG always seems to manage to find the first kill, but it's then always immediately traded out, and most of the times with an advantage to AG, considering if you're in a 4v4, it always favors the attacking team, because they're the ones that have to, or that should, or can group up, while the defense has to spread out to try to cover all the sides. And but you're right, I mean, BLG's coach just pushing the red button, trying to find anything here, as their first timeout is already being used after 4 rounds. That is not something that really gives you a lot of confidence.
At least the confidence got to be earned back. A couple of bandits, a sheriff or 2, a guardian from Rusia that they might just want to play into that one. And a very smart call here from Fangir. Outlaw, they just sniped the one. Oh, the timing might actually betray him. The flash goes in. And smart from Fangir to just disengage from that one. They know that there's a trap play on mid. There must not be just a single player. So it's smart from all gamers to pick the extremity. And Billy are actually being baited into their own play now. Walking into Fangir should be easy. That's one shot. And the Outlaw ready to anchor for a few more.
AG have figured out the fact that BLG only go for trap plays, or at least so far have only gone in their ecos. So they're very aware and they're very careful. But now with that opening kill, well, make it 2, make it 3 opening kills. I was just about to say they were preparing for a retake, but in this case, I believe K-Knight is just maybe going to go for a gun upgrade. And I mean, there isn't even any gun to pick up, considering none of the AG players have fallen yet.
Well, still up and alive. At least a kill to save face would have been great, but Kira denies even that. It's a flawless round from all gamers. A team that have been looking their best. I mean, week on week, and realistically today here, they might just cause an upset. On the other side of the bracket is still a close game, too close to call. But all gamers are in such a good company right now. 5 rounds clean for them. And outside of YZ, who's got 4 kills, the rest of the team are struggling. And YZ now pulling out the op. So they want to slow the pace down again. And the flashes is going to be the enemy. Still a paranoia, a dark cover. Can make a problem out of this one. YZ is posted. He's positive shot. An easy one on Kira dashing in. Ready for the next. Tries to send up. But Fangir couldn't make the distance. And, well, that's almost all of their space making tools used. No util left for Fangir. and they'll just have to take the fights head on.
I'm not sure what made them decide to go for a full 5-man A stack when it just, I mean, when they always split up and it worked flawlessly. And that's, I mean, you just went into the stack and you suffer the consequences, which is a bit of damage on Shrimp and Kira immediately falling. And you can see they're just going to go away while BLG is already on their heels. They are already on this B side ready for this push. AG, honestly, maybe a bit of an overconfidence play here.
Yeah, they definitely wanted to commit to a play early on. And again, I feel like that's a good call from them. They've keeping themselves varied. They're not really falling into complacency and just playing a single style of Valorant. But it might be a problem for them because they've made the call here. Good util from Yushia, the snake bite, kind of forcing them into vents, into the embrace of K-Knight, who does a lot better this time around. So yet another kill for Bitty Bitty, and the fault line came in at the perfect time. There's no util to bank on it. Thankfully, Yushia still makes sure that he's not gonna go away for free. It's 15 seconds on the time. Fangir and IOE needs to do something. That's the spike down, and the second player just to fall into the embrace of the paranoia. 10 seconds on the time. Nef should easily have something, but now at least a chance for a duel. 5 seconds on the time, and a saturate that's gonna make it very easy for Bitty Bitty to finally put one on the board.
It took 6 rounds, but finally, Billy have got the first round win, and honestly, it still doesn't give me a lot of confidence. I mean, in this case, it was just AG misreading the situation, trying to go for this full play. Still nice shots, though, from YZ. And also, I mean, Shrimp doing the one mistake that you should not do with Sky, which is while casting your dog moving. Because that means that you move still while you're in your dog, and that just made him just scooch out a little bit so that you could be spammed down by BLG. So just unfortunate.
Yeah, and YZ again. Yup, different angle, same site. And all gamers have elected to switch up their play again. This time, a slower variation, knowing that the AWP is in play, of course, is going to make things a bit complicated for them. But at least for the rest of this game, YZ moved to the right angle. Chance for an opener there. The saturate is going to make it very complicated. Fangir couldn't take the shot. And that's the new lease of life for YZ.
Was it because Rusha popped up? Because it really feels like Fangir could have gotten that kill there. But the sides to refrag. And now that's one less piece of util that they have. While they still don't have any map util with 1 minute left. They decide to use the Seekers. And that's good for YZ. Even with the Viper orb.
But look at the rotation though.
Down. Yeah, right.
They pulled the Seekers. They got 4 players on that part of the map. And there's no way for them to go through stairs. And everyone outside of Nef cannot do a single damn thing. Conversion path that Nef somehow avoids. He's got the chance to save this round for Bitty Bitty. As all the rest of the rotations are made aware of. They're all going to go through stairs, which is the easier angle to hold. The timing for Nef is everything. GRQ is able to stay away. And the teleport from the Shrouded Step, from the shadows rather it is. And now they go for a retake. It's a 2-2 split on either side. Kira finds the timing. That's 1, 2, all 3. A clean sweep for all gamers as they clean out even Nef. And that's the 6th round for an attack side that looks assured.
20 seconds left. You've got a full combination heavy util and comp, and still the only one to get 2 kills is Nef. I don't get it, BLG. How do you misplay that so hard? Okay, yes, you can. I mean, obviously, you cannot think that there's someone backside, but using the Nightfall, using the aftershock, and then still with the Viper spit and all of that, and still not get a single kill. That is, I mean, that just doesn't look good for BLG.
Fangir again this time, forced defensively. I mean, that's what Bitty Bitty really wants to do whenever they have the buys, right? They want to counter the all gamers' aggressive util with their own defensive ones, even post nerfs. It's still a positive EV, but that is a high-low that can be broken. Instead, Kira doubles down. Not even needed there, IOE. And everyone just looking really solid on their side. Of course, it is an eco. Not really that much of a test, really.
But that's
it
the
is
problem,
disparaging.
right?
Yeah.
Right? I mean, BLG, it feels like whenever they have a full buy, they play safe. and whenever they have an eco, they push out. And they're just so ready for it. Fangir, I mean, holding the line on B, even though he was stunned, he can just refrag away. And then the double hold, the up-down, and just getting 2 free kills. I mean, am I the only one who thinks BLG should do this while they have gun advantage? And not only when they're on the eco?
I mean, you're not the only one, but they've definitely made some of their judgment calls. And right now, there's a call for the Bucky to try to be the hero, and Bud and Neff actually each fought in a kill. Could have been pretentious, still can have the potential to do so, as Neff can steal away a rifle. And now it becomes a 1-on-2, where Neff is in the best position. The spike is for him, but he needs to take the timing on Fangir. 1 shot to the torso is enough. He fakes the shrouded steps, tries to go out for the duel. 10 seconds on the time. It needs to be a movement from GRQ, who cannot get the job done in time. Needs to go for the plant. Time is the enemy, and Neff have made the move around. No time remaining, and in the smoke, he's safe. Finally, around for Bitty Bitty. They stole away 1 from the depths of hell, and Neff will take each and every single player down on top.
Neff, the one player who was able to get the only kills in last round, is saving Billy as they get their second one on the board. I mean, but also imagine if they had guns and did the same thing. Like, surely this would be so much easier. But to be fair, Neff, brilliant play, considering he only had a sheriff, getting 3 kills, excuse me, picking up the gun, and then even just playing time. You can really see the Omen experience coming out from Neff, which also makes him be the top fragger of his team now with 9 kills.
Oh, we'll
almost make it 10.
Yeah, I was worried about that. I was like, I'll have to see if things are actually going to be more aggressive for their part. But right now,
no, I like this.
Oh, look, here's the thing. I like the style, but the thing is, with all the nerfs to Initiator Yuto and Breach specifically, it becomes a lot more complicated to do that. The Saturate didn't get the angle.
Nice
Rushia got the drop on Fangir, and Kira will still trade 1 back. So for all their aggression, they've lost 3 players, they've lost their map control, and now Neff again is supposed to be the hero somehow.
You've got an Omen, you've got a Fade, you've got a Waylay, and you've got a Breach. And you play Contact in mid? Like, surely BLG's strength is just running down the enemies. I don't get that. And they suffer the consequences. They're left in a 2v4, and AG is just waiting patiently. They've got all the time in the world. They still got around 40 seconds to decide where they want to go. It's going to be this B side, and it's only going to be this 3v1 on side, as Neff, the hero of the last round, has to somehow try to salvage this.
Got a chance to isolate a 1v1. The player from the rafters, though, the paranoia is amazing. All gamers made sure that they were thorough with their execution, even with the numbers advantage, because time, of course, was the enemy. Now, everything rests on the shoulder of a Bitty that, I mean, 6 months ago, we were touting them as one of the best teams in the region. In the end of Stage 2, they kind of proved it. But right now, it's a big retraction to a team that has been on the up and up, and you know, the potential is definitely there for all gamers, and it would really be terrible for K-Knight if he loses his gun. It's a clean shot from Ayo Yi, and that's at least the half one, if not even worse, for Bitty Bitty.
They have secured the advantage for the sub already on 7 rounds, and with 3 more to go. I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if this went to 9-3 and 10-2, and in that case, BLG has to pull out some magic from a hat if they want to somehow salvage this map. Yeah, understandable. The second timeout being used by Coach Muggle. No, wait, Muggle is for AG, right?
Muggles is for, yeah, he's made the move, by the way. I don't know if you've known this, but like EDG
yeah, exactly.
basically got a new team.
On so many teams.
I mean, here's the thing. I think if EDG gets ready to get ready for you, and the best team in the region decides to pick up Muggle, and they start to struggle, that there might be some questions with their coaching acquisitions. I mean, EDG definitely had their own struggles as well, and I would definitely say, like, the thing with EDG that would be the difference, that they got a lot of players that can be proactive, that can make things happen. Right now, Bitty Bitty is playing the game by the book, and it's not working in their way.
Because Bilibili has never been a team that has played well by playing by the book. I mean, just think about the high times of this team. It was when Rushia was just gunning down 3 people with the judge. It was just holding down 1 button on the Odin and somehow spraying down 3 people through a Viper's Orb. I feel like this is almost a mismatch of their identity even.
I wouldn't be too fussed to call it that, but we'll have to wait and see if Billy somehow can restructure their identity. You know, they're the team that is supposed to have the experience. They're supposed to actually be the one that can deal with such challenges. Right now, all gamers, apparently, their question is going unanswered. Defense have only got 2 rounds, and with this kind of buy, unless their ultimates have find some significant value, just might be an 8th. The pit in middle, but the B side seems to be where all gamers is most comfortable, and they found plenty of footing so far. Neff got some support of Bud, and they should be able to slow down the initial 10 to 15 seconds, which is allowing the rotation from YZ.
Now, I like the conditioning here. They've used the Viper Spit and they're not pushing out anywhere, and that means that there are only 3 players in B, as the other 2 are just waiting for any push. So that means it will be a lot of time wasted until AG can go for a push. They finally, I believe they decide to do so, or just one tiny shot rang out from Bud, but nothing found so far. And they're just backing off. Now this is the conditioning I like to see. I mean, they've pushed out every time so far, and now they're just holding, and the time is dwindling down for AG. At some point, they need to make a decision on where to go.
Billy have made theirs to rotate. The problem is it could be too little too late. By the time they'll be here, K-Knight might already be down. Saturate to go in, Fangir to open up the space on the site, and that's the rest of the team working their way through. With Rusia gun on middle, no more pit. And the Snake will have to slither out from screens. The conversion pot coming in with the ultimate, the Rolling Thunder, but 2-3 kills. Kira shuts it all down. He does not care. This man concerns himself with no ultimates.
Rolling Thunder and you don't get a single kill. That is tragic. I mean, at this point, this might just be a Shakespearean play. I mean, just pure tragedy on all sides. BLG seemingly cannot get another round this half. They've been struggling so much, and still it seems so far away.
I just want to see the replay for Kira. Like, was he even tagged by the util? Oh, everything missed him. Oh, that is brutal. And that's just a little bit of change, right? Where maybe if they ulted with the breach from heaven, Bud would have been able to tag down the entire site. But it's because they ulted from screens. That extra distance, you know, the extra like 3 or 4 meters ahead of the breach is the distance that did not actually nap Kira from the angle. And they were not ready for a player to be on their own right side when they're getting out.
So shout out to Kira's Boombot. Got a bit lost, didn't manage to find his way to garage. But still, doesn't really make it a big difference. Oh, a nice tag onto YZ, down to just 10 HP. And with the Stinger, well, that's not something you want to see.
In the rotation made again from the side of all gamers. So they've been playing the exact same game, and I'm really surprised that Bitty waits that long, because, you know, we're talking about the conditioning. Bitty should be conditioned. They haven't ended up in the same side that they have started for the better part of 4 rounds now. But they've taken map control, so all gamers are keeping their options open with a player on each extremity. That's the true default, but if they take control of stairs, it's a big test for Bud. He needs to be successful. Got the util, but elects to play for the fault line and be a bit more passive instead of being aggressive. That baits one flash, and there was a timing for YZ, but Shrimp was aware, and that could be the side for them. It's a rotation back into the A side. There are 2 players there, and Rusia might be the linchpin to that defense.
Oh, considering he's got a judge, he somehow has to find a way to close the gap, but he seemingly cannot do it unless everyone just rushes through him. Gets the first one, to be fair, the second one, and Knight joins him on the scoreboard. Just a 3v2, but the time is ticking down, and GRQ can do nothing except just hope to save his gun. A 3rd round for Billy Belly, and once again, just hero plays from Rusia, from K-Knight, helping his team somehow salvage a couple more rounds before we get to the second half.
I told you he'd be the linchpin. I knew that this was gonna happen, because that's what happens when, that's what happens when they get confident, right? You get confident, you see an initial duel, Fangir relays the information to the player on screens, and you just get lost in a sauce a little bit. That you don't actually mind the player on the other side, because think about the way that Billy have been playing the defenses, right? When all gamers have been pivoting from side to side, they only find a single player on the other side for the most part, whether that was Neff or Rusia on the Viper. This time around, they've seen both, and I think that that's the thing that caught them off guard.
First AG timeout being used 1 round before we switch sides. That's interesting. Probably just here to secure the attacking half for them. Maybe they're not quite confident or as confident when it comes to the defense side, or maybe there's another reason. But it seems to me that AG really wants to make sure this becomes a 9-3 scoreline.
And it's gonna be more likely for it to be a 9-3 than anything else. Right now, though, the way for Bilibili isn't the split. You know, it's not their map pick. It's something that could always happen to lose a pick of your opponent. But it's the Abyss that I'm just wondering about. You know, YZ have been okay on the op, but my main look is actually towards him and Butt together as a unit. The two of them haven't shown the highest level of cohesion. It is understandable, and they could improve. But there isn't really that much time in kickoff. You get like 1 week off and then you'll have to go again.
Right, a lot of the games that you gotta play. An aggressive push from Fangir. Decides to not refrag, he hasn't found anyone. So once again, I mean, just full or almost full A control being used. It seems like he wants to just back down just in case. I mean, even the re-clear with the dog, and Kira will take first contact here. I believe he found the first one, and the second one not being able to be traded there by YZ.
Great start for all gamers again, but this time Neff finds one back. That's the B control taken away. So for the first time in a while, they have guided all gamers into a site where they can clash head on. No one from middle. That information should be an easy awareness in K-Knight with the initial dink, but the Yuto still raining in from the side of all gamers. That's a bit unfortunate, but thankfully there is a snake bite to protect them, but the timing from Neff is so great. He can easily catch two off guard. He doesn't go for the discipline, but that is still the spike. The second player on an angle. Somehow Kira still emerges victorious from the end of that one. Rushia with one, and the Omen still fighting for his life. It's a triple kill for Neff, and a 4th round on the board for Bilibili. Welcome back, boys. Where have you been for the start?
The hero of this game once again just saving his team with an amazing flank. The first one that he got, the fact that he dropped the spike and then Shrimp had to push out and then he still gets him as well. I mean, once again, it seems like Neff having to get these 3 or 4 Ks. If he does them every round, fair enough. But you can't really rely on that. That being said, 8-4. I mean, considering at one point it looked like this could have been a like 10-2 half, 8-4 is not as catastrophic as you might think, especially considering how we know that BLG can be good on this attacking side.
Now you know 8-4. It's still a very good point for a split. Sure, there's an attacking side of the map and you would expect to find a win, but for all gamers to find a 4-round gap here, that's a very healthy buffer that can carry them into losing a pistol. They'll still have 2 rounds, but it will come down to their gun round actually whenever it happens. And yeah, the mascot is just really not bringing the mood up. And I feel like that's really the contrast between the two teams, right? You've seen like all gamers, their energy. Yeah, like Billy on the contrast, whenever you've seen like the one big round that Neff had when he stood up, he like stood up as if he's defending the team. Not that they're walking in with confidence, they are really just trying to brush off a threat. They feel the pressure and it is on.
I mean, you can see AG, the fans are definitely way more happy than the BLG fans right now, and honestly, it just makes a lot of sense. The halftime is almost over. And this pistol really could decide whether this becomes a comeback or just a full-on stomp. I mean, considering the difference could be an 8-6 scoreline or a 10-4 scoreline. There are like miles of difference between those two scorelines. And what's going to decide that? Well, it's going to be this next round.
Oh, we'll see. Things will be better for them on the second half. Starting on the better side, Billy, but it's a single duelist composition, so a lot of their reliance is going to be on YZ. Not to be wasteful. They need to be very efficient with the usage of the Waylay utility and also with the Breach Util. Right now, starting that pistol on middle, their initial point of focus, and there are 3 players in total from all gamers, but the point man being Ayoyi.
Both of these teams are hovering around mid. Careful with the first contact. It's nice dink though. A double dink even. YZ and Neff both down to 1 HP. I mean, that's an awful start for BLG.
But that's what we're talking about, you know, them actually being proficient with the util usage. YZ didn't lose his life despite going out, but now you look at YZ himself. Still got the dash, no refract, no saturate, 8 points of health. So he will need to be traded. He cannot risk just dashing in and dying for free. And Fangir holding the angle of his own, a saturate and a refract, and a choice from Billy. They've made the judgment call, despite initially pivoting into the A site. Back towards middle they go, and that could lead them into a better angle.
Bit of indecisiveness here from BLG, seemingly not wanting to go A. A bit of a fake. Oh, I like this. But however, I don't think it's going to pull anyone here from AG. You can still see 3 players. And now, as you said, the question is, YZ doesn't need to get traded. And the same thing counts for Neff. Who he dashes out, but it doesn't count. At least, okay, there you see the trade. But still, I mean, trades upon trades. We're in the stock market right now. GRQ has to pick out and gets 2 here. And the last one is going to be K-Knight. Left in a 1v3 with 14 seconds. And with the saturate on his feet, there's just no time.
Yeah, well, Fangir, if this is a stock market, he's the Wolf of Wall Street, all right. Great game from him. As they're up to the 9th, and you're talking about it now that they get this pistol. This has the potential to develop into a bit of the stomp, the second pistol for them in the game. And while the call from Billy initially is good, I feel like the loss of util from their initial attempt at middle was the thing that almost doomed this round. They got the trades initially, but they just were not ready to actually answer on the opposite part when all gamers went for their faster retake. They didn't even wait for the spike they planted. They decided that we are going to anchor our entire defense on GRQ, which was a right call. And now Billy with a single bandit and a single sheriff. That's all that they're investing into that one. It is at least something that is good enough to maybe find a few kills. But considering almost everyone but Fangir is on heavy shields, it will need to be the sheriff to score.
We aren't really expecting to win this round. BLG are just gonna try and win from that starting 4-10 scoreline. They want to go into this next half with a bit more util, with guns that actually are able to do some real damage. As BLG just want to group up together with the fault line, will just clear, and they're all just gonna funnel through main. Now the problem is Fangir is ready for that, but he doesn't have his refrag. He can just be pushed down here, and Shrimp even being flashed and being slowed. And that's a good side take from BLG as they plant down the spike with 40 seconds left.
That is overconfidence there from all gamers, and this could be the platform that Billy needs to just take away the game from there. Still plenty of players remaining. 4 in total, but right now YZ is on a bit of a tear. That's a triple kill from him. Finally shut down, low HP on Butt, but he's grabbed the Spectre, and most of them have been softened enough that this Spectre can get the job done. But the Spike is in an awkward position. If they go for a tap, they might go down all right. Ayoyi waiting for the initial, breaches a freebie. Kira on 17, and it's no problems for Billy to stall around this game enough. It's a massive win for them on an eco, and now they can try to take the game away from there. It's still quite a long distance. They need 4 more rounds to tie it up, but this is a much better look.
Strength in numbers, that is what Billy is good at. I mean, even I believe the Bandit and the Sheriff didn't even have that much impact. Most of the kills went from YZ and from his classic, and from the guns that they managed to pick up from those first couple of kills, and a nice one-way in the end to make sure that Kira cannot defuse, considering he was, I believe, just like 15 HP. So, well, that's a good thrifty, 5-9. It's quite a bit of a difference, considering especially that AG are another ones that have to go down to an eco, and YZ has to refrag. Oh, he almost looked like he got a free kill there, but decides to just save for his life.
But that's what I'm talking about, though. Like, with the way that you play Waylay, no util remaining whatsoever for YZ. They're playing pretty much without any space creation. An attempt from the shorty from Ayoyi. Good call. Just not the right timing. The classic from Shrimp somehow steals it second. And this becomes a doable round. They line up for GRQ. This is becoming a dastardly round. Goes on the either two. And they are silent. They are creeping. Fangir will find one more. And it's Rushio, the outlaw. He will need to be out of bounds. He will need to break the rules right now. The spike is his. But it's everything for all gamers to play for. Still got a boom bot for Kira. Still got a refract for Fangir. But there will be no mistake about this one.
A Vandal and a Phantom. And to be fair, they're still both one shot. That's a nice shot from Wuxia. He still has one in the chamber. So he has a chance to go for this. But the Phantom can also do some damage. But the timing goes in favor of Rushia, saving his team. There's a reason he was the one guy by buying the Sheriff last round. He is just making sure that they can get away. They can have a way to stop this comeback.
It's still a costly round for sure, considering how little they've invested from the side of All Gamers. It's what, 2 ghosts is all that they put in. And they take down 4 players. Now on their own buy round, they have a chance to just take down a wounded Billy. You look at their economy, and there is a real position for All Gamers to find 11 if they find this 10th. The AWP in the hands of Fangir. And, well, that is going to be the most crucial part. Billy started the round off on the B side, but unlike the last few times, which is a call that I really like, actually do immediately decide to pivot back into the A site. It's away from the AWP for now. But if they walk into Fangir, they should have an easier time given the breach and the sky as well. So that's the one thing that I'm banking on, is they can just flood the util and use their flashes to make it difficult for Fangir to play with the AWP.
He's basically always looking at a Viper wall. They're doing well to just make sure he cannot peek out, but he still does so with the refrag, and he gets the kill. Now that's a 5v4 directly, considering that there's one on flank. There are only 3 people on the spike. Yes, on the side. Yes, the spike will be planted, but still, it favors AG.
Smart call made. They spotted the one, but that means that they are unaware of Rusia's deeper position. And oh, the timing. This is brutal. Treacherous even from K-Niders, but somehow doubles down. And now finally shut down, but it's all in the hands of IUE. There is time for him to half it, but he will need to get off another half. He's sticking the landing. Rusia still holds it down. And this buffer is being chipped at. Only 2 more for Billy before they can tie it up.
The time was just barely low enough that he could not stick it. Unfortunate there, still a nice try. But BLG, their explosiveness once again, explosiveness on this A side. And together with the team play, just making sure they win this round. And 7-9, well, honestly, I'm starting to see something here.
I'm definitely starting to see a better sign. And again, like, it is an attacking sided map, so you did expect the team on the attack to pan out better. But that was pretty much All Gamers' round to win. They just needed to clear off Bot. The fact that Bot got a double kill there now even puts them in a worse position. Because let's say that like the best case scenario happens, somehow they find a pick. Still, Bot got the Rolling Thunder, and Rusia will have the Viper Spit as well on the other end. So they should feel pretty competent running into this 17th round. And I like this a lot from Biddy for one hand, but on the other, that means that by the time they execute, they'll only have a single wave of breach util. Only a single fault line to use in this round.
And already being used there.
I don't know why. Do people read patch notes? Like, okay, I guess. Just waste a piece of util that could have won you the round.
At least he still has the Rolling Thunder, but if it goes the way that it went the last few times that he used the ult, it really isn't very promising. That being said, still don't count them out. 40 seconds, and neither AG nor BLG are moving. Seems like BLG now finally want to do something in mid here. I believe the fault line is back out. That's why Bud is holding that. Together with the smoke. Oh, it's the Rolling Thunder. Just making sure, but careful, he can peek out. I mean, surely... Oh no, he got hit by the refrag. So, yeah, no pushes and an easy side take for BLG.
I mean, the saturate was just everything there. Kira still finding a pair of kills. This is still dangerous. There's an opportunity for them to take down a softened YZ. They spot the information, the saturate as well. But Fangir is careful not to peek into the second player. But is the one. Dink onto Fangir, but there's still a heal from the sky. So he can go back and attempt to fish for a second time of asking. That's the barrel. Now they must piece the information. One by one, the time works out for a second fault line, but it doesn't do that much. Fangir with another kill. It's another expensive round for Biddy. But for All Gamers, they just haven't gotten over the hump of finding a second round here.
8-9, slowly, the amount of rounds differentiating these teams are dwindling down, and now you can really see why AG decided to take a timeout while down 8-3, while up 8-3, just to make sure they got the last one, which in the end they didn't, and that could have their consequences. And that being said, when we're talking about timeouts, it really feels like at this point, once again, the AG coach should push the red button and just talk to his team. That's exactly what it does. Perfect timing there.
Yeah, they got the buy. Again, they've damaged the economy. And considering it was only a couple of sheriffs and they were able to pull out the Rolling Thunder from Biddy, I will say that once all gamers got their own ultimates, once they can actually figure out how to move around the defense, that'll be a great round for them. You know, like Fangir on the AWP, he was great, but I don't think that they have the funds to bring a second operator into play.
Just 10 seconds left to talk to your teammates, to talk to your players, rather. And the last time out being used, at least for both teams, in fact, unless we happen to go to overtime, which in itself would be crazy considering how we started.
Still definitely, like, grounds to make. I don't think that this one is going to end up in OT, though, at least from the looks of it. The two teams fairly streaky. Conversion pods, a showstopper, and from the shadows for one side. A lot of conditional ultimates for Bilibili. Like, Rusia really wants to get into a side before utilizing that pit, but they're not that far off from the Nightfall. The same can be called for Shrimp and his Seekers, and right now an aggressive start. YZ scales up immensely. There's still a raise from Kira, but that opener might be a bad omen for all gamers.
Shrimp down a key player here, especially considering he has the Seekers. Yes, there's still 3 ults online and almost a Viper's Pit, just one off. But falling a player short is not a good start. And BLG, it seems like you're taking a page out of AG's playbook. They're just biding their time. They're waiting as AG seemingly feels like they need to do something here. It's going to be a double swing, but still a 1-for-1 trade. And GRQ is just down to 28 HP.
Not the end of the world, of course, for all gamers. If they were able to find a double kill there, but with them only trading 1-for-1, this is such a great ultimate to be used by Bilibili. Even if it doesn't actually cover the spike itself, that is the main point of entry denied. They will have to either go through heaven or do what they're doing right now and saving. And it makes a lot of sense to save. You look at their credits, not really that much for all that will remain, and the operator is rather expensive on top of it.
But if you save this round, next round is a move round. You must use ults. You have 5 online. I mean, technically still 4, but that 1 orb could just easily be obtained. And it feels like with you just gotta do one good play with a lot of ults, and that should secure you the round. Which is, well, so far they've only gotten the 1, and it's the pistol round, so not really that convincing from AG.
Yeah, and well, that's what now, a 9th, a tie, economy built for Bilibili. And so their ultimate cycling again. Luckily enough for the side of all gamers, as we've said, they still got all their ultimates. They can definitely use those. But that was just a stroke of good fortune for Rusia. He found a fortunate timing between the 2 walls going up and down. And right now, well, all gamers have been struggling to ride the wave. And as you will ask any expert skater, he'll just tell you need to go with emotions, you need to sense this game. And so far, Fangir hasn't had the best sense on the op. And this time, he's got the right angle and the right shot. He found himself in a good position, and Bilibili thumping back towards middle, hoping that perhaps they can recover lost ground.
For BLG, losing that Waylay is a way bigger loss compared to AG because they have the double duelist. So now, no longer do they have any entry. And it seems like they're just adapting their play because they're going for a bit of a contact play here, just into vents. It seems like at least the first part of A will be theirs, but then you've got 3 other players from AG that you gotta somehow deal with.
3 players, yes, but Kira only got a sheriff and RUE doesn't have any util to back himself up, so smart doings by him to elect to play defensively. The Seekers reveal the information. They know that there are now players in the heaven side of things. Smart read from Kira to just pivot away from the elbow, knowing that they might try to explode onto the side itself. And he's bought himself plenty of good time. He just needs to keep his position hidden. As long as that is done, it allows a space for Shrimp. They spot the one in the entry. K-Knight making their way back with the support of the rest of the team. They're going back into the embrace of the operator. A chance for Fangir to go massive. A flash coming in. He turns, he dies, and it's all onto GRQ. As the last player in the site, he tries to tuck in and hide, but this is the perfect fault line from Bud, and they'll be able to capitalize on it. Bilibili has played a much better game in terms of the rotations, doing much so of what all gamers have done to them in the first half.
Great pivot from BLG, just reading the fact that it's probably a bit too difficult and not worth their time to go onto this A side, considering there are 3 people there. So decide to go back, but also Fangir, you really think that he should have gotten that? I feel like almost he like tried to turn the flash before the flash was being used, and then tried to turn it again, and then he still got flashed. And I mean, obviously with the AWP, you don't really expect him to turn the flash and then flick 180 degrees back and hit the shot. So a nice use of the utility from Bud here. Someone who has been struggling quite a bit here when it comes to the kill department, but you can see the breach still giving at least some value.
He's had a massive resurgence though in the second half. He definitely is looking a lot better. And I will say, like, the double flashes are working really well for the side of Biddy Biddy. That is just gonna be the main thing that all gamers are struggling by. Some desperation there shown on Fangir. But we'll have to wait and see if the paranoia and the flashpoints are still gonna be enough. It's double digits for them. And most likely a last chance for all gamers to keep this game within the reach and regulation. Otherwise, it's only OT that they play for.
Right, they finally have the advantage. After, I believe, 6 or 7... Oh, no, I'm sorry. after I believe 6 rounds in a row.
I'm not going to comment on that one. I'm not going to comment on that one.
We leave it in 2025. It's all good. YZ deciding to go for a peek here, just with this refrag, making sure he can always get back. But it's just going to be a main controller now.
I don't like this, though.
Yeah. You almost feel like he should have used it maybe when entering site. But to be fair, he has an AWP, so he probably doesn't even want to do that.
He will definitely pivot to the rifle when executing, right? Because there's no way that you're gonna have your solo duelist contacting on and off, but it will work out in the end if Kira is not careful. I think that he's seen YZ. Smart for him not to make the aggressive play. The pit in middle is making it easy. Fangir starts off well, but it needs to be wary of the rest of the other team. And that's a conversion path to make it even more difficult. Stalling more times. 30 seconds remain. And they will need to make a judgment call. They can drop back into the vent. It's a good timing on IoE. He needs to set the landing, and he's able to find the one. A double kill from a showstopper that puts the seal in this round. 20 seconds and a chance for all gamers to finally find a round on this second half. All they need to do is to take down YZ. Shorty in his hand, just like his compatriot, but this time around he goes down in the end. A triple kill from Kira. And well, that was costly, that was expensive in terms of the ultimate economy, but that's the massive hump that they've gotten over finally around for all gamers.
I'd be lying if I said I wasn't worried for a second, because if AUE falls there, I mean, the Viper's pit is down in mid and they get an easy pivot onto that B side. So him getting that first kill there is just the key to winning that round. Even though Kira getting a 2k with the showstopper there obviously helps quite a lot, considering now he is on 22 kills as well. And on the other side, it seems like Neff and Rushia, the Viper and the Omen, the 2 controllers are the one that are top fragging. Not really ideal for BLG, as we're now once again tied up. The first gun round that went in AG's favor.
Oh, still doesn't mean that Biddy Biddy's economy has been broken. They've made a bit of a bank for themselves, and they can be confident about that. But what they are lacking confidence in is most of their ultimates. A chance for IoE. He pulls that the way they, but could not get the job done on Rushia. So that stairs taken over. And the spike still closer towards that B side. The second pick traded, thankfully, for all gamers. Fangir is nowhere near that site, so he needs to rely on Shrimp and GRQ. Right now, Fangir working his way in. Shrimp with the right angle. The operator switched into a rifle. There is a retraction, and he can try to use with the refract, but he waits too long. And now he needs to clear the angle. The paranoia is great. Fangir with one more on the rafters. He cleaned him out. They are not ready. They are not prepared. But time is of the essence. And GRQ finds the one. All resting on Neff. He's clutched them multiple rounds on the defense, but not on the attack. As Fangir will roar as they take over one more. They just need 2 now to close out this game.
He will show them what's up with that triple kill. But also I want to shout out that smoke in the middle, just cutting off everyone. And that means that both Rushia as well as K-Knight just had to play their ones, and they just unfortunately got out-timinged. But I mean, it took a long while. There was a bit of a loss streak in the middle there. But AG once again in the forefoot. 11-10. Just a couple of rounds left. Do we get to OT, or does any of these teams finally get us to a map win?
I mean, they break their economy here. All gamers win in regulation. Fangir with a dangerous call. Force up from the side of Billy Billy, and the AWP can be the make or break for the defense. They're gonna wait on the back of the wall, eventually scaling in. Fangir might want to take up an aggressive position. He does. He's waiting to see if somebody's gonna scale back and reclaim the force, but instead, it's a flash, it's a force. They try to go in. YZ shut down, and that's their entry denied for the most part. They need to go back for an off. It's a collateral for Fangir, and a paint shell that will paint this down red as Billy Billy's blood spoils on the A side. K-Knight against 5, and a chance to at least deny match point for all gamers, but let's be very real about it. There's no way that he's gonna be able to win that one.
I mean, he has to go for a save, right? As you said, this was a force, so that means that they are just basically scrambling up a buy to next round, which, considering his match point, is, I mean, he has to just go for the save here. There's no way that you can win this round anyway, and it really doesn't matter if AG has a good economy, because either you lose this and you lose the map anyway, or you somehow get this to OT, in which case the economy will be reset anyway. And I just want to say, look at the map, and you always see a little small X on the map on where people died. And in this case, it's not really a small X, it's a really big one next to the Viper wall, because I believe 3 separate people, yeah, you can see there, just the corpses lining up on that exact same spot. The util dump from AG, incredible. Kira as well with the paint shell timing, and obviously the collateral from Fangir really helps a lot.
Oh, right now, definitely a good look by Fangir. I mean, that collateral is everything in that round. That kind of just stopped everything. K-Knight with his rifle. Oh, he takes down the AWP. Yeah, Fangir's gonna feel the loss of that one, but at the end of the day, they've won the round.
Anyway.
They've won the thing that matter, yeah. La Polizia, no. I'm sorry, the 6-7 brain rocket just got to me too much.
It's all good, it's my bad. But you can see, I mean, the paint shell kill here, and then another one. I like that he still went for it. I mean, to be fair, it doesn't really make that much of a difference. But as I said, I mean, Rusia, for example, with absolutely no shields, and the rest of them have to go for light or what was his name again? I use them so little. The regen shields, right? See them so little and probably don't even know the word for it.
I mean, it's a smart call to make in like a second round bonus, but yeah, it's the only thing that they can do here. Fangir, there's a close contact. It might find up another collateral. Lucky to only find the one though. It will need to find a way to skate away with his life, and the conversion path comes in response. They try to shoot them back one by one. It's only IOE to find a kill. Kira again. It's GRQ with the one. GRQ with the double. AO Gamers here will shut down Billy Billy. The 2025 champions find themselves stunted in their first game of the year.
What a game. It took longer than expected, but AG still get us over the line 13-10. As now we have to somehow see what they can do in this abyss. But still, you can see an incredible play from all of these teammates, from all of these players. And Fangir, I'm honestly, in the beginning I was thinking whether the first game was just a bit of an outlier, but you can still see he turns up. He turns up. He is the truth.
I mean, here's the thing: there are a lot of players that are the truth, and Fangir has been one of them for a couple of years now. Of course, his last stint in the VCL was under the KC banner, and he was really impressive in France, which actually mechanically is one of the better regions in EMEA. And right now, it's definitely a great look by the team. You look in those highlights, I mean, it's only gonna go one way for a long while. And credit where credit is due, Billy Billy have definitely made a significant comeback, but the deficit was just too much to handle.
Oh, you can see both YZ and Fangir with a couple of nice shots. I just feel like Fangir got a bit more support from his team. And in the end, as you said, AG will get that one map.
Still one more map to play for at the very least. It's Billy's map pick up next, but as you can tell, yeah, that's what I'm telling you. Like, they are a team under a lot of pressure, and they are a team that will need to find a way to fix that pressure. Multiple massive rounds. Now, catching the highlights from Kira, it's absolutely crazy what him and Fangir have been able to pull off on a double duelist. Abyss is going to be a very different story, though. It's a team with a lot of energy, but this was Billy's resurgence, and even then, it looked shaky at times, didn't it?
Right. I mean, definitely. You can. The good thing is, I mean, both of these teams are mortal. Like, you can see that both of these teams had their advantages, their strengths, and their weaknesses. But in the end, I mean, just so many of these plays are from Kira. I mean, now as we listen to the team comms for AG.
Okay. You go for the main. I have no dash. I have.
这里启动，放心，给行吗？
地方也给了。
他没，Go B，来，我也来，放心，摇老黑吗？来，我分开，走。
马上回来。
包点，在。
1 HP, minus 80 heaven, 80 heaven.
包点通了。
Minus 80 Violet.
2楼。你过来。
2楼 Viper。
2 heaven.
有闪光吗？
没有闪光，没有到底。
2 heaven.
没得和 Viper 的，你再一个。
2 heaven 1 city. Nice. Wonder. Minus 80 under.
这个半血猪猪。
Nice.
2打1，你加多一个。
玩时间。我你抢。
哇 ！Nice, Ao, good job, bro.
Nice.
Ao, good job.
Team with a ton of energy. And right there, man, that has definitely done the heavy lifting, both in terms of consistency, highlights, 10 multi-kills in a single map. Now, that is an absolutely impressive number.
Incredible. I also wanted to highlight, as we listened to the comms there, at first I believe it was a mix of like a Mandarin and English, but I believe the Mandarin was just on a couple of moments. And then I thought it was, okay, let's speak English, unless Fangir is dead, then we switch to Mandarin. But no, even in that 2vx clutch, they still were speaking English. So it seems like the team has fully switched to those English comms.
Yeah, I feel like they're definitely allowing Fangir to have some input in the team and like how they talk and how they communicate. But what we've seen from them in that round, at least in terms of the comms, is that they're kind of basic comms. You know, we haven't heard anything elaborate in English, which makes a lot of sense for a team that is newly switched. It's not just the fact that you need to be fluent in the language, you need to be fluent in the language while maintaining your level, right? So I feel that's a smarter thing. Just keep the comms simple. Yes, switch to the Mandarin if there's something that is a bit more nuanced. And you know what, right now, the highlights from Kira, they just look beautiful. The U2 usage is really one very important aspect of this round. And with him and Fangir both almost being neck and neck with 25 and 22 kills between the two duelists, you can tell like it's a story of two different looking teams. It's only Neff and Rushia that really had their run. On the side of all gamers, it's almost everyone really that was on their full firing power.
Considering YZ and Bud both had 20 deaths each, and without a single clove or a single sage. That meant that from the 23 rounds that were played, they only survived 3 of them. So that's also one of the stat lines that you really don't want to see. And you can see AG's conversions in the post plans, the conversion of 8 out of 8 post plans. So it really felt like as soon as they got the spike down, the round was just over.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's not really an easy map to retake on Split unless you do have the ultimates. And for the few times that they had the ultimates, Kira decided that enough is enough. You know, you're not really playing that game. And the other person that was crucial is Fangir with the operator. He has been so impressive. And I think, like, you know, just looking at those stats, man, like 175 ADR in this map, almost a kill around, primarily playing the operator. That is just monster numbers. Like, this is like MVP level numbers, realistically.
Right. I mean, you can see the duo that is Kira and Fangir, the old duelist of the team, plus the new duelist here. It really seems like as well, considering they went for this double duelist comp, it really fit their style and it really fit their identity as well. And they just put it to good use that let them get or win this first map.
Yeah, but you know, there's still a second map to play for. Abyss up next, the pick of Billy, and you would hope that the Stage 2 champions got something better in store. It's a brief break for us, and then we'll be back with map 2.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And we may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces.
Welcome back. I know it's only been a couple of minutes, but still good to see you once again, Volt. Good to see you, everyone in chat. Welcome to VCT CN, to the English broadcast from Project Horizon, as we're going into map 2 of this game between BLG and AG. And for the people that just happen to tune in right now, Volt, give us a run back. What happened on the first map?
Well, it was a victory for all gamers. The way that the game went was all gamers were pretty dominant until Billy swapped over to the attack side. They looked a lot more convincing there, but they just couldn't get over the setback that they were in. So it's an 8-4 start for all gamers on the attack of Split. Now into the Abyss. And if we look for the composition, a Veto. They are actually running with IUE actually playing that. It's gonna be an intriguing one. I really like the Oru. And the one thing that I don't like is actually then sticking to that double, to the single duelist from the side of Biddy Biddy. Again, just the waylay, again the breach, which I mean, over the course of the game, Bud got better in using the fault line, using the flashes, but it's a different beast to play breach on an Abyss.
Right. I mean, once again, it seems like the double, as you said, AG going for the double duelist, while BLG just going for that one. And it's once again with the waylay. So it really seems like a lot of these teams in VCT CN have decided to go for this waylay pick. And Bud as well on the breach. I mean, he did fight some value in some rounds, but still, I'm really not sure if that is such a good pick that you want to go for that over other agents like, for example, Sova, who we've seen have so much impact on this map. But before we go into Abyss, BLG has to win this one to force map 3. And AG are going to do their darndest to make sure this ends in 2 maps.
Right now, all gamers should feel pretty confident. They've run that double duelist before. They found effectiveness on it before. And Abyss is a map that operators can be really impactful in. The Oru to cause all the shenanigans, and we'll see if they can bring value out of the Veto. Still, of course, very early on to discount Biddy Biddy in a triple elimination. This is their map pick, and now this is the time that they'll need to sell to the platter. As they do start on the defense, all gamers, you know, quite unorthodox to see some of the teams pick the attack side to start off on Abyss, but for them that are playing the double duelist in the Veto, it does make a fair bit of sense, to be honest.
Going for a bit of that explosiveness that you get to the double duelist. And as you said, with the Veto, it's going to be interesting how they decide to use him. So far, they're just crowding in mid. Oh, but it's a nice shot from AUE, immediately getting his first one. And that's a good opening. K-Knight already out of the round.
Yeah, and I love what they've actually done on the other side as well. Like, they've used the Veto trip very aggressively, tossed in towards middle, and that is an information alerted to them, but they'll need to work their way through. There's a player making his way at bend, and we haven't talked about the double controller. A lot of util there by Rusia that have slowed down their progression, but they are able to sneak down YZ. They got the option to revert if they want to with time, but they elect to stick their plant on the A site. And right now, Kira and Shrimp will trade back Rusia. The site is theirs, and Neff late to the party, just getting the drop on the one, but instead Fangir is the one with the backstab to confirm the third out of 3 pistols. It's all going swimmingly for all gamers.
The idea wasn't bad, just to go for that little bit of a sneak peek, but unfortunately Rusia only is able to get that one while on Astra, and the rest of the team just playing together, just trading each one out, and I believe there was only one player who fell in the end. So for AG, that is already a good round to start and a good way to start this map.
Yeah, and I feel like the one main thing that we need to talk about is like how big of a switch it was from all gamers, right? It's now Kira playing the Astra. Of course, that is to open up some of the signature picks. You know, GRQ, very competent on the waylay, on the Abyss. He played that before when he had his time at the academy. And IUE playing the Veto, I guess it's also something that he has preferenced a bit often, of course. Fangir now on the Yoru, out of all things. Still allows him the movement, you know, he can be a diver, but much like what you would see out of most Euros, and much like the Astra, like the role of the two of them is a bit of a hybrid between the two roles. Like, it's either the duelist and the initiator, or in the case of Rusia, a controller and an initiator to keep setting up YZ with even more util. The Tejo now is the one that we haven't talked about, and I don't think that we're going to be talking much about K-Knight in this round. Just a classic. Shouldn't really have a risk in round 2, but the real question will be, can those salvos find effective value in such a big map?
Already one being used to stop the drone from giving too much info, and it seems like because it went quiet, BLG is just gambling that this is going to be a push. Obviously, we know that that's not the case. In the next 30 seconds, it will be revealed. Now the question is, will Fangir get timing here? No, Teo immediately, K-Knight goes from the other side, but he hears it and it just lays him more than enough for the plan to go down with 4 players from AG ready on site.
Like down early, IOE easily handling that one, and it should be no problems really for them for the next few. Like, no troubles, no problems, not that much that they can do bitty bitty. Not that they've even wanted really to have anything in the way that they're setting up, they just want to maybe snatch one gun, you know, inflict any kind of damage onto all gamers, but it doesn't seem likely.
At this point, I think they're just gonna decide to die to the spike here. Maybe going for a bit of a diffuse here. Unfortunately, the interceptor is in the smoke, so it will not find any value. But with the spam, should be more than enough. And in the end, the fact that they wanted to save doesn't mean that they will not give any less orbs to the enemy team. AG pick up their second round.
Yeah, and they got plenty of kills on the back of that they were talking about. Those ultimates are gonna start rolling in pretty quickly. And, well, I mean, Shrimp is the one that is gonna be the soonest. The Hunter's Fury, of course, gonna be pivotal in a few of those rounds, but the one main thing that I'm just thinking about, it again rears itself back to the split. We have seen Bud and YZ maybe not looking their best, but now there's so much util for the Waylay that I'm starting to believe that on the attack it might work out, but on this defense, if YZ wants to go aggressive, I want to see more of a setup than them just playing a high-low. Which, I mean, a high-low in itself is great, but a single flash from Fangir can just crack it open.
Be careful how they want to peek this. The last time they used the drone. This case, they're gonna use the smoke. I like that idea. Oh, and it's a nice shot from YZ, a nice one-tap, but still, make it 3 kills in favor of AG. And once again, it seems like this will be a bonus conversion for the attackers.
Yeah, not much really of a contest with that high-low broken. I said that they needed a piece of util to do it, and you were right. They used the smoke. They got the kills. I felt like there should have been more from Bud and YZ. And Bud has been struggling a little bit individually in the series so far. And it seems like those woes will continue. The bonus again converted. We're seeing a deja vu of map 1. And apparently it doesn't really matter what they're gonna do, because I think for all gamers, this is the right call to make, right? You know, you got a couple of players with light shields. You're still building your economy. Sure, you've won against the first buy round of Billy Billy, but I feel like the bigger objective here is to neither give away alt orbs nor to expend your own economy too much, so you can't afford 2 back-to-back buys in case you end up losing.
Right, they also just want to snowball their own economy. I mean, the fact that you've now won 3 rounds in a row and you keep 4 rifles, I mean, that is just a huge amount that you can get back into this next round. And you can see, I mean, look at them. So many players on more or in 5,000 credits or even more. So it seems like almost, at least for this next couple of rounds, they just won't have any problems buying guns.
No problems either for Billy Billy to spring for a few more. Of course, the couple of guns saved from the round prior. It's a very smart trip, alerting them that there is a potential for Billy Billy to go aggressive, and they're going aggressive on multiple fronts here. And this prong from Neff could have found some value. The fault line without anyone to dash on top of it though means that while they get the map control, they have not found the kill, which I feel is the more important thing for them. But they pivot into the A site, and it seems to be the right call. All gamers repeating what they've done on the split. They're not really too worried about where they go initially, as long as where they end up is going to be successful. 2 smokes there to be used. An attempt to dash in as the player saturated on IOE finds the entry. Neff still got support, of course, on the back of the site, and they're trying to go for the plant. A second kill coming in from all gamers. Neff on the back of the smoke tries to fish for a timing, but with only a pistol, not really that much that he can do. The cavalry has arrived. 2 rifles for Bud and K-Knight. But from the heaven, they'll be the ones getting smited down. And that is the 4th round on the board for all gamers. And it seems it is indeed the deja vu, a complete repeat of what we have seen on the split now for the 2nd time around on Billy Billy's own map pick. And I think that this is I'm not only just scared for this series, I'm scared for Billy Billy's life in 2026 at this point.
I mean, it's a deja vu, as I said, in a lot of different ways. It was, once again, them winning while planting on A and with 4 people surviving, and therefore them saving 4 rifles. So basically, just a full-on repeat of the last map. At this point, we might have to call the Matrix why it's happening so many times in a row. But with 4-0, once again, also a repeat, not only from this round, but also from the last map, as AG just start off incredibly strongly. And now BLG, with that up on YZ's hands, they want any way to stop this.
YZ shown his brightest, not only on the Lotus, but primarily on the Neon as well. Clearly his adaptation to the Waylay is struggling. And we can also say this like about a lot of teams in 2025. Like I feel like Kong and Yoru was the big talk. With all gamers, that's no talk, no troubles. Those rifles are no concern. JRQ have saturated the one, a flash to support from Fangir, and his pixel perfect Valorant executed from all gamers.
Great combo util, and K-Knight, who after 5 rounds still hasn't gotten a single kill, decides to wisely back up together with his teammate, together with Neff. And this 5th round, once again, is inevitable for AG. And this time, it's even better than the last time, because it's a full flawless. So not a single pistol, not a single gun, not a single life lost. And now, considering call them Scrooge McDuck with the amount of money they have in the bank. They're just going for this. They need to find Neff or Knight or K-Knight just to see if they can take down their guns.
Yeah, and I mean, you can think that Bitty Bitty would think that they are Donald Duck with how unfortunate they are in some of those duels, but make no mistake about it, this is just clear on domination. Absolute firepower difference that we're seeing here.
So they get both kills, and still it's a flawless. I mean, incredible job from AG. Just making sure that their economy is as good as possible, and the enemy is just down in the trenches. It's a nice combination.
I mean,
from the refract and the flash.
There's one thing that I'm really worried about, though. First of all, they need a timeout here, and they got it. Okay, so that's one of my worries gone. The second one has got to be one main thing. Can they recuperate their economy enough to bring out an op? And there's actually a third bonus edition that I'm going to leave to you, Mike. How can they handle the ultimate economy that will be in a much better position from all gamers?
That's a good question, honestly. If I had a direct answer, I would probably be in Muggle's position right now, trying to help his team somehow get a single round. But considering how good these combinations are,
today.
yeah, so far it really seems like he hasn't gotten the value that he wanted from those couple of timeouts. Let's see if that changes from the timeout that they have here. As still, they're looking for their first round, and I mean, especially, I don't know if it was just K-Knight, but he is, for example, still looking for his first skill. So, and it's not like these rounds are even close. They're complete stomps from AG. Look at the money.
I mean, the train has gone one way.
Wait, I'm sorry, but I just want to say, I love this.
The Outlaw, right? Yeah, I knew it.
Buy the Outlaw because he knows that there's no way that they're gonna buy full shields. That is something so incredibly smart, because when they have low shields, it's basically just an op, except it's better because it shoots faster. So this is so smart. I mean, he could have bought like 3 different ops this round with the amount of money he has, but still decides to go for that Outlaw. That's an incredibly smart play from him. I love that.
I mean, the smart part for Rusia is that he's able to shoulder spot the angle, go back out the salvos, isolate Fangir alone. He might have a chance at a dry peek here. Rusia does some damage, but elects to back off, and that's the Outlaw paying off right there. Ayuyi with the opening kills. Rusia not tagged, but they are aware of his ideal positioning, which will be to the back of this site. Now Rusia trying to stick the landing, supporting Yuto to come in. Initial dink on Shrimp, and they'll have to be careful. They might not want to commit to the site after all.
Bogdan's Law in effect, and now even the evolution being used by Yi. So no util won't affect him in any way, and he has that extra regeneration, apart from the regen shield that he has. And I mean, just look at this patience. BLG are inside their own heads, with 3 players going to A. Now they will realize, but it's just too late, as Rusia falls down. The Hunter's Fury may be a bit overkill, considering how the round has been going so far. But still, with 20 seconds, the spike will be planted, and BLG, with a Stinger and a couple of Sheriffs, I mean, I don't
like this interceptor, though. Like that's the one thing that I don't like for this round. Like, okay, are they just using the interceptor as a trip? I would understand it because there isn't really that much util with an eco. But right now, all the util used by YZ. He does find the opener, close up with the Stinger. Could have had the second, but JRQ, he's gonna be able to find a kill. Next one on the chopping block, and even one more for Fangir. Each player in the retake chiming in. All gamers, keep them at an arm's reach. It was 13-10 on map 1. Right now, I don't see a way for Bitty Bitty to even find more than 3.
At this point, they've already gotten a couple of rounds on map 1. So the fact that it's now down 6-0, you can see Fangir just having a good time. on that.
It almost got dicey there, to be honest. So I understand why they're trying to calm themselves down, because this could have gone wrong, right? Like we talked about the Hunter's Fury. If they didn't get that kill, at least that was their insurance policy that they're gonna win the round regardless. The purchase is in. No operator for Billy Billy. It's YZ and Neff this time though on the A site.
It's a good counter flash, but unfortunately with Waylay and Yoru, both the agents that can just quickly fall off. So some mutal being used, even the smoke, to see if they can keep that control, but it seems like they're just going to re-clear it. Unless Neff hits a nice shot here. Barely does so, just down to 23 HP.
It's brutal though, because they really needed to get a kill to get the ball rolling. They've invested so much util. Again, how many times have we seen YZ on the solo Waylay using all of his util without finding a single kill?
Too many times to count. The conversion pass being used here, GRQ is already on site, but decides to just go back, especially considering that they now want to push this B site. But they need to slowly speed up, and it's a nice kill onto Rushia there. That's your first defender gone. Yes, the Shadow Step being used to make sure that it's another defender here, but doesn't really matter. K9 finally getting his first kill in the 7th round, making a 2nd round. He's finally activated, and the spike will be planted, but the numbers are even.
A challenge for the way they save the round. It saturates on one, but YZ could almost save it. It's a 10 HP Shrimp. It will need to be perfect. No room for error. He's given a chance, and he's stealing away a 7th round for all of those gamers.
Down to 10 HP. How does he get both those kills? One bullet and he's dead. It doesn't matter if it's on his little toe or if it's right in his dome. But still he manages to get that, and that is a heartbreaker for BLG. So close to winning that round. So close to getting your first round in this match. And it's just, I mean, it gets stolen away from under his feet. Look at that with the 3K.
I want to see the face cams. I want to see the face cams of Billy Billy. I can feel the frustration even through the screen, just in their own play, by the way. You can definitely feel it. Right now, they got a lot of big ultimates coming up, Mike. There's, of course, the Cosmic Divide, Armageddon on K-Knight, and Bud is not that far off from the Rolling Thunder, so they maybe can try to finally get one on the board with those pieces.
That's at least what they're going to try. Seems like, once again, Bud is ready for this re-clear. I believe they're going to just do it off of contact, but since no one is even close to that part, they're just going to bite their time. The attackers,
they'll eventually try to go.
Finally, yeah, but then you do it without the flash, and YZ just peeks into a Fangir who is just ready. They now decides to use his dimensional drift to get the info onto A side, and they will see, I believe, that 2 people are here.
Got a TP, and TP back, opens up the space for the shorty. GRQ, perfect play, the pick and roll. This is just peak Celtics. I don't know, man. I'm a Celtics fan, and I've seen that too many times between Green and, like, whatever we've had at the time. Kyrie at times. Now, this feels like an all-star lineup from all gamers. You would not think that, like, Fangir is a rookie, that GRQ is unproven. This looks like a team of studs more than anything.
Nev is just trying to see if his ADS works. Seems to have confirmed so, but he still gets taken down by Shrimp. 8 rounds in a row. And so far, only 2 players have ever survived a single round. Apart from that, it was always a complete team wipe. Nice shot there from Fangir. And I love this. This is why you play Double Duelist. You have the dimensional drift to figure out where the enemy is. Then you throw in the shot saturate. Then you just dash in and you get that kill. And it's as easy as 1, 2, 3. And you can see BLG using their 2nd timeout. But when it's 0 to 8, it might just be too little too late. Maybe they're... I don't know whether we're saving this so long. Maybe they were trying to save one for the attack, for their attacking side. But in this case, considering it's 0 to 8, I mean, they have to try to stop this in any way they can.
Absolutely. I mean, the one thing that I'll just have to say, I'll contrast 2025 for Billy Billy. They've walked out of Kickoff, 3rd place. They've walked out of Stage 1, 2nd place to XLG. They finally lifted the trophy in Stage 2 with international appearances not really being the best. They got knocked out of the Swiss against Wolves, it was. But at least Wolves did make the playoff. They had their famous run in Toronto. in EWC, they've beaten a G2 that not too many teams actually thought that G2 were beatable at that point in the year. And even when they went to champs, you know, they had a good game against RRQ for their exit. But right now, you know, from the off-season onwards, after beating each and every single team that China had to offer, they are falling to an all gamers that historically they have had their numbers. This time they don't. It's 3 kills, the best record that we have out of any single individual player from the side of Bilibili. And that will have to change, maybe if not on this round 9 because they only got the pistols. It will need to change really quickly if they will have any hope in making this a comeback and making it to the bind.
I mean, but they still have to go for it, right? You just still want to get those nice shots at least for the confidence. That's exactly what will happen. Unfortunately for AG, no trade available, but he's still down to just 8 HP. So one shock dart, one surprise shock dart could make the difference here.
Good, and it might, of course, in a 5-on-4. If they're unaware, there's a player up close in the smoke, as you said. He's known, and they're trying to pick it up. GRQ again. Like, how many times have we seen that combination play? The way they're just devastating with those shotguns. And the Sheriffs will not carry the same effect from YZ to the rest of the team. Should be pretty easy going now for all gamers to seal it off in here. An organization that has a history with success. They've been like one of the best organizations in all of China across their history in esports, and it's great to see them going from a team that was a bit of a meme at the start of 2025 to now being a genuine contender. Yeah. I mean, they still have plenty. They have like 7 players right now still.
At least better than the 10 or 15 that they had at one point.
Yeah.
Nav will get 1 for his troubles. Will get to 4 kills, which still is the highest on the entire team. And they will tap the spike, but surely... Okay, it doesn't get to half. I believe that was because of the pull. Yeah, exactly.
Well, right now, a few more. Should have been easy, but it gets a bit competitive. Good damage from Bud, but at the end of the day, not really more than those 2 kills, and that's double digits looming a game that seems to be all but over.
And this is the first time that the scoreline has not mirrored the KD from Bud. He got his first kill in this half. I mean, 9 rounds in. That is very late. He just... I don't know what to say at this point. I mean, it's pure domination. 9-0 from AG. And incredible. Look at GRQ. 13 kills. The next one on his team, just on 8. He's just showing us how you play Waylay on this map.
GRQ is definitely an intriguing player. As we said, like, he's from Qingju, which is the academy of all gamers. He's played primarily the controller role in there, if I'm not mistaken, with their match history. So things are going to be rather intriguing. See if they can actually try to adapt not only to this Bilibili, but what might be ahead in store. It's going to be a dangerous upper round 2 for them. But right now, all the danger is on the veterans. Pressure onto Bilibili, and they haven't found that much. YZ doesn't TP back that much. And the flash coming in from Fangir with the drone on top. So YZ is spotted. The conversion path catches him on the rope. And they have not spotted him ascending, but they have taken the site by storm. And with that, they might have a chance. But Neff steals 1 away from the smoke. The spike still could be planted. And that interceptor is going to be so valuable, but they're fishing for a pick before they put the spike down.
In the end, the spike will go down without any problems, but they want to go for a bit of a push. The rolling thunder being used, but it doesn't, or just barely catches the corner, so Kira is taken out. But Fangir able to go out, and now, oh, I love this. An incredible G tail hold being used, now together with the Astral. Now this is what I was talking about previously. The combination of ults being used and this defuse snuck under their noses. And AUG can do nothing except accept his own demise.
I mean, in that kind of situation, there's really no 2 ways about it. You were always going to lose your life. But that's a lot of investments laid out of Bilibili. The 3 ultimates they've had, all used. Finally around on the board, and I feel like that's going to be the most important thing for them, however. But it's just over. Like 9-1, no more ultimates. The only thing that they will have that is nearby is the conversion path from Waylay again. And, well, the economy is still great. YZ with a smart peak, but the movement, as you've said, the TPs are just so great for all gamers. They have very that extra bit of aggression, and that's what all the kit of Waylay outside of the saturate, the paranoia gun as well. And not that much map control, because quickly all gamers are reclaiming that space towards window.
DG biding their time. They used a lot of veto utility on this A side just to see if they want to push out. Maybe because they gain a bit of confidence, but with bot just 44 HP, BLG are also just waiting, so the time is ticking. The drone being used, but I don't think it will pull any rotations. It will get, however, one salvo and the evolution from AUE. But there's still 3 players here, still 3 defenders on the B side.
Oh, good thing there. Damage attempt. They clear one angle. The flash is a problem for Fangir, though. Still got a second lease of life, but YZ's the one to shut it down. A couple of other kills, but we'll get one with the aftershock. But it will be the aftermath, where all gamers find themselves with a lead. No ultimates on the remaining few. No stars for Rusia. And only a special delivery in the hands of K-Knight. It feels like it is doomed to fail, but they will give it a go anyway. The penultimate round might post double digits for all gamers. Shrimp still got his arrow, but he's got to be careful. That's one player spotted. Excellence in execution from IOE. And the interception should land Rusia, isolating that one-on-one in the smoke. The shorty should have got the job done. Still got the arrow, still got the shock dart. Rusia should be meat on the table, and he is served for all gamers as they find 10.
Double digits for AG already, and it's only been 11 rounds, so they've only lost this single one. And that is because they used 3 ults to get the side and then to stick the defuse. So, I mean, AG, even with that 1 round being lost, are still looking incredibly dominant. I love those peaks and those timings, and then being aware that he's 1 HP, so you can see the shock dart in Shrimp's hand and the shorty in the other player's hand. So, and it's just the entire town is painted red. Look at the scoreline. Look at the rounds that are being won. Not even because of the spike explosion, just because everyone dies before it can even explode.
Well, I mean, I at least know that the JDG series will be much more fun than this one. It is just by the nature of JDG. It's also a much more comparable game in terms of the 2 teams. But we are yet to see how this one concludes. Just because I'm writing it off doesn't mean that it is actually written off. There is still some more life in this game, but maybe not that much life. A high-low there, and that sentry leads to an advantage for Billy. I think that this is their 2nd time in this entire half where they found the opening pick.
Down to Shrimp, a player who has been crucial on these rounds. But still, AUE trying to look for the decider, but K-Knight will shut him down, was even ready there for a triple peak together with his teammates. So 5v3, and as you said, BLG for the first time, or the 2nd time in this case, really looking like they have the advantage in this round. They just need to convert it, and at this point, I mean, they have to. It's the last round of the half.
And they're trying to spend numbers, right? The conversion path there. GRQ could actually spring ahead of the util. Here you go, 3 players on the angle, not a single one found, and it's all in the hands of the operator. Kira with 1. They're smoked off on the other end, but they give away a steady second. Rusia should have been aware that there's a gap in this smoke. The operator is getting them all by storm, and the stars by the time. It's all left on Kira. He's still got 1 more star. The line will have no fault. The breach will be no bud, and it's all for Kira as he finds 4, and the gamers shut down the champs. They're having them for breakfast.
She's looking so solid right now, and BLG are just crumbling under their own pressure, under their own expectations, and under, to be fair, the incredible plays that RG are making right now. We're talking about how dominant a 9-3 half would have been the last map, and well, you literally, basically cannot get any more one-sided than a 11-1 half. And last map, I also was saying that this pistol decides whether it's a comeback or not. Well, it's the same this time. BLG, they need to get this pistol. This is basically the most important round that they need to win, because otherwise, well, JDG and DRG are playing a bit sooner than we hoped.
I mean, not gonna lie, I'm gonna be sticking around for this one, even if it's not gonna be you and me casting that game. But right now, it is absolutely beautiful, beautiful play from all gamers. I would be worried, whoever it is, the other team that will be taking the part of the upper round 2 against this kind of all gamers, because on this form, there might not be too many teams in CN that can actually match them in terms of firepower.
Just 10 seconds left for the coaches to talk to their teams. Muggle somehow needs to take out... I mean, Samsung needs to do magic with the strat book that he has. As I believe that when they were voting there, it was, what are you most afraid of while attacking? Only having one person on site, or getting team flashed or team stunned? Well, in this case, honestly...
Not gonna lie.
Yeah.
I've played through almost the entirety of the brackets from like Immortal, which was where I've peaked, all the way to like down in gold when I started. And I think that I'm just equally scared of both. You never know what's gonna happen. But much more so, with the way they meta, I've been getting team saturated way too often, guys. I'm done with that, not gonna lie. And well, they might be done. Bitty. 2 rounds remain. GRQ spots the information. The saturate comes in. It's a beautiful play there, but Bitty answers in spades. That is the statement that they need. 4 players down, and Kira might not be long for this world. One more tap to the head. Where is this? The same question I've asked on the split. Where's this Bitty been for the last 12 rounds?
Honestly, this was just probably overconfidence from AG, but can you blame them? They're down, they're up 11-1. I mean, even if Billy tries to, or manages to go for a bit of a comeback here, they still have so many rounds to spare. So they can just sit this out, just completely go. I mean, you can see not even a single buy, just a bit of util being bought from AG. Apart from that, pure classics, no shields, no nothing, because they know that winning this round is the least of their priorities. They just need to try to stop them from getting the bonus, and then you're already on match point.
Match point it is, as you've said, but still not gonna be the end of the world for Bitty if they are able to keep many of their rifles here. 2 Guardians and a Phantom, a Bulldog. Neff with the Ghost should mean that he's able to pick up one of those, so it's all about just averting having casualties, and that play in middle is the smarter one. They're pretty much sitting on the round waiting for all gamers to make a move, where they've made the choice to stick the landing on the A site. It's a 5-player stack for them with only IOE actually trying to hold in case they are splitting back towards middle, but eventually they'll need to make a move, right? No information. You're just gonna take the risk. I mean, at this point, you just gamble on the site. If it's not the one, you just drop down to your death. Don't give them anything.
They're trying to fake B-side, but with absolutely no one there, they don't even know that they're faking it. So no one will fall for it. Still 5 players on A. Now the thing is, they will not be spotted. So maybe...
Yeah,
okay. But in this case...
I was worried. I was really worried, because imagine if they knew, because like Neff got the information, right? We've seen him for 15 seconds clearing the site. Imagine if despite that, they walked into the stack. That would have been disastrous.
Good idea from Nev, considering he only has that ghost. He didn't even buy a round. And you can see, well, it's raining, man. Hallelujah. AG deciding to just take their life into their own hands and just fall off the map. Third round.
It's raining gamers. Hallelujah. I mean, they have enough to make it rain of the gamers, to be fair.
Yeah. But now, this is the round that they really should get. I mean, even if they don't, they still have so much leeway. But still, obviously, AG want to make this as decisive as possible. So this is a round that they really want to convert.
Well, we'll see if they can. Of course, ultimates not the case for now. A couple of those players on lighter shields, which does give the Bulldog and the Guardian more of a leg to stand on from Billy in this 15th. And a slower pace of the proceedings. Shrimp late into the round, but he doesn't have that much util to support him. So perhaps they're not really keen on taking middle, and very apparent from the way that they're approaching that one. They just want to deny Billy to scale up that quickly. Both Fangir and Shrimp are just playing to deny the cross on the other side. Fangir now with the jump spot. He knows where the one is. He really wants to make sure that they are committing to that one, which they are not yet. And it's a smart 1-3-1. Because last time around, Neff was able to find a site for free. This time around, Neff finds himself in a 1v1 where, you know, relying on himself, Neff is a quality player. He can absolutely try to take the duel against Aoyi, and with the lighter shields as well, even the spray down from the Vandal could be enough.
4 plays in mid for BLG. Seemingly, this is going to be a B split. With only 2 people here, but now, I mean, you have the interceptor, you have the chokehold, full veto util on the side. They want to somehow clear this. But they're getting choked. The first one already falling. Fangir finds his first one, but he has no way to go out. Gets another one, gets a third one. That is good damage. And AG are in 3v2. Man advantage.
How did he steal that third? That's absolutely wild from him. And YZ is on half health. So it's all about Rusia finding something here. He goes awry. That's completely missing on the Phantom. And it's all to the star player. He needs to heed the call. Right now, it's in his waking. He is saturated. He is found. Numbers against him. And the shots are enough. Match point for all gamers.
When is the last time that you've seen a 12-3 scoreline, especially against a team like Billy? Like, once again, just turn the clock back 2 years. Like, this should be in favor of Billy, not against them. Fangir, the fact that he still gets 3 here, considering 2 of those were, or 1 of those was while he was 20 HP. And then the nice idea with the saturate, just making sure it's not a 1v1, just playing with your teammate, making sure that the enemy cannot do anything to even try to get his way out of the situation. And match point after only 15 rounds. AG are looking for us to get to the second game. They want to close this out. They want to make sure we all go home and are happy about the result.
I mean, you and I are home, actually, casting from home, but of course for the fans, yeah, here's the thing, for the fans in the arena, there's still a much more entertaining best of 3 that is coming right up. But for this one, you know, the last legs, as they say, the Hail Mary here, that could be sent by Billy. They're tossing everything at the kitchen sink at GRQ. The double dashes are enough to escape from one of those salvos. Somehow he's healthy, and they're trying to send YZ in. He has the retraction, but he doesn't actually pull on the retract. So now all the kills come in for all gamers. It's a triple kill for Kira on the anchor. That looked effortless, and all gamers embarrass China's champion.
An explosive finish to an explosive map from AG. I mean, it would be an understatement to say that this was domination. 13-3. The team looking so good. And Billy, you can see they're in shambles. They cannot believe that they not only lost 0-2, but in such a fashion in the second map. And AG looking solid as ever. And at this point, I might add, I actually credit AG. Because I believed in Billy in Champions. And then they completely bombed out. So I'm never going to believe Billy again. And in this case, it was the right idea. 2-0 for AG.
I mean, this is the time to bow their heads. You know, they have some time, at least, until the next round. They will go into the bracket, I believe, against Trace. And if they go down against Trace, then they have until the 29th to figure out whatever they're going to be playing up against. I'm not sure if it's going to be Trace or FBX that they actually go down against, but I'm assuming it is Trace. Either way, both teams, they're not really an easy task. FBX, I'm still a believer that they're not really... maybe I'm the one of the few people that don't really rate FBX with whichever iteration that they have, but I have a lot of faith in Berlin and Ion to maybe make something out of this team. And we'll see how things will go from them. Now we'll have a brief interview shortly. So we'll wait for the players to just, you know, set themselves up, and we'll see all they have to say. But at least we know that one person have got the right words, and it's the mascot, because he has been a beacon of joy.
I mean, beacon of joy for everyone as we now start the interview.
How do you think you're adjusting to the stage? And he's like, at first, like when I heard that they were champions, I was kind of nervous. And they're talking about the comeback BLG tried to do on map 1.
关键的点和关键的局会在什么地方？
And he's like, it was like the key moment was Fangir's like collapse, and when it was like a 5v1, everyone was like just giving words of encouragement towards each other.
这个势头完全不一样了。来到图2优碎地库，有预料到吗？今天
And he didn't really expect the result today.
拿下。
And how did you anti-strat?
感觉还是很激动。你们赛前我看到是应该是做了很多的针对，是做了哪些准备呢？
He's like, as also we played what our best, played what we were supposed to. It was fine.
是的，我们以一个黑马之姿来挑战他们，而且今天你们确实做到了。最后也在问到的是，因为其实你们刚刚也说了有3位新人嘛，让我们感受到了属于你们。
And how do you think the experienced players on your team have helped the rookies?
或许你们的老队员或者是教练给到新人一些什么样的帮助了吗？
And he's like, it's like the 2 experienced players and the coach kept telling me to like relax, keep it open.
是的，非常感谢我们的每一位队员，以及包括我们教练团队对于选手的一些支持。看到你们真的是越来越好了。那因为今天其实是我们本周的最后一个比赛日嘛，你们也是拿下了本周的2连胜。 能看出来大家都很开心，然后包括线下也有非常多的观众。
And anything to say to the fans.
我相信你们出场的时候一定感受到了山呼海啸般的支持。
He's like he doesn't know what to say. Thank you to the fans.
谢谢大家的支持。
好，那我们也是有请我们现场的观众再把掌声送给高热奇，送给 AG 这支战队。
谢谢。
你们今天真的非常的棒。那其实，在我们的下周也有我们的花式。
And that's it for the interview. Now it's time for the lucky draw for the audience.
那我们今天依旧是有我们的福能掉落的抽奖活动，在我们的比赛期间，现场将随机抽选观众。
Thank you to Beatles once again for translating this interview. I admire the respect that the AG Gamers players have for BLG. I mean, they know that they're standing or that they're facing, or at least someone who was, I mean, who has a big legacy in the VCT circuit. So the fact that they are still there and still respect them, I mean, I love that for them. And you said here they were just trying to have fun and they didn't respect the results. But I mean, how could you not expect that when you played so incredibly well?
Yeah, I mean, the one thing that kind of actually gave it away for me is when they just basically said it's just another day at the office for us. And that really bodes a very bad sign for each and every team in the region. If that's another day in the office for them, who knows how far they can go. Right now, though, it's a very dangerous all gamers. And of course, a big congrats to all the winners. As you know, or if you don't know, well, the information is the VCT CN is actually on a roadshow. So each and every part of the stages and kickoff will be taking part in a different venue. And for us, for the start of 2026, apparently we have some festive spirits here in CN. So there have been a couple of giveaways. That lucky draw was for the new Reaver bundle, which I don't know about you, Mike, but there's a thing between me and the bandit. Okay, it just feels weird playing the bandit.
My aim is just too bad to play bandit, to be honest.
No, there's an eerie feeling with the fire rate. I swear, the fire rate feels weird.
Yeah, because you really have to either, like, I mean, there's no way you can spam with that gun. And when I get into 1v1, I immediately get scared and start spamming. So that's why the gun is just not for me.
Yeah, it's kind of too punishing at close range where it's supposed to function, but I do believe that once people get proficient to it and used to it, and yeah, that was just a steal, man. Banger, precise and dangerous as ever, and yeah, right now, things are looking amazing for the all gamers, and we'll see how they actually manage the situation.
Go back. 小猪。看mid push。I'm back. 谁动？他们知道了。那代言脚下吗 ？5 second recall。Nice。Nice。拉右边，等我。One more。我 Don't pick here. I'm holding with you. Peeking guys, peeking. 我拉了。喂，我们能杀他吗 ？You can slow for him.
铁丝弹指出。
拉出来了。Heaven。拉枪。One heaven, one side. Wow! Slow down! Get down! Come on! Wow! Hello! Let's go!
We saw 7 players and coaches, and only one person didn't stand up after that round. I mean, everyone else was just so incredibly hype. As GRQ, I mean, who usually changes which agent plays who? But GRQ picking up, changing from the smokes, I believe, from last time to that Waylay and getting, I mean, more than 1 kill around, 188 ADR, almost 300 in ACS, and almost 3 KD. I mean, incredible from GRQ.
Yeah,
What an
and I gotta
instrumental
highlight, though,
part.
like, not just that, like 7 multi-kills is a lot, but the thing that stood out the most for me is just how high the cast is for the players. And of course, cast is basically whenever they've had something to add to the round, whether it is they found a kill, an assist, they saved, or they got traded. And that means that nothing really is unwasted on the side of all gamers. And I feel like we can see that in all of those replays, right? Like, they're playing off each other, the utility usage is pretty concise, they play off the contact of each other, till sometimes even the bait and switch that they've had in a couple of those weaker rounds and the pistols on split. And right now, well, I mean, that's one of the pocket picks of GRQ. But as you said, typically the controller player, you don't really get an easy time as a controller. But as a Waylay duelist with a second duelist to support you, an initiator that makes your life easy, and on that kind of form, it is no surprise to see them there. What is the surprise, though? You look at the KDs and the ADRs or the ACSs of the players of Bilibili. Like, you wouldn't really think that that's the K-Knight, Rushi, and Nev that we've seen of last year.
I mean, as we said, pure domination. And 2026 is a year of positivity, but I just want to mention it once. I was waiting when the right moment is to say it. But scoreline, I mean, it's a 3-14. You don't want to see that, considering he's the one new player they picked up just at the beginning of this year. So I don't know if he has some hidden potential, or honestly, it could also just have been a mistrade from BLG. But still, AG, I mean, the fact that BLG still got a lot of first kills, but then didn't manage to win the round. And at least, well, you can say that they both got the same amount of flawless rounds, to be fair. And I believe one of those flawless rounds the only one from AG, was when they hunted down those last 2 players in that one round. So, incredible.
Yeah, flawless or not, though, like, that was just a tough game, a bitter pill to swallow for Bilibili, who now will go down into the middle bracket. I mean, from what we've seen here, all gamers are going to be pretty dangerous, but we'll figure out who's going to actually be playing against them. Up next, it was a quick VO3 for you and me, Mike. So we've had to wake up in the morning. I guess now we have plenty of time to go to the gym if you want to hit that with me. But, well, you and I are going to go to a brief intermission. It's going to be Charlotte and Medante to take over Stewie and my beloved JDG. That will be coming up next against a very dangerous team on the other side. Just to confirm, I want to make sure that I don't get the team wrong. It is indeed DRG. Yes, we confirmed that. And I'm a big lover of Vokashu. I'm a big lover for Stu. This is going to be a game that will be a highlight reel from the two teams. And it might be a true slugfest to close out the second game of the day. So guys, take your time and we'll be right back.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is. Fight for the speed house.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
Tell them what your name is.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
Thank you very much, Mike and Volt, for that incredible game. And honestly, I think the action is just going to continue here. I'm Charlotte, joined by Medante, and I mean, DRG versus JDG is going to be an exciting match. And Medante, I've got a question, right?
Yes.
Because you've already seen JDG play this tournament. Everyone keeps telling me this is the year, this is the time that JDG they're gonna win it all. They're gonna JDG to the moon, right? I swear people say this every year. What's different? What's different about JDG this year? Can you make me get on this hype train for JDG? Because everyone's like, Stu's got help this time, but they always say that, and JDG always falter. What is the difference?
The thing with JDG, what really does seem to be the big factor for them. So obviously, like we've had a decent bit of a change of the roster as well. So Ego, Link 7, Rhea, they've all left now at this point. Coconut's joined in. That was kind of on the 7th, so around like 2 weeks ago now. There also just seems to be, from what we've seen versus Titan Esports Club earlier this week and weekend, there seems to just be a difference of understanding kind of the map pool and a bit more comfortability with the agent roster. Everything seems a bit more locked in on like the Waylay, the Neon, that kind of double duelist setup that we've been seeing a lot of, from a lot of other teams. JDG kind of typically were a little bit more let's say, flexible on their picks. This time they seem to really believe what the meta is coming towards, and they have a good understanding of the map pool as well, which we did see from Titan Esports Club picking Corrode, to which there was very much a sentiment of, okay, there must be something here that we don't quite know from Titan, only to get like 13-6, 13-7 by JDG. So that's definitely a statement and a half on its own.
Yeah, the newer maps are certainly quite interesting. I mean, I want to see a Breeze, personally. I think, oh, dude, a Breeze would be so good. But for DRG, on the other side, we've got to look at this team and still feel like they're the favourites, right? This is a team that made it to Champions. They've not made any changes since then, and yeah, they had to fight through Ascension, but that's only because XLG placed higher at Champs. Those are two very, very good squads. And yeah, for Dragon Ranger Gaming, this is a roster that knows how to succeed in VCT China. You've got Flexin as the IGL, who I think only continues to grow in that role even throughout the last year. And dude, DRG with Vukashu, because they didn't have him at Champs, but with Vukashu, this team is different gravy. Like, Vukashu is so good.
Look, I am a Vukashu personal enjoyer. I've came up with an entire motto for what that man can do, and I'm sure I will rely on that at some point. I think you've heard it. I don't know why you're acting surprised, but
I have memory like a goldfish. I can't lie.
My memory's absolutely atrocious as well, Queen. But absolutely, like, Vukashu has been a member that arguably brings DRG, I think, only with that kind of Champions run and that kind of, you know, that run you were mentioning, the Ascension playoff. It kind of only goes to show how prominent Vukashu is, because Vukashu is, and this is a big thing, Vukashu is usually the Sentinel player, which is kind of how you want your IGLs to be, because your IGL, you want them kind of sitting back. You don't want them at the forefront of these engagements. You want to be able to kind of see the map, kind of, you know, analyze all of that stuff. And with Flexin being the kind of player that we mentioned, you know, he is the IGL, but Flexin ends up usually being the initiator sometimes, or, you know, kind of that more aggressive style that you could be forgiven for actually thinking Vukashu is sometimes the IGL almost.
It's the angel omen strat. Just go in.
just see what happens. If I can't see anything, if I put the smokes down and I control this angle, Flexin can always be trusted to do that. Granted, that is to say, no one from JDG looks like a slouch this year.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this has all the hallmarks of just being an incredible match. And, you know, let's sort of dive into the performance that we saw from JDG earlier on in the week, just a couple days ago, because, I mean, DRG, yeah, sure, we've seen this roster before all of last year, and they look incredible, as you can see some of the highlights happening below us now. But it's still a new meta. It's still... we still got different maps as well, you know, like Sunset, where they did have a lot of success in the past, no longer in the pool. We've got, Breeze coming in. Like, there's so many opportunities here for something different to happen. But for JDG, we've already seen them. Like, what are the hallmarks from that game that we can sort of look to here in this one?
I would say their performance on Corrode was like absolutely quite a showstopper in terms of just the overall kind of style that we would have expected from them. The fact that Abyss is, in my opinion, kind of becoming this map rotation's Lotus, where it actually is becoming just a very consistent pick from a lot of these teams. Some of that may factor into the kind of the play style of Abyss. We'll talk about that more, you know, once we look at the map pool, because the map veto, sorry, because I'm not convinced we will see an Abyss necessarily, just from the aspect of DRG and JDG. Like, Bind has been a map that's now been relegated almost to the decider map, like pretty much consistently from a lot of these teams. So I would have a look and say that the hallmarks are a solid Corrode. I would be very surprised if we don't get to see that either from JDG's earlier performance or DRG's previous kind of understanding of the map. And then the double duelist that we've been seeing from kind of those Neons, Yorus, and Waylays. Those three have been forming a kind of almighty triangle of duelists that both, or all teams seem happy to be running.
Yeah, for sure. It's going to be interesting to see how that plays into DRG, because... really, in the past, we only kind of saw Ackerman on that kind of role playing as well. You know, the Clove sometimes. It's just an interesting agent pool that DRG have, but they make it work. But I mean, we can see the roster here from JDG, and I think some of the new pickups are the story. You already mentioned Coconut, obviously coming over from that very successful XLG team, the first team other than EDG to win a stage here in VCT China. And you look at the other players as well. YU coming over from Wolves, who also had a very good stage 1 in Intermasters Toronto as well. And you've got Jay, who had a brilliant performance in Ascension with Rare Atom. But I mean, you look at Stu, who has always been the central point of this JDG roster, and you can see why. The Neon and Waylay just putting up incredible numbers. But yeah, here's YU again on these sort of more Sentinel roles, putting in work.
It's a big aspect where you're going to be seeing this quite a bit from both the map pool and just how the agent buffs and such have happened. Sentinels have had a bit of a difficult time recently. A lot of nerfs and stuff have just came through to abilities and utility. Oh well, okay. We can go back to that in a second. Actually, you know what? Fair enough. Arguably both, and we can blame the patch notes for both. I guess if you want to run it that way. But you'll be seeing quite a lot here. Spirits is kind of the outlier to be able to have like a good duelist and a good initiator. There's very few players that can kind of go from that role, especially Yoru, who I've been a big proponent in saying will always have kind of that highest skill ceiling. There's Ackerman as well. You mentioned the Clove. He still hasn't gave up on them, which I do love. Clove is a fantastic agent, and I think while Omen will, for the most part, always push them out, at least for the current style, you can definitely make Clove work. But just to finish off on the previous point, you can see kind of the ACS, the ADR. You'll be seeing most players, the only real change up for the roles should be Sentinels moving over to Viper, and Viper essentially functioning as the second Sentinel alongside another controller.
Yeah, for sure. Like these double controller comps are looking really, really strong, and I think special maps like Bind, which we mentioned earlier, you can get away with a double duelist, double controller, because Sentinels kind of don't really play a factor on that map. I mean, if we do see a Sentinel, it's a lot of the time like a chamber or something, just for that extra firepower as well.
Sentinel, ladies and gentlemen.
Guys,
Sentinel.
He's a Sentinel, promise. But yeah, I think that really is like kind of where the game sits at the minute. Initiators and Sentinels are having a bit of a difficult time, but you can play double duelist, you can play double controller. They're very, very strong, very, very powerful, and even if you combine them together, and part of me wonders how DRG are going to adapt to this. Obviously, Vikashu is a lot of the time on that Cypher. You know, they're gonna have to do something different to get the most out of this current meta and still prove that they're one of the best teams in China.
No, absolutely. They are going to have to. And what we've seen from China a couple of times, we were talking about this earlier with, I believe it was like Titan losing like T-Virus Luke. And such like that, you know, T-Virus Luke now having stepped off and retired. VCT China, just again, China's only had the game for, I would say, kind of comfortably. We're hitting that 2-year mark now. You know, give and take a couple months and such, and kind of play styles and any kind of alterations. But for the most part, VCT China's always been a little bit behind on the other regions, mainly just in terms of how the meta gets picked up and adapted. Now, the reason I do say that and the reason that is so relevant is if you look towards the Pacific, which is actually, you know, currently happening as well. Of course, all the kickoffs for the stages and the regions happen very similar times. We're starting to see Veto come out and get played, and whether that actually ends up being like a big kind of playoff, or if that is just for some of the more teams that are really hating the utility and really just do not want to deal with it, that is a factor that will be interesting to see for these teams now if they pick it up, but especially if Veto does become a mainstay, how the Chinese rosters react to that as they go on to the main stage.
Yeah, and when it comes to these strategies and things as well, I think it's a big talking point is in terms of the coaching staff. Right, and JDG, I think, have played a blinder in the off-season, and they've picked up Bile from BLG, who seemingly did quite a lot there, because since Bile has left Billy, they've kind of been struggling a little bit, and this JDG team do look better than ever, and there was always a lot of praise around Coach Bile anyway, and now his stocks have surely just got to be going through the roof, but possibly his biggest challenge yet with this DRG team.
Yes, this will be the factor, I think, that kind of changes from, okay, maybe it is just a bit of a team change-up, and maybe JDG are just kind of, you know, making this work so far, as to, as you said, then the coaching becoming a massive factor, because, yeah, Billy have not really had the best time recently of it. You can literally look back to our previous match, where you can kind of see the rundown for them there, but hopefully you do that afterwards, because we have an entire series to put on for you now, ladies and gentlemen. The players should just be getting ready to come out on stage. We've talked about it so much, but I don't think you can really overglaze or overstate just how nice the production, how nice the walkouts are for both of these teams.
Oh, yeah. No, it's so good.
Gorgeous.
The rising panels as well, like, we'll get to see it in a second, but it is incredible aura, as we can start to see DRG take to the stage, and JDG as well. It's going to be what proves, I hope, to be an incredible match, and we start with DRG making their way out. This is a team which came second in stage 2, had to get that far in order to make champions, could not rely on the championship points, but really stepped up. They're looking scary, but they are looking good so far. But it's their first match in 2026. Do they have what it takes?
This does seem to be a big year already. We're not even finished January, and the amount of things that are already changing, the amount of updates and stuff that we are seeing is a massive deal. I mean, we've got a new gun, for goodness sake, and I'm sure people are already familiar with it. The Bandit, kind of the damage, how it can come through. Some people have had their opinions on it. The only aspect I've seen that hasn't gotten too much consideration just from that gun overall, as you can see, the absolute aura farm is coming through, the speed up through. Spirit Z1 as well, another player that we didn't get to talk about too much in terms of like the highlight, in terms of our discussion getting into this, but the highlights very much showed him off on his own. There was no need for us when the clips were speaking for himself. But yeah, Bandit, a fast, close range powerhouse. Spirit Z1, arguably the fast, close range powerhouse, and we'll see if those two are indeed a match made in heaven.
Yeah, one of the best duelists to come out of VCT China last year. Our eyes will be on him, but for JDG, it's a team that's always been talked about and always been the potential roster. Now we get to see whether that potential finally comes through with a 2026 look. Certainly the best version of JDG so far. The question is, can they finally prove themselves? And with still Stu leading the line, it is going to be that all-important factor here. As again, it's aura. It is aura.
It's beautiful, and what I was saying earlier, I think it was the first time I noticed it, or I kind of seen the walkouts happen, is the idea of, I love the fact that it is very much kind of focused on a team now rather than individualistic. Previously, I've always kind of thought the walkouts were they were, obviously it's part of a team, of course, but it did feel a little bit more kind of focused on the individuals, focused on that kind of stuff where the players would walk out individually. You would be able to kind of see which players were getting love, who the audience really kind of adored. This time it is a bit more cohesive. It focuses on the entire roster as one unit, which is mega important. It's a team game after all. Yes, there are the occasional just absolute demons on the mechanics, on the aim front, but at the end of the day, that will only take you so far.
Yeah, and honestly, that feels like a perfect analogy for JDG right now. It feels like this year they have bolstered everywhere in the roster. I've heard the sentence, Stu has help now, which does feel a bit mean to the previous versions of JDG, but listen, it's a team that now looks stacked in every single corner. And again, should be a blockbuster match here to close out the first week of Kickoff here for VCT China 2026. Dude,
I'm excited. I'm getting
so
nervous.
excited.
Is it bad that I'm nervous? Is it bad that I am genuinely a little bit nervous here?
But it's
okay.
fine. We still love you. It's okay.
Thank you. I appreciate it. This is why I love you, Charlotte. You'll never sugarcoat things. You'll tell me if it's bad. I also, look at the mascots going for it. It's so fun.
Yeah, I love the mascots. Love everything about the production so far. And remember, this is a roadshow at the end of the day. We're not in the VCT Siena Arena in Shanghai anymore. We are in Guangzhou. VCT China going all around the country this year, and Kickoff, like I say, in Guangzhou, which is... It's very exciting. We get to spread the love, and we get the map veto, where we have Abyss, we do get Breeze, and we finish with a Decider Corrode. Now, this is very, very interesting. These are all maps that we kind of touched on in the pre-game as well, Medante, with Abyss being sort of like a bread and butter map. It feels like DRG, they're going to have to be very confident there to pick it. It almost feels, it gives the same vibe as Ascent back in the day, where it's like everyone can play Ascent, so if you're picking it, you better be good here, because upsets are easily available. And then we get Breeze, where we haven't seen really it be played yet this year, and there's so much innovation that can happen, and I feel like innovation is really where DRG thrive.
DRG have always been a big aspect of that innovative style, as you've said. And speaking of innovation as well, for anyone that maybe, if this is your first time tuning in to VCT China so far, or just any kind of VCT kickoff, you have missed a lot. Please, by all means, schedule in some time to get yourself caught up, because I promise you it's worth it. One thing to talk about, we should be getting into it in just a second after the agent select, and we can circle back around to that. The Reina from Spirits, okay. But just for the side select, what the teams get to select a player to do the skirmish as well for the side select, so it's no longer that coin flip.
Match, unfortunately.
No, we're not doing it. No, we're not doing it this match. Unfortunate stuff, but for the most part, that has been the case. Anyway, this agent roster.
In matches where the teams have equal seeding, but because DRG is seeded in as the better team, there's no skirmish this time.
There you go.
Sorry to actually you in the middle of your point, but
hey, you know what? It's a good actually, but it is also an interesting aspect of it. So again, Charlotte, this is why I like you. Keep me right. The Unk is maybe losing his touch a little bit, but we can discuss that all we want. It's time to look at these rosters, because these agent selections are a bit wild, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, feels like JDG is certainly on the more traditional end of things here, but yeah, Reina from Spirit, I mean, hey, Spirit was killing things. He was basically only playing Yoru and Reina last year, and just looked incredible on Reina. So, like, I'm not necessarily worried about that. It's everything else that is I guess, more interesting to me. You've got Ackerman coming over onto the Jet, when previously he was only really on the Neon and the Clove. So that's going to be an interesting change. You also have a Teo as well coming in, and the Sentinel on the Cypher. So as a Teo solo initiator, it's going to be a really interesting match to see what DRG are able to do. And like I say, on Mike and Volt,
shout out to them. It's nice to know that they're still getting the love to them.
on the other side, though, again, it's looking a little bit more standard here with the Astra coming in, and you've got the Yoru Waylay, which I think is just the more accepted version of this map.
Yeah, absolutely. And the fact that we're not seeing from either side, actually, the double controller on Abyss. Oh, look at, first of all, we're seeing a triple stack here. Usually it's just a low high. We're getting a low mid high onto it this time, ladies and gentlemen. And that's already going to show that DRG are confident in this. There we go. We've had the update. That looks a bit more like it, Charlotte, up at the top right there. But for the moment, a very patient start from both sides here. No one wanting to over-aggress. No one wanting to go for the all orbs, give any information away. And Abyss is arguably the most important pistol round, because most teams are now comfortable just to jump off the map for the second.
Yeah, for sure, especially if you're on the defense. Flash comes in, but Spirit good for one, and Ackerman providing that support. JDG find 2 kills themselves, but trading out in favor of DRG for now. But sight in the hands of this JDG team, but they're pushing forwards ahead of this into the into the smoke. That is certainly a wild one. It's a bold play, but doesn't pay off. And DRG get the pistol.
Yeah, definitely. I love the idea of the aggression style, kind of control security, get that deep presence, so you don't have to worry as much about the rotates. But this is now the aspect that I was mentioning earlier, where you really have to worry about the economy for the second round, because DRG now get the full buy up. They get basically all outlaws and marshals you are seeing here. They're likely going to want to aggress on a little bit more just to try and get these all orb control. And then you will likely see at the end of the day JDG just kind of jump off the map here, because if they don't, then they're giving away all orbs, they're giving away potential control here. Ackerman missing the first shot there. Stu actually opting for the all orb, and with the back of that, we now rotate to B, maybe try and steal the same, do the same, get the all orb stolen away. It looks like as well Fukashu's even a little bit aware that that's what's happening, especially the Teo drone coming through on that A main side there. Yeah, full rotate as JDG attempting, and only attempting probably, to get this all orb.
Yeah, I think it does make a bit more sense here if you're attacking to maybe try and find a plant, something like that, just to get a bit more money into the next round. But now that they've realized that DRG have beaten them to the B site, it's, yeah, just go off the map. It was try and isolate a weak side, especially if a team is on an anti-eco. They might sort of be a bit more bunched up and, you know, try and take those wins. Doesn't happen, doesn't come through. Still a fairly decent round, though, for JDG, all things considered, denying 4 of those orbs, denying that kill money as well, for the most part.
Yes, the only member going down there was Stu, and I think that was, yeah, flexing to get the kill, which, again, especially with DRG's roster, you've got, like, Bladestorm, you've got the Empress especially, ultimates that are good, but you would definitely prefer the points to maybe go somewhere else, like the Cosmic Divide, like the, you know, the Armageddon. That's another aspect here where if Ackerman or Spirits are the ones getting a lot of these frags, then they're not actually going to have the ultimates that do stop JDG's offense. They're just going to have the ultimates that are a bit more selfish, that when Spirit Z, don't get me wrong, can absolutely get value out of the Empress, but at this type of level may not be enough.
Yeah, it's going to be a big question as to what happens there. Doing all right so far in terms of the kill departments. Pistol rounds, obviously, a high level of chaos thrown into the mix. And for JDG this time, they've got the buy, but taking things nice and slow, not letting themselves really get caught out by anything. Aldrone through onto the A site, but again, still really nothing doing as the smoke goes up. Now this is where they want to take their chance. They find 2 kills.
And there's that aggressive style. You did say it was the more tried and true kind of team composition, the agent composition, very much expected, and you do see why it is so common. I mean, Waylay has absolutely beautiful util. The light speed into refract, into saturate, into use the refract to kind of pull yourself back has been such a powerful combo from a lot of these teams here coming through. And now you get to see the issue of having kind of that Jet Reyna, especially if your Reyna's already gone. Other than that, there's no flashes really to work with here for the side of DRG, which means retakes are going to be an absolute nightmare for them. They really have to play around refusing JDG access to these sites, because the moment they do, the moment JDG get themselves on the site, you can see the outcome here. Basically, a 5-man alive G even lurking to get the frag onto Nick, which gets that 1 extra ult point onto the Dimensional Drift. It's an excellent 3rd round for JDG to convert.
Yeah, just making sure that everything is as it should be there. But Fukashu does escape with a rifle, so at least the economy on the other side isn't going to be too far off. And that's really the main thing there, is managing the economy. He had a Vandal, so might as well try and keep it. Still a couple of Guardians in hand for JDG, actually. I thought maybe they would try and hunt for an upgrade in the midst of all the chaos there, but instead, looking a little bit of a weaker purchase for them. But A main, their point of focus yet again here at the start of this round. But Ackerman does not stick around, just gets a bit of information, gets out, and stays alive.
Which, hey, having your agent, having everything alive is the most important thing. People do give, kind of credit, oh, you maybe win a round and it's not the most, oh, you win a round, but maybe your economy still struggles. At the end of the day, putting a round on the board is the most important thing, and you do that with players alive. You do that with as many people to work with as possible, and you can see the update to Abyss there really being a big factor. A massive scan from the Tejo drone coming through there. That gives a lot of information. It's not a complete rotate just yet, so it is down to Vukashu and Spirit Z to try and get this hold done. They get a frag apiece, get refragged out, and now yet again this retake scenario here. No flashes come through. The Tejo ultimate does stop the spike getting planted for just a second longer, but now DRG, you've got to show what you can do on the back foot.
Yeah, the plant's still yet to come in. Coconut expecting some kind of flood to happen. Another salvo winds its way in, denying even more of the time. But Stew's flanking them. They've bought the amount that they needed for him to go into the backline to take down Nick. Now the spike down, DRG, 2 versus 3. Still trying to fight against all of this pressure. And Stew's going back around. Might not even be needed because Coconut is otherworldly with that Guardian.
We seen that earlier. Ladies and gentlemen. The last time that JDG played, Coconut got one of the greatest steals against Titan Esports Club. It was on this map with that gun. The positioning slightly different. He was closer towards those kind of double boxes that are deeper into the B site, but he did exactly that. Coconut is a literal Guardian at the moment, as well as just a figure of one, and because of that, DRG's economy now kind of down in the dumps. You've got one Vandal, and it is on the man who can do as much as he can. Okay, Ackerman! Okay, while I'm sitting there complimenting Vukashu, Ackerman just takes the head off Coconut.
Yeah, it's like, you're talking about Ackerman? Not anymore. Not anymore. It's a nice trap play, though. On the eco, you maybe expect JDG to be a little less wary of any kind of pushes coming out because of that low economy, and yeah, it works out for the side of DRG. No upgrade to be collected, and maybe that's one of the only downsides, as JDG still very much posted up here in main.
Oh, and it is just tickling away now. The Euro clone goes through, no one's biting. Flexing, yeah, not at all concerned. I think pre-turning any sort of flashes here, they are going to go down. You're going to see now potentially the use that the Bandit can have. It is a 128 headshot, I want to say, damage, so unless anyone is basically at full HP, they're going to be going down. So JKuro and G, one headshot is a difference here. The lurk over across the smoke here is probably going to dodge the blind side as well. It doesn't matter. There's one. The TP away, though. The forces the gate crash out. G now has to try and re-engage yet again. Cannot find a second from Flexen, and JDG still walk away with the control. That is until they decide to rotate out, and I think that's off of Yu's call.
Yeah, it very much might be, but instead looking to try and fight back in. Vukashu's still over here on B, has not moved a muscle. As the time is just expiring here, JDG looks like they might just have to save this one in the end of things, despite the fact they had the A control. It's all gone just a little bit wrong. JKuro on CIGL maybe overcooking things a little bit there. And yeah, you can see Vukashu a little bit confused as to what happened in the end round there. And to be honest, so am I.
I think it's down to that frag there. That Ackerman gets that, and all of a sudden, there's an aspect of JDG maybe not wanting to give the guns away. But you give the win away instead. You let the credits get built up regardless, and because of that, DRG are going to be working out. And I'm not surprised from this timeout. If you're getting, especially remember against a low buy, if the timer is your enemy, that needs to be discussed. That needs to be addressed. You cannot be in a scenario where you're against bandits, ghosts, a sheriff, even with that initial excellent kill from Ackerman. That should not be enough for JDG to kind of just stop and all of a sudden be scared to push into a site. So the timeout here, even arguably a little bit early for some, I think is actually a genius timeout from JDG.
No, I rate it as well.
Yeah.
The funny thing about that round number 5 is Vikashu had the hero rifle on B, and it didn't get used until they were already saving. Like, the hero rifle kind of just meant nothing in that round. They had no idea that anyone had brought up a Vandal until Vikashu came along to take down the kill once the save call had already been made. Which is, yeah, again, just a bit of further silliness, and this is why we love VCT China, I guess.
Oh, we do love it, and it is also just, again, I mean, like, from DRG's perspective here, JDG, from JDG's perspective, looking at DRG, I would hope this would not be a factor, but DRG are renowned for a reason. They are a well-renowned team. You know, they have been given so much space. You know, you mentioned the accolades that DRG have achieved, Charlotte, and JDG arguably kind of giving too much respect to that. You know, oh, they only have sheriffs, they only have a light buy. Oh, but it's DRG, and it's Ackerman getting that first frag. You know, that can create some nerves and arguably then lead to a bit too much respect coming through. Spirits as well here now just holding up on the mid. DRG aware that JDG have tried this and they've now given the respect to the presence. It's not going to be a mid push though at all, as everyone from JDG looking to explode on.
See that trip from Vikashu up on top of the box there. It's a vertical trip just to try and catch out the waylay with the light speed double dash in. Doesn't catch Stu though, so site control now very much in the hands of JDG as the spike gets planted here. A 5-on-5 retake. DRG now gonna have to show their worth really here. Now that we have this retake, we have guns for everybody alive, but well, trying to deny that main area with the Cosmic Divide, force things onto these fights in these close angles and trading things out. Spirit with a double, but Yuko gets the 3 himself. And Coconut from elsewhere, Flexen was looking for the flank, but now he probably just has to dip away from this one. And just doesn't even get out alive. What a round from YU, and what a round for JDG.
Yeah, no, absolutely disgusting. I think all the back of it, you said whenever the Cosmic Divide came down, that it very much forces the interactions to go on the site. And it seems like from that flank, or that attempt at least, that the idea wasn't really there. The understanding from Flexen wasn't there that meant everyone kind of had to be on the site, because playing around the Cosmic Divide at that angle especially is incredibly tough. So the ultimates come through. We didn't talk about it. The Empress, in my opinion, should just be used on cooldown every round you get it. It's a very cheap ultimate. It doesn't run out of time anymore. For anyone that maybe hasn't seen Reyna in so long, you don't know that's the case. And speaking of not seeing anyone, Flexen actually going through the smoke. It's JDG that doesn't see him. The trade does come through, but it's a massive frag. It gets the neural theft online. The wall hacks are available as the spike going down.
It can seem a little bit much to invest the ultimate here in this round, but we've seen already the damage that DRG can do on these ecos. And we've already seen Flexen go unmarked there, so just making sure that everything comes up as it should. Seems like a wise investment. Coconut there, a double to just really shut down any chance in this round for DRG. Operator being saved. Nick might look to go down to the spike here or get a bit more damage. But yeah, Yu's up close with him. Okay. Another kill. And yeah, we'll just be dipping away. He's got an upgrade now. But JDG take the lead.
Yeah, this is a big aspect. And one thing now that's actually a big factor for DRG is the fact that frag does come through there, that lurk onto security. I mean, we get to look at this again, absolutely ridiculous. We've all been, I believe all of us have been a victim to that at all ranks, whether you are VCT, whether you are down at Iron, of someone just lurking in a smoke and getting a frag onto you. But what I want to now point out is, because of the Teho ultimate being as expensive as it is, that Armageddon, it covers so much space. But DRG may be only looking to get that once for this entire half, because I believe it's 1 in 3 that currently is that slash line, which means you still have another half of the ultimate to charge up.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a bit of a rough performance individually for some of these DRG players, which isn't necessarily something that we're used to seeing. Even when they lost games, it still felt like they were shooting, but just not able to either have the calling or just, you know, things just the other team was shooting more, you know. But this is one of the first times in recent memory, at least, that I'm seeing DRG have a bad performance when it comes to that sort of individual factor.
And especially on a map like Abyss and with the composition that we're seeing, you know, JDG are playing that more tried and true, that tried and tested as we've seen. And yeah, it's Nick on that kind of 1 and 3, you know, Armageddon not even halfway through. And I want to say the only ultimate, or correct me if I'm wrong, Charlotte, but I think the only ultimate's still on 9 ult points. If the Rolling Thunder is down to 8, because I'm sure Nightfall and the Viper's Pit, I believe, are both down to 8 again. So, if anything, an even more expensive ultimate to work with for DRG here. Does offset by the fact that basically all the other ultimates are around 6 or 7 points, so that is a factor, but you need that Armageddon online, really, to get these retakes. It's the only factor you have if you're DRG's defense right now.
Chat's going to be going crazy for that
Yeah, I'm going to be getting bullied here for that, I'm absolutely sure. But again, these are the factors that you do have to consider. The changes have been coming so thick and fast. And speaking of a change, one less member already for DRG. Flex and Falls, that's your Astra, that's your controller. Speaking of a difficult retake, near impossible now.
And again, it's individual mistakes there. I mean, it's a lovely play from Jay and Coconut. You've got the dimensional drifts. You can spot out where the players are, spam them through the smoke. But, I mean, you look at individual moments, and Nick has had a pretty rough one here in round 8. Sends in the special delivery, trying to go for the stun, and instead just catches it on the side of the box, and it doesn't make its way into main. The site gets flooded, and everyone dies. And again there, Ackerman trying to go for the operator, creeping into an angle that he didn't know was being watched by Coconut. And it just seems like it's a little bit sloppy, a little bit dysfunctional for DRG right now, and the timeout not really showing that it's going to bear much fruit so far. We need to see a step up from DRG here.
Yeah, a little bit. It is coming down, as you said, those kind of...
Wait, we're buying an operator in this round?
It's
Come on
a
now.
bit shit. Yeah, okay, good.
Okay.
Thank you, Ackerman. Thank you, Ackerman, for having a little bit more sense. And what is actually a struggle as well for Ackerman and Vukashu is they're both the ones set up towards B, and JDG aren't really giving the respect to B anymore. They're understanding that DRG are struggling on the retake for A site, that they don't, you know, DRG don't have the Sova, which is usually the biggest aspect for a retake. You get that dart, you put it somewhere awkward, either it scans your opponents or at the very least it takes one gun off of an angle because you have to shoot the dart. Whenever you don't have to worry about that, you're essentially putting one player back into an engagement where otherwise JDG, Coconut fires that Sova dart, someone should look away to try and break that because the alternative is just getting shot through a smoke.
Yeah, JDG not liking what they're seeing over towards A. Realizing that potentially there's, you know, there was like 4 players grouped up in main. Instead, let's hit the weak side. Vukashu under pressure. Saturate at his feet, hindered up, and the shorty doesn't quite land anything, but neither does the Sheriff. It's scrappy and a little bit labored, but JDG now starting to trade things out. Jakuro for 3. Doing well, and Ackerman still with this rifle. Potentially going to look to try and save it here. But instead, going in for another look.
See, here's an aspect that I do think gets a little bit under discussed, particularly at the kind of higher levels, where saving is good to a point, but the guns aren't what's changing anything for DRG at this stage. DRG need to change something else. This hero vandal that like came through from Vukashu, like yes, that was around the DRG won, but Vukashu wasn't there or relevant here. So it does become an aspect of, okay, yes, saving the rifle is good, but it's not the difference maker right now. And especially if Jakuro just stands his ground, takes the 4th kill, Ackerman falls, the smiles are there. And JDG, I think, Charlotte, I might need to ask, are you starting to see why JDG were getting the love that they were?
Yes, I am. I also have a lot of questions about DRG. The composition. I mean, DRG, like we said in the pregame, have always been on the stranger side when it comes to compositions. But this is looking quite rough, and they don't call their second timeout. Suppose you're defending on Abyss, you maybe just take as many rounds as you can at that point. Late storm in for Ackerman.
Patience now, it's all down. I like the push up through from Spirits there. Ackerman with the backup. Spirits then just able to get this control, but another aspect of this composition, if Spirits isn't getting the control here, Reyna is arguably the most just you need to get a frag to try your best here. That finds the lurk up that mid, and of course the Cypher trip does go through, which Spirits doesn't need to trigger at all, but that was a long fight, and the fact that it results in a trade is a bit of an issue, as we can already see the disengage from JDG now looking more towards that A site. And yes, Vukashu has traded over. The Taeho util will kill some time, but there's plenty still on that clock.
Yeah, just a minute gone from the round. Ackerman creeping round the back. He sends one blade wide, but hits the second. There we go. That's the impact that we wanted to see. And now JDG still trapped in main, waiting in the wings to try and find some sort of impact. Nick up close, traded. Flexin has his teammates back, and JDG crumble here in round number 10. DRG, finally. That's what we wanted to see from them.
That's from Ackerman alone, and Spirit initially looking a bit shaky there, but a big opening frag there just to get the control, to get the Cypher utility down for the side of JDG. And for anyone that maybe misses it there, I hope you didn't, but that's actually the convergent paths there being popped as soon as Ackerman then popped the head off of Stu for that. So a reset ultimate, and a massive one at that as well. Usually you do see that in, you know, convergence with the things like the Yoru TP or the Yoru ultimate, or that Sova, the Hunter's Fury, the ultimate, but now not going to be the case. And look at what Vukashu, that aspect there for Sova. Vukashu having to look up into the sky to try and preempt the dart. Spirits, meanwhile, able to just take down Stu. But JDG not deterred. They've still just walked onto this site and they've taken it.
Yeah, control in their hands, but again, the salvos causing a problem a bit too late this time around. Spike shoved into the ground by these players on JDG. Stealth drone gathers the information, but Jakuro on the flank again. They just don't know about it, but sends the shot in. That could be costly. A little bit too itchy on the trigger. And suddenly DRG have a way back in. Ackerman with this operator from long range. Why are you trying to keep it close? But now it's just Coconut left to try and stand, and there's two players bearing down on him from main.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, a heartbreak. If you are a fan of JDG, an absolute timing just upset. But let's face it, Charlotte, you said a bit itchy on that trigger finger. Trigger discipline is a big aspect of Valorant at times. Do want to talk about as well, just Spirit being able to get that kill, get himself out. Yeah, Jakuro gets the trade, but yeah, it's that moment there. It's that lurk there up the mid, because DRG have not been playing too much respect towards it, and the moments that JDG have been kind of abusing it are really good. But again, that's kind of a double-edged sword, and we're seeing exactly how much that can cut. One last round here in the half, and it could be an equalizer here, a 6-6, all ultimates online that are good. Cosmic Divide, and Armageddon, and that Hunter's Fury for Coconut. Use them or lose them as we get into this already very fast B attack from JDG. Whether they commit to it or not remains to be seen, but that's a lot of purple on the B site right now.
Yeah. So much going on. And JDG just hit a pause. Why you? Oh, doing the dance to death there. Twinkle Toad around the Cosmic Divide. Takes down Spirit. Got a bit too antsy for the fight, and Jay now fighting on in. JDG have the site under their control. Not quite the plant just yet. Vukashu might be able to be in here. Oh, the Neural Theft is going to give his position away. He's forced into action! And the action is finding a double. Ridiculous work from him! And now he's a thorn in the side with a spike drop down on the side. He's got to try and find something. Nick's there to trade. YU gets one cut down. Now Ackerman, 1 versus 1 with this operator in hand. Coconut, he's got to know about this position. Surely! Goes for the swing and gets cut down. What a clutch from the Jet.
Insane back and forths, but I don't think we can say that would have been the case for Ackerman if it wasn't a certain Vukashu here. This initial engagement on mid, YU playing around that, as you said, Charlotte, the dance of death. Vukashu, though, is arguably the Grim Reaper himself, and then the back and forth DRG just playing to their strengths. Very, very clean. Yes, stand up, ladies and gentlemen. Enjoy your moment. That was a very nicely done first half now. And moving on to the halftime, for anyone that doesn't know, Abyss arguably the only map that is fully attacker sided, so DRG making the half equalized, especially with their composition that they had, they may actually be feeling very good moving into this.
I feel like JDG should have got more though, especially like you say, with the fact that DRG just didn't really acknowledge flanks happening at all, and they were caught out by that a fair amount of times. Like, Vukashu was using both of his trips on the site to try and either lock off ramp and then have a vertical one to try and prevent the waylay Stu jumping in.
Yep.
And, or, you know, try and get some weird shenanigan with the plant, but it meant that that flank was open and just no one was really aware of the possibility. Even if you just chuck a trip down, if it gets shot, that's still information that you can receive. So it feels like, yeah, JDG might be feeling a little bit unlucky there to only find 6 on that half.
Yeah, exactly, and to kind of even build on that point as well, you've seen that Vukashu, the cam also had to be on the B site because it was the only real scan that the team has. Yeah, okay, you've got the Teho drone, but at that point it's likely going to get shot. You're not going to get too much value out of it, so you are relying on those kind of individual scans on that cam, which means, again, you can't put it on library, you can't cover mid with it. And DRG kind of looked at each other and thought, you know what, we can sacrifice that. And whenever you had that trigger discipline, that little bit of a miss from the lurk on JKuro that did lead to DRG's round win on that specific on that round. I think that was round, I want to say around 9ish or 10ish. You know, that's a big factor. So now it's up for JDG, arguably on the back foot, but they do have the more tried and tested composition. It's up to DRG, as you said, Charlotte, to be the innovators and show us why this composition's what they've went with.
Yeah, it does feel like it's very much one picked for the attack. I mean, anytime you see Reyna, that's generally the assumption. And they're aware that there could be some kind of strangeness afoot here with Stu already making his way to B-Link. But found himself a nice position here with the rest of DRG fighting up into the site. Vukashu has been caught, but now pulling the back up of Flexen, and yeah, very wisely, just get away from that one, fight back in with your team, as it's going to have to be a 5-on-5 retake here in round number 13 for the pistol.
That's the Teho drone down. Talked about it there. It's now really just a push in through. There is one. No Lear from Spirit Z. It's not going to matter as both him and Ackerman already falled so early on. Vukashu, you're going to have to do a bit more, but the Sova Dart, that scan, he just has to sit and tank it. Yeah, 1 versus 5. Nah, Flexing, unfortunately, a touch too far. And JDG, I mean, we talked about that mid control early on. JDG seemed to have realized that DRG don't really respect on the defense, and they're not respecting it on the offense either. JDG getting so much control and positioning, it just kind of makes the B site a bit of a blender.
I'm not saying the scoreline. I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it.
You have to. I'm too old. If I say it, then I get bullied because I don't know.
I'm not doing it. I am not saying the scoreline. JDG have 7 rounds and DRG have 6 rounds, and that's all I'm going to say on that matter.
Well, I'll fight the bullet, ladies and gentlemen.
No, don't do it.
No, okay, right, okay. You know what? Just for you, I'll leave it be. But just for us, DRG needing to kind of discover here what they can try and do. And it looks like I would hope the same setup that JDG kind of had whenever they lost the pistol round, which is just go for the kind of all orbs, get what you can. Because Abyss, look at how deep the all orbs are for the attacker side. Arguably, with this meta that comes through, Abyss might see a tiny rework, which is just the all orbs put in a bit more of a neutral's position, because we've got the all A orb. We're trying to see if anyone from JDG wants to push up aggressively. It's not going to be the case. And DRG just happy to wait this out until that conga line. I think we all know where it's going.
Follow the leader. Waiting right now. Again, Vikashu's cam getting spotted, but he finds a bit of information that people are watching mid. Can't exactly go for some kind of silly play.
They're fighting
instead. Yeah, just a death ball up. Might as well go in for this. Salir doesn't catch one in Coconut, just with the pre-fires there. Bulldog finds its worth. Jay as well, just spraying on in. It's a blender, it's a bloodbath, and it's an 8th round for JDG.
Yeah, DRG, I respect it, don't get me wrong, it's a much more interesting round for us, but tactically speaking, is it the best decision? We've seen the bandits and stuff get bought up, so a decent bit of consideration for the economy we'll have to look at. If anyone from DRG cannot buy basically fully up going into this next round, and this could be a massive blunder for DRG here. The gap in the smoke as well. G getting a beautiful transfer on, and all of the ult orbs now online, and they're for big ultimates too. Let's not forget, this isn't really going towards the Empress, this is going towards the Dimensional Drift, the Convergent Paths, all of those really heavy hitting ultimates, especially as a duo. Two devastating ultimates to work with. But yep, the full buy seems to have came up. The only person on light shields being Vukashu, and JDG now trying to work out seeing if they can convert this little bonus, hopefully for DRG, or the full buy for DRG I should say. Hopefully though, that should be enough.
Yeah, if you're losing your anti-bonus rounds, that's when you really start to get concerned. And honestly, I'm a bit annoyed that DRG are playing this strange comp that isn't working, because I really want to, in my mind, be really convinced by this JDG performance and to be like, wow, JDG looks so good. But there's just so many question marks surrounding the whole composition here for DRG and how many gaps it's left, that even despite this really good performance from JDG, there's still a bit in the back of my mind going, but what if DRG were playing a comp that worked?
That's, yeah, arguably. I mean, you know, we've seen that a little bit with FPX, you know, that Tyloo game. Very much Tyloo looking dominant, but FPX making a lot of mistakes, and then EDG just go on to kind of 2-0 Tyloo, and it was decently close, but nothing that was kind of amazing. A beautiful jump scare. Valorant is a horror game. YU gets the scan come through. The Sovadart gets the scan. 12 seconds. This timer has been an opponent for DRG. It was an opponent for JDG as well. 7 seconds. The spike does go down, but Vukashu on very little HP manages to barely get away with his life.
Halfway across the map.
Coconuts alone. Nick is nowhere to be seen. I don't think it's going to be necessary, because YU reflecting him on this rotate. And a 3 versus 1 for JDG here. DRG looking to finally put themselves on the board for this half.
Yeah, YU and Nick were just having a bit of a mothers meeting over on over on the western side. But yeah, if things start to go wrong on the site there for DRG, I mean, that's such a massive risk, right? Still having Nick over on B. And, well, there's another kill. Economic damage, doing quite good. YU gets an upgrade, is probably going to be able to escape. No, not quite. The spike does him in, okay. Fair enough, I suppose. But even still, only 2 players left alive for DRG. It is a costly one, Medante.
Yes, it is. That was not exactly a, you know, the cleanest round for them, and it works out in the end. But even still, as we said, and now we do have to really consider this timer, because this is both DRG and JDG have had issues with the timer. Okay, I actually thought I thought the reason we seen the death to the spike was because the second door in tower was still open, and maybe giving away your position there, you didn't want to take the fight. But no, not going to be the case. Just maybe misreading that radius there. Happens to the best of us, happens to the worst of us, and we are certainly, of course, for anyone needing clarity, looking at some of the best of us come through here, as it's a Looks to be a very fast push onto this B site. The Teho drone goes down, the Astra concuss as well, but everyone holding firm from JDG. That mid clear as well. Look at Stu just being a little bit more hesitant to give it up, and that's actually a major difference as the fight comes through. The spike still needs to get planted, but everyone from JDG is ready for this.
Yeah, in goes the convergent path just to really throw the cat amongst the pigeons, but DRG dealing with it spectacularly. 3 kills. And, oh, JDG, what do they do now? Looks like they just have to back away from this one. The flood just did not work, and, well, Dragon Ranger, tie us up.
An absolute dam built up to hold that tide very, very firm. Just no real issues, no real concerns, and understanding there. And we did see there why Reyna can still be good. Spirit getting a frag and then immediately just disallowing any potential for a refrag means that you have to then try and flick onto your opponent, who at this level, this caliber of gameplay, is already got their crosshairs trained on you. And this is not only a good round for DRG, unless Coconut does something absolutely incredible with this corner hold, it could be on for a flawless, and it will be exactly that. Coconut falls, another even up on the scoreline, and a very, very back and forth first map, Charlotte.
Yeah, indeed. And part of me, again, feels a bit worried for JDG that we can see this composition with its obvious disadvantages here for Dragon Ranger Gaming, and it's still a tied up 8-8, but really nice double swing there from the two duelists to completely deny any of that pressure. And this is what you have to consider with DRG. We're talking all about the strategy. At the end of the day, Valorant is an FPS, and my god, are there shooters on this team.
Yes, emphasis on the S for shooting. It does turn out, and something that DRG can never be counted out for. It's very rare that we see. You were talking about it earlier in the game, Charlotte, but since then it seems everyone has kind of started to come alive. Even Nick, who was struggling at the start, has been getting very impactful kills, even if that is a 5-9 slash line. Bars, by the way. Spirit Z1, though, one aspect I want to point out. Sorry, I had to give myself that one. I really am a fan of just popping the Empress on round start, and I don't think Spirit Z has done that. I could be wrong. Maybe he has, but something to consider here, that should very much be the case. Get the Leer out, get that push coming through, especially if G's holding this type of angle. The Outlaw doesn't get the frag, but it's Stu who dashes in with the light speed to just finish off the frag.
He's still alive.
He's got out.
How is he still alive?
He's got out.
What is going on in this round, Stu? That is a bold play. But man, does it work? I was gonna say, for Spirit's sake, you know, oh, you know, it's an anti-eco. Maybe he doesn't want to use the ult on his anti-eco, but hey, I'd be considering using the ult now. As Coconut's behind the box, they don't clear him. They don't check for Coconut. That's 2 kills, and well, where do you go as DRG now? Into red time, still not planted, but it's free for them to be able to do so in the ground. Looking to try and fight back against the retake, and yeah, here's the ultimate. Jiguro spotted, dealt with by Vikasu. With the shorty. This is the most VCT China map I have seen in my entire life.
If you don't know what region you're watching.
It's maybe, you know, there's not been enough thrifties for my liking, but Jay now trying to fight into this one. Oh, dearie me. It's a 4K from Spirit. That's wild.
Don't know what region you're watching, Charlotte. I brought up, actually, I think it was basically on the opening game, that yeah, we see a lot of thrifties in VCT China. Not as much so far, but you know what? A double kill with a shorty and a Bucky being used. I'm gonna kind of count that. This from Coconut. There is a palm tree on A main there, and the Coconut has fallen off of it. Absolutely clean. 1 shot, 2 kills with a shorty from Spirit Z, and then that last frag, a 4K for him. No, yeah,
mine does not do that. It's
crazy.
Bucky,
I know it was like what, 10 HP from the Outlaw shot, but my shorty would not have got that kill that Stu got. My shorty would have absolutely killed someone in bind.
Yeah, this is the thing. I don't understand it. I hit 2 shots with the Bucky, like clean on someone, and it does like 50 damage. And people's shorties are doing that. Absurd. Absolutely absurd. But for JDG, I mean, we talk about how crazy that round is. Clearly, is a bit unsettled here. Vile, and the coaching staff wanting to sort of touch base with the team and sort things out, because they had a fairly commanding lead here. And now it is slipping away. They've lost 3 in a row. And DRG now in the ascendancy, now with the momentum. And that's the most dangerous thing you can give this DRG team. It's momentum.
We've seen what happens there, because all of a sudden the retakes become a little bit cleaner. They become a little bit more efficient on what they want to do. With those executes coming through. So yeah, exactly, Charlotte. The momentum now, especially with all the ultimates coming online, the big ones coming online. Flexing one off of the Cosmic Divide, even Ackerman one off the Bladestorm. We've seen what he did with it last time he pulled out the knives. He cooked us an absolute feast out of JDG's back line. And then finally, of course, that Armageddon from Nick. So a big aspect coming through into this next little game. The Sova drone does spot out Ackerman, gives the information, and Ackerman put down to like 10 HP, 11 HP, sorry, has to try and get out. Nick backing him up, saves his life, and it keeps DRG in this for the attack.
Yeah, and that's what we're talking about with Nick, finding impactful kills, right? It's only been 6 of them, but that's a crucial one to keep the team with the 5 versus 4 and give them a real chance at taking a 10th round up to double digits. But getting into the A site here, they don't have the Sentinel utility to worry about, but 2 players, Jay especially, he's pretty damn good on this duelist, and Ackerman falls to the angle straight away. Coconut here as well. It's certainly going to be a tricky one. 3-con bolt gives the information away. Special delivery towards Jay's position through the Cosmic Divide. He wants to try and play this to perfection. The spike goes down on the bridge, though. Just waiting for reinforcements to arrive.
Trying to play it perfection, but arguably giving quite a bit of space here. DRG have gotten the plant down. They've gotten the reposition towards A main. They got a big frag. Coconut falling is a huge deal here. It's down to this position here. Flexing finds YU, just barely edging him out of that smoke there. We'll see if he can do more. Finds a second in Spirit Z1, adding another one to it. I have to say that, yeah, waiting for your team is a great idea, but maybe a bit too much space given to DRG by JDG's kind of passivity on that hold.
Yeah, they gave DRG too much time to set up, right? That's what you were saying with they get into A main, they get those really nice post-plant position. If you can't really flood in and disrupt things as that rotation is coming through when DRG are at their most vulnerable. And for JDG, now down to an eco. Economy in tatters. And looking like DRG are going to get that 3-round lead, 11-8. The most likely possibility, but again, this is VCT China. They do love a thrifty round.
That is one of, if not the highlight of VCT China, is getting those thrifties, hearing that, and it's arguably pretty much always the most impactful rounds that come off the back of it. And I can imagine DRG do not want to be the ones to get themselves added on to that long list of varying thrifties from the teams as we've came through, not only just this series but last year's as well. And you can see the patience coming through. This timer has been absolutely getting the most use out of it. We've been seeing the last 10, 15, 20 seconds come through, and it looks like it's going to happen again, Charlotte.
Yeah, over half the round now gone. Finally starting to creep forwards into A main. You've still got Flex in as well over towards B, potentially just to try and sell a little bit of a ruse, but now the kills come on in. Stealth drone doesn't catch Jakuro in the smoke. Gets the perfect timing. Lear doesn't catch him either. Ackerman's in the site, but he's flashed up. Vakashu fighting back. Oh, it's labored, it's whiffy, but Ackerman finally rights the ship, gets a handle on the Bladestorm. Red time does not matter as the spike one comes on in, and Ackerman, it's stunning work from him.
One man. This is the thing. You let one member of DRG onto a site, and that is how quickly it can collapse in front of you. Look at the faces of the players. They are focused, letting Jakiro away with that lurk in the smoke, letting Ackerman live to just go on from there. An excellent follow-up from Vukashu as well. But you pointed out, you said it, Charlotte. Yeah, all on Ackerman there. He came up clutch when he needed it, him and Spirits as well. All of a sudden, look at those slash lines doing work for DRG squad. Vukashu even able just to, for once, arguably get to kind of sit back, not as required from his team as maybe necessary, and it's down potentially. It's a good use of the smoke, forces G to come off of that angle. He's dancing around the ult as well, or the drones as well, the angles. The no-scope attempted. YU, though, gets the frag and the neural theft. This is going to be a difficult push for DRG.
Yeah, YU finding a second as well. Just locking down this B site. Still plenty of time in the round left to work with, only 30 seconds gone, so DRG can maybe try and switch things up, look for a different area of the map, but instead still grouping up here towards B, and Jakuro's got a very deep position A main. It means that JDG are going to be aware that they've not left this area of the map. Could potentially be exploring something mid, but Coconut's watching that angle too. Sends in the Owl drone just to try and get a bit more information. Double dash, light speed from Stu, gets the information, spots these players here on ramp. JDG just know that this is coming through. Jakuro triggers the trip to try and, I don't know, hey, maybe there's a flank happening. It draws Vukashu away, it stalls the push even further. JDG just playing DRG like a fiddle this round, and still yet to go into the site with 15 seconds on the clock. It's red time and there's nothing happening.
Is it arguably the save aspect here? Vukashu's got that off on top of Tower, and no, they can't really afford the save. And as soon as I say that, that's when JDG just cut down the members of DRG. A very patient playstyle from DRG, which we're not. It's not as if that's a surprise. We're very used to seeing that, but when you've got that pushed up control that you said, Charlotte, you know everyone from DRG is at least here, and then Coconut almost hearing you, the oil drone on that mid just to get that last piece of information just says that, yep, DRG are committed to this B site hold, and we are going to blend them when they do. So the win streak there, 5 rounds finally broken from JDG. They've got a little bit more to do if they want that equalizer. I'm not gonna say anything because I seem to be caster cursing horribly recently, but I do have my sights set on a particular change as again the ultimates are coming through. It's another aggressive push from DRG if they can make it work.
Oh, YU in the smoke, in the cage! Playing perfectly around his utility. Vukashu for 1, but there's 2 from Jakuro. It's up to Flexen, the IGL, to try and fight up against it. And, well, it's a very short fight and one that he loses. Now back within 1, JDG on the fight back.
Oh, they are happy. They are happy with how these have been going. The rounds, the attempted kind of faster pace from DRG here, just not working out from them. Look at the angle that YU was in. That is a pixel away from giving away your gun barrel and then therefore your life, but played to a pixel level precision. And you can see the pop-up from JDG. It's not over yet, but DRG starting to feel the pressure. The last timeout kind of necessary to be used here. If you're using the timeout to get to overtime, then you've already kind of lost regulation, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. DRG. We saw earlier on they took the timeout, and it did take a little bit for the changes to start working. Can't really afford that sort of delay again, as the adaptions are going to have to be snappy here. Just 1 round behind, and for JDG, 3 rounds will win it. It's on the knife's edge here, Medante, that is for sure.
It is indeed, it is indeed. And ironically enough, just because of the fact that I've been seeing a lot of Vukashi, obviously a lot of us have. It's the first time I've ever seen him without the baby face, and it's very distracting. Yeah. Every time I've seen Vukashi, he's been on that knife's edge, and that has been a razor and kept himself clean shaven. This time, letting the facial hair grow out a little bit more, maybe trying to become the older and wiser, the sensei of DRG, which arguably he certainly has been, so maybe just growing into that role a little bit more as we get back into what could be DRG moving on to match point or an equalizer from JDG. It's all down to it, and look what's actually happened. Look at Vukashu's position here. That's a very heavy control for DRG towards this mid side.
Yeah, all the way in through vent, but doesn't overplay his hand. That's for certain, although now Jay will be aware that something's going on. Missing each other for now. Stu, close, on the same main angle. There's the operator. A little bit of a jiggle peek there from Spirit, just to draw the shot out. And now DRG are going to be aware of that. Where do they go here? They still opt towards A? Do they rotate to B? They know there's an operator over on the eastern side.
Just feels quiet. It just feels everything comes down to that engagement there. Again, 20 seconds on the clock. DRG playing so patient and so passively. Yes, they got control of the map, but if you cannot get the frags to back it up, then that is going to create a potential disaster. 10 seconds as well. You do need to get the spike planted. It gets tapped. Spirit's finally on board for that. Could have been, honestly, just pulled away if the Astra Star had went down, but Astra very much more of just that kind of proactive style. You don't really get many stars online for the reaction. What you do get for it, though, is the Cosmic Divide, is the use of this draft. Look at the positioning from G. It's absolutely perfect use of the utility, and while, you know, Nick is still alive, the spike has been halved. He has to jump in and fight all this strategy of JDG here. Just run away and try and see if what you can, I would say.
Yeah, massive Cosmic Divide there from Jakuro. Just massive kills as well. Lovely bit of tech there from Jay. We'll probably see it in the highlight spots. The player dips behind the Cosmic Divide so they don't hear him get out of the ultimate, then just hop in and take the kill, even while being pulled away by the gravity well. Here we go. Oh,
looking like Neon. Looking like Neon there a little bit. When did Yoru get a slide? I don't think any other agents need that. I think they would have. Riot would definitely hear some opinions if we got Yoru a Neon slide as well here, but not going to be the case. Instead, a lot of utility being spent. The divergent pathing is good for one. There's a Sova dart. There was the smokes coming through. A lot there to prevent DRG trying to get this initial attack, and with Ackerman fallen, it's a big frag. A lot used though from JDG, it has to be pointed out.
Yeah, we'll certainly be having a few emptier pockets after that one. But DRG now just dipping away from that one. And this round is all or nothing for DRG, a must win if they want to take Abyss as their own. Ackerman only down to 400 credits. It will be a very strange purchase in the next if they do end up losing here. And with a 4 versus 5, it certainly looks like they could be on the receiving end of, well, a bit of an upset here in map number 1.
Indeed. It's down to this jump peeking from YU, who has been showing up, who has been doing quite a bit of good work. That Slashlight, in fact, actually has been the dominant performer of JDG, and understandably so. Flexing on the main lurk from B, just gets found out by the opposing Astra. The Neural Theft comes down as well, so DRG's positions all being given away now, getting tagged, getting spotted out. The spike attempted and does get planted at the moment, but Vukashu's had so much utility used. A great swing from Spirit Z to try and back up his Sentinel, but not going to be the case, as everything just goes the way of JDG. At the very least, a guaranteed overtime if DRG cannot find their footing.
Yeah, and it's going to be a difficult round to find. It's like we said in the first half. changes from the timeout it took a few rounds to take effect. And well, we're on the train of the 4 rounds in a row from JDG, and 2 in a row since that DRG timeout. The buy
from
isn't great.
JDG? Oh, okay. I was going to say, I think double offer. Are we going for it? Or they want this over. They want this ended. They want this done and dusted,
I mean,
Charlotte.
you've got a Bulldog and a Guardian on the other side as well. It certainly seems like for JDG they can take this chance, probably have a Vandal as well, just to sort of back it up. Just taking the Operator for the early round. Making sure that you can really take these fights, and well, the engagement nearly comes through there, but in the end, no damage dealt.
A potentially pivotal miss. I mean, Ackerman has been either the opening frag or the opening fragged. It's very much been a kind of hit and miss for him. Jay on the other side here, can he do it? This is a big aspect though. We've seen one operator, surely there isn't another. They swing regardless, they treat it as if there is. And now 2 operators have been discovered by the members of DRG. They can change their playstyle around it. They do rely though very heavily on Spirit Z's Lear here to get them on. There's no other real flash. Oh my god, there's not just a Vandal there, Charlotte, there's an Odin too. The first kill though comes out from Vikash, takes down the Sova, and that could actually be enough. No scan anymore for JDG's retake here as the spike gets planted, and it is man advantage and positional advantage for DRG.
The Cosmic Divide gets him into the site, but Jay fighting on back. Spirits left the double kill. DRG, the advantage now back in their hands like a pendulum. Forwards and back. And 2 kills again from JDG. It's up to Vikashu to clutch the old head in the server and cannot find it. An upset here. Map number 1. DRG lose their own map pick. A lot of questions, but certainly JDG have answered any that we might have.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff from them. It took a second there. Spirit Z was arguably really struggling on the Reyna initially, but by the end we started to see the reasoning behind that there. We started to see why the composition was the way it was. And yeah, incredible, incredible work there, honestly, and huge upset. And now we move on, Charlotte. After the highlights, after the replays, we move on to Breeze, which is JDG's map pick.
Cannot wait for Breeze. It's going to be a fun one for sure. Oh, dude, that's ridiculous from Spirit. But even still, that kind of hero play still doesn't get them the game. Or the map, sorry. You know, still potentially 2 more maps to play. As we can see the highlights coming in now. And yeah, very much a back and forth game here, Medante, but it felt like JDG in this second half at least just always kind of had an edge, always had a foot up.
It was very much just down to it. We mentioned it, you know, Spirit's looking online by the end, but a touch too far, and we're starting to really see a shift overall. Maybe a bit too early to call it, but I brought this up earlier. We've talked about what do you usually see from China as a region. You see the thrifties, you see a bit more of a scrappy setup, and you do see kind of a hero play, you know, reliance, and it doesn't look like that's enough anymore. It doesn't look like you can rely on Vikashu to pull you out of, you know, the dregs of a defeat. It doesn't look like you can rely on Spirits just running it down with Reyna. It seems that this region has developed into that more team play style. As you can see, those refrags and such are exactly what put DRG initially in the driving seat.
Yeah, for sure. Obviously, we still had our fair share of crazy moments, and we'll get to hear what it's like in the team comms in those crazy moments.
看到我们了，可以准备提了，左边没有。保安在，保安在，有站外赛。这楼，动手吗？我在2楼，I break one trap，I break cam，I break cam。2楼里呢？拜，出来。来，走了。3楼，后路来不了。我下包，直接给 Q 出来。等一下。也怕。不 panel 了。这配菜 OK。喂。I recon。先北下吧，先北下吧，下。出 CT，小心 window 一个，阶梯没进过。
等一下，等我。他又给趴了，他没趴了。
安全包，兄弟们。
他拉我。
基地在，3个正面。
来，One close，
看包后，我看包后。
挨过背。Safe pan。
3个正面。
Safe pan。
左右。
我都给你看过点。
好。
有可能过。
过了。
别急。过了。两个，一个打69。
手上小心。Coco，
你嘎点那么准吗？是不是？
Oh, damn. Very composed. Honestly, there, not much of a pop-off even from Coconut having to kind of stand firm and hold his ground, but we mentioned it earlier. I said, even with the Sentinels getting difficult, why you? Maybe just wanting to prove me wrong, because that's a statement from those stats.
Oh, yeah, for sure. The 1.6 KDA. And, you know, obviously, with this MVP stat, it does often come down to kills, but YU was doing a lot more than just kills. It felt like his utility was really, really on point, especially on this defense, playing around his setups with the cages, all these things like this, just enabled him to get so many impactful moments. Like, look at this, just in and out of the cages, and the smokes as well from Jakuro to back him up. Really, really strong anchor work there. And for the rest of JDG, I mean, you can see Jakuro also 18 kills. It's the supporting cast that really had the better stats. On the other side for JDG, for DRG, sorry, keeping things close, but just not able to get over the line.
Not really, and here's the thing, and I say this with all the love to Spirits, if you are dropping a negative KD on Reyna, you are literally better playing any other agent. You are literally better playing any other agent because you lose access to a lot of Reyna's utility if you're not getting frags.
Yeah. It is. Reyna is very much a frags agent. That's kind of her whole deal.
Look at the retakes
still have the highest frags on the team as well, so it's just like it is a rough one, really, there for DRG.
Yeah.
And again, we talked about, we highlighted Jakuro. You can also see an incredible overperformance from him as well here on Abyss. And like we mentioned, that's DRG's map pick. I wasn't necessarily convinced by that being their map pick. I'm going to be honest. The comp, I think, needs a lot of work. And it's a bit disjointed. It's kind of got into the flow of things, and, you know, first time back after the off-season, you can maybe give it to that. But just a lot of questions for me about that composition, about the direction that DRG want to go this year.
Yeah, there's definitely aspects of questions that need to be kind of coming through. What I do want to actually point out is like a big aspect of it being Vukashu versus YU's like performance there. YU was doing really kind of disgusting things with that Cypher, as you said, in and out of the smokes. Very much a kind of horror story. The smoke monster from Lost, or any other equivalent reference that you might want to make, because he was just always there in those awkward angles, kind of shutting down DRG's kind of engagements. DRG, on the other hand, Vukashu not able to do that similar thing. B-site, not really an aspect for him, had to play a lot of retake, and when you're arguably kind of eliminating one of the strongest players of DRG that's been a mainstay of that roster for so long, you can see how that winds up. But ladies and gentlemen, we are off to the sunniest map in this entire map pool in just a moment. We will be back with you after this short little break. Do not go anywhere for what might be, it's Breeze's first showing, at least for China. It could be Breeze's first showing for all of these regions. I can get that fact check for you though once we're back.
soul will light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love that keeps me high. star tonight. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us.
Welcome back, everyone. We had a bit of a crazy map 1 of Abyss, which JDG were able to take down. Now we head to Breeze. It's JDG's map pick, so they're already kind of set up for the 2-0, but I mean, Dante, we were talking to Volt before the game. They always seem to win 2-1. They can never close a 2-0 out, so potentially a comeback here for DRG. As we look at the compositions, Ackerman's still on the Jet. A very similar comp for DRG to map 1. And honestly, the same can be said for the other side, bringing the Viper along in a double controller for JDG. So why are you moving away from the Sentinel? But as we said in the pre-game as well, it's like a pseudo Sentinel controller type vibe with the Viper.
It is indeed, and DRG, for anyone that is not aware, DRG just despise Viper. DRG are not fond of playing her, and that's why we don't see Vukashu really move over from that Cypher, which is that kind of adaptation we're seeing from JDG, which could be DRG's downfall. We talk about, Charlotte, you mentioned like how innovative DRG are, and while that may have been true in terms of the agent roster from map 1, it didn't work out for them. But maybe that's starting to shoot themselves in the foot. Maybe they just need to accept that, yes, it's not great playing Viper. Maybe you don't have the most fun on her, but she's as strong and she's got as high a pick rate for a reason. She's an incredibly strong agent.
And Viper is the new gen, right? It's like they're innovative, but they're falling behind in that regard.
They are indeed. And the last thing, I just want to quickly fact check myself. So I did miss it yesterday. XLG and Wolves were the first ones to bring out Breeze to the VCT China, but XLG won it in a domineering fashion, and we'll see if JDG can do it with the same as we get underway.
Yeah. Let's have a look then. The new look Breeze, plenty of changes around the map. Vukashu already getting the spot on towards 1. But in this pistol round, it's the death ball from JDG. Not too much working of the map, not too much of a default, just going in. Already with control round the back sight, and Vukashu is playing area, getting limited, but still able to find one, dancing in and around the smoke. Stu, Coconut finding the impact that they wanted. And there's Jakuro as well to get involved. It's up to Ackerman and Flexin now to fight back in a 3 versus 2 for the attacking side. Should be able to plant the spike at some point soon, but I'm not doing it just yet.
Fear of flank which is a big aspect in Breeze, and especially now that elbow is slightly less long. It's a very kind of minor difference, but it is a little bit easier to kind of go through that elbow side on B and get the wrap around, which is why the fear from Stu was very much there. But the spike does go down. Ackerman now and Flexen both towards this wall side here, playing individually, but Ackerman not needing his teammate. He's happy to do it himself. A 3k online for him. One man left standing, one Astra Star online for Flex, and it does get popped. J-Kuro smoked off now, tries to push through, and Flexen takes him down. Ackerman when you need him, and Breeze the first round going the way of DRG.
Yeah, what a moment there from Ackerman. Oh, I've not seen that tech before, using like a, it looks like they've got a tea towel on the mouth. An interesting one, but either way, yeah, nice kills there from Ackerman.
You can see the reaction, you can see the, oh my god, how did you hit that?
Yeah, sorry, that sort of mouse towel thing has actually just thrown me through a loop.
Really?
I'm not entirely sure.
You don't want your mouse to be sweaty, it makes it slippy.
Well,
you gotta keep that grip. You gotta keep that grip. Especially again, you know, as you get in deeper and deeper into the rounds, deeper into the sets, you get those nerves coming through. Sweat does happen. These players are taking this incredibly seriously. The fake Sova drone, essentially from G, just gate crashes in and out to get that information going through. And now
That's
that more default
drone.
style.
That's a miss drone.
Oh,
still aware of it. Goodness, it got out of the drone at just the right time. And the kills come through for DRG. That's what they wanted. Definitely. No chance of an eco for now. They're still keeping a Sheriff and a Ghost to make sure that, you know, when they get into that bonus round, they can still have a couple of rifles to work with to potentially try and get off to a 3-0 start. But they still do need to be careful, because we've seen JDG do some ridiculous things before.
Oh, we have indeed. But Vukashu and Nick landing those 2 frags here. It's only one more lurk, and Stu, doing what J-Kuro couldn't quite do, gets himself an outlaw for that. But the spike, of course, down in the main side. The reload comes through, so there is 2 shots in that chamber. But Spirit Z looks to have had the timing, sees the barrel, has a very clean shot. Yeah, very nice indeed. Just a one tap, confident in the play, and very, very solid there from the side of DRG. And okay, maybe they were working on Breeze in secret, thinking that they didn't need to pick it, that someone else would try and use it as a pocket pick against them, and that's been exactly the case so far. 2 rounds going very decisively for DRG, even if one of them was Ackerman needing to pull it back from the brink.
Yeah, either way, you know, pistol rounds are there for that kind of shenanigan. As long as you can get it, that's the important factor. Now, like I say, you've got 1 rifle coming into this. Nick's still only on a Sheriff. But Spirit has a Vandal in pocket. Looking to potentially try and get a little bit aggressive on the map, use that rifle to his advantage. But JDG are going to be aware of that now. And they're heading into A, where there's a Marshal and an Outlaw waiting for them.
Viper wall. The Viper wall about to go down. There it is. The flashes, the Astra Stars. A lot of smokes are going to be back and forth. The Cloudburst as well included. Not really a big smoke, but enough of one for Stu to get the frag on the flex in here. You can see the positioning from Nick, just waiting, hugging this Viper wall. Stu doing the exact same. He finds the Viper herself off the back of it. Stu seeing the clone, the fake Yoru, manages to find the real one as the spike falls down. It's a big retake coming through. No one clears double door though, leaving themselves alone, and Stu jumping on top of the box to cut up the remaining members of DRG.
Yeah, 3-0 start. I mean, Stu had the ult already. 3 rounds in. And that's certainly a negative for DRG. Not exactly what they had on the menu for today. Going 3-0 down. And yeah, Momentum again, just starting out in. Oh no, I don't know what I'm talking about. Never mind.
I was like, I didn't want to. I'm actually you.
No,
I was
you
happy
should have
enough
done.
being.
You
Sorry,
should have done.
I was happy being. Oh my god. Well, I'm actually. Yeah, I'm actually DRG. I'm actuallying both of us, and I'm actuallying the opposing Yoru G falls. Stu follows him down, and 2 members already gone from JDG in the first 20 seconds. It could have been a third. An inch of hair shaved off the head of Coconut as Ackerman looking to still take this fight.
Yeah, indeed. Flexing as well, getting involved. JDG dipping away from this one. Maybe looking for a save. Still half the round to go. Plenty of options for them to try and rotate elsewhere, but as for right now, just stuck in a lobby, not really feeling comfortable enough to move anywhere.
No, they are not. And when you've got 2 players kind of there, just the last remainder, you've got Coconut with a full head of utility on him. He's got the recon, the shock dart, and the oil drone, but it's not really information you need. It's just these guns and DRG. I like this as well, though. A very composed team. They're not going to get overconfident or cocky or try and hunt for this, at least not until they are absolutely sure they've walked away with the round win. And with 10 seconds on the clock left, that's exactly what they're going to do. We'll see if they push through to try and prevent the save. Truth be told, Charlotte, I'm not expecting it. Am I wrong?
Oh. There's a 3 on the scoreboard now, Medante. So that's all. That's a win that I'm taking. There's a 3 on the scoreboard. I was just around too early and just talking complete nonsense.
The crystal ball. The crystal ball was good.
Listen, what confused me was that Stu had his ult online so early that my brain was like, oh, clearly JDG won the first 2 rounds. But no, it's just been funneling ult orbs in towards Stu's hands. I think they call it orb maxing in the business.
I guess we have to include some level of Gen Z, lingo in this. We couldn't really talk about the round scoreline, and we hopefully won't see a second one or a repeat of that just to keep our mental through. For anyone that didn't see it, by the way, that blindside tech with that little gap in elbow now was absolutely beautiful from Spirit Z. Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff. We're already seeing the developments on this new breeze coming through, and it's looking very clean for DRG thus far as Spirit Z1 picks up the first frag. And the Viper Wall, to be honest, it's not DRG's one, but they're playing around it like it is.
Yeah, beautiful read from them. I don't know if they've played against JDG in scrims on this map or something, because it's a really nice read onto what JDG want to do. As trying to just play around the pyramids here, JDG just get cut down.
Decisive. It is just decisive. They must have had this kind of come through, at least in some degree, because this is not a team that are being taken by surprise. DRG are not playing this as if they are shocked or they are just having to adapt to a new breeze on the fly. Unless, you know what, prove me wrong, if they are, then they are only just showing why they are so deserving of the renown that DRG have, why they are such a team to be reckoned with, as JDG being forced to take the first time out on their own map pick 3 rounds down.
You can see there though that at least one of the coaches for DRG is enjoying themselves. Stoic in the coaching booth though. And for JDG, I mean, what adaptations do you make? It feels like the Viper wall that they have over towards A isn't working. Maybe looking for a different angle over there to switch things up. The B site was looking good until Ackerman hit a 3k in the pistol.
I would like to see, actually, because for any, mid has changed so much. So double doors is a little bit more of a confined space. It's not kind of as wide and open as it was. You can even see that just kind of on the minimap there. You also don't really get on top of that wall anymore, so there's no boxes to jump up. The only agents that can really get up there are like Jet and Omen. Omen, of course, not relevant here. So I would like to kind of see a pivot just towards the kind of a full mid control, and then just punish DRG off the back of it. Speaking of a punish, it's Ackerman good for the first frag. That's Jake Hero down, so the Cosmic Divide is out of the picture, and you've only got the Viper to kind of keep you safe here, and that Viper is all the way towards the A site, lurking through, as the rest of JDG just trying to find their way, inch their way onto this site. The Shock Dart does take out a tripwire at least, but DRG still looking very comfortable.
Yeah, at least there is some kind of trade onto Ackerman for JDG, so they're not playing 4v5, but even still, like you're saying, Medante, it's not great for them with this purchase that they've got. 2 Sheriffs, a Guardian, and you've got Flexin and Nick here on this A side, who have been putting up numbers so far in this game. Just waiting to fight on in. There goes the stun, there goes the utility from Flexin. Playing around it so perfectly, gets a spawn to Stu as well, but why are you fighting back? So again, trades coming in here for JDG, keeping things costly, keeping things in with a chance. It's why you recovers the spike. 2 versus 2. Stu up close, knows that that's a clone, does not get baited by this. And now wrapping around, has the spawn. Vikashu back orange, but Spirits takes down one, and the shots go wide. That should have been the opportunity. And now he's got to try and cross the Spirits, just diffusing the spike, and Vikashu has the overwatch there. DRG weather the storm and keep themselves in a very healthy position.
That's twice now from 2 separate members of JDG that they've pulled that trigger just a second too early. That the trigger discipline isn't quite what we're used to seeing as well, Charlotte. I mean, okay, there's not much flexing could have done about that. That's just an unfortunate kind of aspect, but Vikashu getting away with his life there. He was about to push up. The calm did seem to be that JDG was held up more towards that Amy in the last player, and because of that, an absolutely crucial loss coming through here. A big stack towards this elbow from DRG. There are 2 players coming through. G shows the elbow. The trade comes through. The Hunter's Fury very proactively not going to find anything just yet. It's flexing onto the opposing Astra. Finally though, Coconut able to pick it up, but these trades back and forth, Charlotte, are so clean, and they're always the way of DRG. It can be up to Stu to see the gun barrel. Doesn't pull the trigger this time, but kind of forgets that Nick was there.
Yeah, now Coconut falls. It is up to Stu, the player that everyone talks about here for JDG. But he's not able to find it, as Dragon Ranger Gaming get up to 6 as quick as you like, really. It's just been the bonus that hasn't gone their way, and you know, that's the expected one. You just think how different this half would look if Ackerman doesn't find an incredibly clutch triple kill on the pistol round, and JDG do win that first round like we thought they were going to.
And that's a big aspect. Breeze, while it has been reworked a lot, not exactly as if it's gotten much smaller, so probably, arguably, aside from Abyss, the map that most relies on just good economy, the map that just relies on those higher buys, because the opposite is working with like a Sheriff or anything like that,
blimey.
but working with the control there. Spirit Z1 just lurking down mid, finding Jake Hero in the astral form there is a great pick up, and Jake Hero's not
3v3.
really been a factor. It's a 3v3 still. The Viper's pit does go down, the spike follows it, Stu as well, the neural theft to counter it. It's been a very, very fast round here, Charlotte, and with the extra dimensional drift as well, both players from JDG are being found out in the pit. Can they do anything?
Why you still got a Sheriff here as well, just hoping to play the closer angles, but now he falls, the pit falls as well. And so did JDG. It's chaos. It's bedlam here, but DRG are thriving in it, Medante. They are looking so damn nice, and it feels like JDG are just in over their heads.
Charlotte, you know what? I didn't want to say something because I was thinking I was caster cursing, but I do know it wasn't from you necessarily, it was from Rigor. But yeah, JDG really looking like they cannot get 2-0. Really looking like it right now, and maybe that's a caster curse in and of itself, but when DRG are playing so confidently, so cohesively off of this setup, it really does just go to show how strong it is. And to be honest, I was very much doubting that the Viper, I was very much believing that the lack of Viper would be a thorn in DRG's side, but when you're playing around your opposing Viper as well as you are, you're kind of just, I don't want to say 6 versus 4, but you're definitely having additional utility that arguably you shouldn't.
Yeah, it seems like maybe there's still a bit more work to go here for the JDG Viper setups. But, you know, potentially the defense is where we really get to see JDG shine, but they're going to have to give themselves a platform to perform here. You know, if the half ends 11-1, then no matter how good your defense is, it just isn't going to matter, really. This one's a good opportunity for it. Stu with Blade Storm back in his hands, and Ackerman, the operator there, tries to go for the quick scope, doesn't find it, has to back away. Spirit caught by Stu, fighting on in, shock dart towards Flexing, but he's inside of the smoke, nearly getting a double. Instead, JDG fight on in, find the kills they need. Oh, it's a little bit labored there from Stu. Potentially DRG have another chance because Vikashu's find the kill. He's going to need 2 more. Cage at his feet to try and block off some of these angles, keep himself safe, but now behind Orange, tucked away and found out by Jay. Second round on the board for JDG. My God, did they need it.
Yeah, they really did, and it was just a heart stopper to say getting the frags that are necessary, and then Stu just not quite able to land that Blade Storm the way they had previously, Charlotte, but doesn't matter. Still goes the way of JDG off of a very nice execute onto the A site, but again, DRG have already walked away with the half at least, and the defense side is kind of what struggles a little bit more without the Viper, because of the fact that you can just cut off a lot of the attacking angles for your opposition. So going into the half with already that upgrade, with already that advantage can be a big deal. Can Jay make this further? The Dimensional Drift plus the Hunter's Fury and Stu off the back of it. Yeah, very nice push. Okay, JDG suddenly looking very different.
Yeah, they've certainly turned up now. Online in the server and looking like a third on the board as Ackerman still just holding back with this operator for Cashew. Only really now just entering in through doors. So much of this time has already been wasted. Potentially, possibly just even looking for some exits here. Ackerman saving. And yeah, the round's going the way of JDG, whether Dragon Ranger Gaming are going to like it or not.
Yeah, Vikashu try to get a shot or 2 in through the smoke, maybe pull up something, but yeah, at this point now it is just save the operator as well. But this is a very good lurk from Stu here. No one is realizing that he's gotten up this far. Of course, though, still gonna keep the operator online for DRG. He's not gonna get that far up, but that does give JDG a bit of information as to how DRG are playing, that they don't really respect the B site too much, and they are comfortable to put their back towards it. So yes, JDG not making anything work off of that lurk explicitly in that round, but a factor to consider going into these last 2.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, I'm still hesitant to feel that DRG are in with a chance here, because if JDG can keep this half close, even if it is 7-5, then I mean, in the last map, people were like, oh, DRG should be good for this. They had a good first half, and then, well, the second half happened. So,
yeah,
certainly nothing is given here. DRG could still, find more rounds, but Stu doesn't want that to happen. Instead, fighting on forwards. That's the aggression that JDG need to completely shut down the B site. Now completely vacated and cleared of defenders. And it's getting to the point where this operator is becoming a bit of a hindrance for DRG. They're not able to go for these retakes like they would want to. Just instead, like, oh, we've got to save this up, and you can't really fight your way in. JDG, 3 rounds in a row.
Indeed, nothing being given by DRG potentially, but JDG certainly taking it regardless. The B site and the A site, the executes have just suddenly come online. They've suddenly came on form. Maybe just a couple of rounds needed to adapt around the lack of a Viper. I mean, again, she is basically the controller of Breeze. Even if you're playing single controller, you still want to opt for that Viper. So JDG's executes, and oh my god, G taking that engagement versus an op and walking away the victor is an absolute statement. Flex and not able to survive either as YU picks him up, and that's only kind of adding more fuel to the fire here. Charlotte, you mentioned the JDG looking clean, and I do think it was down to adapting around the solo Viper that they are now executing against, and they seem to have done that phenomenally.
Yeah, the crazy thing as well now, that gun's now gone from Flexen. He was down to 0. So it's looking like it's a bit of a rougher purchase here for DRG, but Ackerman has the blades. So just a stinger on him. Nick with the Guardian. We've seen some crazy things out of that gun so far today, so can't even necessarily say it's a disadvantage, but JDG wants to go in, and there's the Guardian. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Nick has been dangerous with that gun in his hands, and Spirit has also been so damn good. Running on forward, Stu not really able to get anything done, as it's a triple from the Yoru of DRG. 11 HP now to his name. A small gust of wind would blow him down, but it's going to have to be a lot more than that to take out DRG. Jakuro needs a 1v5 here.
Yeah,
everyone's trained on this position. This is brutal. Only gets 1. And it's the blades from Ackerman to get things done. So 8-4 here. Half-time on map number 2. And DRG looking like they're in the run-in to take us to Corrode.
So far, at least, it's a beautiful shot from Nick there. Spirits then kind of given this one, honestly, Stu just giving him that little bit more leeway, and of course the punish comes through. But 8-4, kind of what you need if you are DRG, to be honest, because yeah, JDG, this is still their map pick. They've still got an entire half to work with. Vukashu, though, not looking too concerned. He's still very comfortable, still repping, of course, this shirt. Yeah, absolutely knows to play the crowd to his advantage. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's JDG just looking very locked in. They understand they've got a lot of work to do, and I don't think they were expecting such a hold from DRG's side.
Yeah, it does feel like it was a bit of a pocket pick maybe for JDG, but DRG looking strong here. I mean, again, I'm hesitant to really say anything about the outcome of this map, because the second half of Abyss went the complete opposite way to how we expected it to go. What is going on?
Oh, have you not seen PS1 Jet?
No, I've not seen that.
The PS1 Jet is peak.
That is horrifying.
5 polygon Jet is my sleep paralysis demon, I must say. That's what I see when I wake up at 3 a.m. Is 5 polygon Jet. I don't think it's quite got the same impact as Wide Joy, but
Wide Joy's great. I still use the Wide Joy spray in game now. Like,
damn right.
I was just looking at some of the stats, and then I look up and I just see that. I'm very confused. Either way, Stu's been having an incredible performance here. Despite the fact that JDG are currently 8-4 down, he's been popping off. That 327 ACS in the first half? Wild.
327 ACS in the first half whenever you are down that high. Like, I mean, Stu is 13-9. The next highest is a 6-9, and then a 4-9 across the board for the, well, Jay with 1 less death, but still very close. The 4 kills is the relevant part here. And speaking of relevant part, everyone from DRG just jumping it through window. JDG trying to go for a clutch kind of over aggression onto that B-side door, but it doesn't work out for them. Instead, they're down 2 players already for this pistol half. JKuro fighting back at least, but the man advantage in the Silva drone coming through as the B-side commit comes through. YU, though, at least stemming the bleeding and continues to do so with the Sheriff JKuro backing him up as well. We are seeing, Charlotte, you said it last map, but a pendulum time and time again from both of these teams.
It's YU on the defense, man. He's just so damn good. Whenever it comes to this defending side, one of the most stellar anchors, I think, that we have here in VCT China, and JKuro locks it off with a triple kill.
Is this what Charlotte, did you maybe get your halves wrong when you mentioned earlier about the alt economy and how the rounds were going? Did you see into the future and see this half? Yeah. Is that, I'm thinking that's what happened, and I'm thinking that's spoiler.
It. I'm definitely not an idiot, and that's definitely what happened.
Well, either way, we can see if that comes into fruition. I certainly do not believe that you are an idiot at all. There has just been a lot of shenanigans, a lot of chaos going through, as there tends to so often be in VCT China, and from the way this site is currently set up, we could be looking to see some more.
We very much could. JDG wanting to hold on to this B site as a lot of utilities come through on both sides, but it's also the full 5 stack here from DRG just waiting in the wings at the arch. In comes the recon bolt cage on up, but Vikashu taken down there by Jay. A little bit stunted, and he's seen the gun barrel here of the player next to him. Flaxin still can't find it. Nick's good for one with a classic, but that's all it's going to be. Another triple kill from YU. Again, on this B site, just looks absolutely unstoppable.
B site is more than locked and loaded, and I did say that it was kind of more on the defensive side that you start to see the lack of a Viper, and that's therefore DRG have kind of weathered the storm, but that's not to say it makes the attack side, you know, super easy. It's not to say that it suddenly gives you a free pass. We're seeing what can happen if you don't have that second controller. You really have to rely on on Flexen's Astra Stars, and she's not as strong as she used to be, Charlotte, so that could be a problem for DRG going into this.
Yeah, problems abound, but still, we've seen some miraculous things both today and just in VCT China in general. And, you know, you can never count anyone out. And that's a really exciting thing. We've seen some crazy games so far in Kickoff. FPX looking really solid in the off-season. Looking less than here in VCT. Nothing's predictable, and I would be surprised if this map was just fully written.
Yes, if anyone just came out and kind of said that this is going to go DRG's way and just said it with that much confidence, I would kind of doubt it. Love that! The Cloudburst covering the Yoru TV, the gate crash is absolutely genius level of an execute from DRG there, and it's absolutely enough. Spirit Z and Ackerman essentially just making a show of their own. They do get the control, which allows Nick to get the plant down, but that was very much down to a beautiful control here. Speaking of, Bukashu's got that mid lockdown. Stu not going to be able to find anything, in Spirit Z then picking up the last frag. It's a 9-6 for DRG. And while we're saying that anyone alive could just come up for JDG right now, they could come to life, DRG now starting to really look locked in.
Yeah, but it is, again, you're playing the anti-bonus. You should be winning this round fairly comfortably, and that's what they do. The 4th round of the half here is going to be really where we get a proper taste of how this half is going to look. Ultimate's fairly close up. Jay just 2 away from Dimensional Drift, I think, crucially here for the side of JDG. You going in. wanted to try and find something there, but doesn't get the opportunity. Instead, just dipping away, and that's DRG now running on forwards. Pyramid control for them. Might be able to get the spike planted here as well, but JDG are very close by.
Oh, it's a bloodbath on the A site, and that little bit of water on the pyramid side is not going to be enough really to cleanse the sins of the loser side here, and it's JKuro to look strong.
What?
Spirit Z immediately answering back though. Takes down Zhe, takes him down as well. 10 HP left, the 3k before Spirit Z finally moves on to the afterlife, but he could have done enough. Nick gets one, gets the second as well. Nick certainly looking a bit more warmed up than what we've seen on Abyss, and it is showing, ladies and gents.
Goodness me, I still want to talk about it's a brilliant end round from Nick, don't get me wrong, but I want to talk about Spirit there. He gets dinked there by the Phantom, 140 HP to his head, and he still is able to adjust from the aim punch, find that kill, and 2 others before he dies.
Yeah,
like, what on earth?
He nearly actually took down Coconut as well. You've seen on the replay. Yeah, it was nearly a collat, and we do finally get to see we're going to have to move on pretty quick, as JDG are going to have to as well. They still need to just move on. Yeah, that round didn't go their way. We'll have to try and get round 17 converted differently. With the lower buy, it is going to be tough, but we finally get to see what the new door looks like. Of course, Hall has been removed, so people were a little bit interested to see how that would come across, and it turns out basically still just the same. Door opens up, you get the audio cue that it has been done accordingly. And DRG now, though, with that kind of tentative pacing, they've kind of got the information at least, or they've played around no hold for mid from JDG just yet, and they're kind of just alternating these pushes here, the kind of B into the A, into the B, into the A, and G falling down by a beautiful shot from Flex, and I would not be surprised if we see the engage off of that.
Yeah, no, it's a little bit weaker over here now. Still 3 defenders over to the west. You've just got Coconut waiting over on B, but as the execute comes in, he'll start making his way over. Probably won't have enough time to try and deal with it, as JKuro fighting back in for 1, and YU has this Bucky. It's going to be, a little bit late, but he's found a double. And now invests the Viper's Pit on top of this. It is bold. But now Coconut's being given the opportunity to fight back in. Now he's going to have to clutch up. 1 versus 2. That's a nice shot into red time. Just 10 seconds left. He can potentially win this round on out. Shock Dart to find its way forward. Flexing to the hands of Coconut. What a clutch!
Insane work here, ladies and gentlemen, from Coconut. No cracking here at all.
Wow.
Absolute scenes to be seen on Breeze B site after that. The shots are incredible. The Bucky as well from YU. You said it, Charlotte. Arguably the pseudo sentinel of VCT China. We are seeing exactly why that's the case. There's one. That looking a little bit more laboured. The Viper's Pit, not going to be enough to protect him, but when you need him, Coconut lines that up and gets JDG back in this, and what was arguably more of a statement than DRG's initial one from Ackerman.
Yeah. I'm lost for words. My mouth is just agape right now. But we can't really focus on the past. Neither can DRG. They're going to have to move on here. And well, they found control of the A site for now. YU gets the kill, traded out by the Hunter's Fury. Ackerman has the Blade Storm to try and lock things down. They're going for a B plant again. Shay's barrel spotted up close with the Cosmic Divide. His lines crisscrossing the map. Stu, that's a nice shot with the operator. And Shay now Dimensional Drift teleporting in and away. I mean, this one is chaos. This one is crazy. Vikashu, Nick, flexing, trying to hold on from this. Vikashu falls. Flexing though, fighting on in. Surely we don't see another clutch. It's now a 2 versus 2. Nick's down to 34. Coconut is trying to go for the wraparound, and he does it again. Another 1v2 from him.
Oh, it's
but
just
I don't
barely.
think he's got the time.
It's just barely. It's just barely. It's not.
He did not have the time on that one. Goodness me.
Oh my! I was convinced it was just barely enough for the defuse to come down, but it is not going to be the case. We'll get to see exactly what timer that was on the clock there. Wow, you an excellent first 0.07, yeah, frame the difference between it there as the frag goes through, and we're not actually going to get a chance to see it on the replay, but yeah, 0.07. Charlotte, I am sure you are right on that call, but...
I mean, I said 1.7, but...
Oh, 0.17, sorry, I misheard you there. This is how excited I am. I'm not even listening, apparently,
misquoted.
so... misquoted and lying, but yeah, correct. Just been told
Spreading
there from
misinformation
production.
on the internet, Medante. I can't believe you do this.
It's arguably what I'm known for, but what I can certainly say is JDG needing to spread a bit more of complete information, especially the coaches to the players, because there's not much time left for JDG to try and convert this map.
Yeah, there really isn't. It's starting to run out of options, and I thought Coconut would have had just enough to get it done, but the spike does him in the end. And that's brutal, really, for JDG. Because now their economy is back down in tatters. They don't even have a max loss bonus to try and fall back on. Just pistols. Classic Sheriffs. A bandit for Jakuro. They've got to try and prevent map point from DRG.
It's looking nigh impossible, but you said it earlier, Charlotte, it's the nigh impossibilities that creates the greatest scenes, especially from this region, the Thrifties and such that we have seen. The Hunter's Fury go through, it gives Stu this position, which does get the Blade Storm online. Absolutely genius use of the ultimates there, just to get the control in the map spacing. Very nicely done, the Blade Storm online. That is going to be very pivotal. I mean, Stu is the MVP of JDG, has been so frequently. We'll see if he can add the knives and therefore the skulls of his enemies to the repertoire and get JDG their 8th round. But DRG are just playing this super patient and controlled.
Yeah, expecting some kind of crazy play from JDG on this eco round. They've gone for the gamble stack B, and DRG are now making their way towards the A site, and they've not seen or heard anything really anywhere. Certainly a little bit confusing, just the poison cloud over in B main to give some hint that at least you know that YU's over on this side, and it generally seems to be a good strategy that if you know YU's on B, you should go A.
Yes, it's ignore the 12 and 13, which is wild because, I mean, YU is not the top frag in any way. You know, Coconut's only one behind and Stu is above, but it has just been that level of that composure that YU has been pulling JDG from the brink of defeat here. The lurk from Flex and gets a little bit of information on DG, but not going to be able to find much else. A consideration now, though, for JDG. You can see Jakuro going through elbow to try and hunt down this Astra. There's a Cypher trip. Yeah, it's a great time waster. The Cypher trip, I believe, yeah, does hit through, so the information's been given, and it means that DRG have so little to worry about on this post-plant hold as Vikashu takes Stu out of the air. Spirit Z adds Coconut as well to the afterlife, and match point now for the side of DRG.
Yeah, it seems like Corrode is an inevitability now. 5 in a row. That's what DRG, oh sorry, that's what JDG are going to need if they want to close this out with a 2-0. You throw it over to the other side. 5 chances to close out the map here for DRG. Looking strong, looking like they want to take us to that 3rd map and say, you know, Abyss was just a bit of a blip. We're locked in now. We are ready to take this series. They certainly seem ready to take the map. Spirit going in, Dimensional Drift, gathering the information. YU is round his back though, and gets a kill onto Ackerman. Jay as well. Okay, that B site push here from DRG doesn't quite work out. Vikashu doesn't check the corner. Jakuro gets a kill. Flexin plants the spike, but it was a double take there from Jakuro. Like, hang on a minute, he's just planning out in the open.
Yeah, wait a minute, that's not my teammate. That's the enemy. I need to stop I need to stop what's happening there. Want to talk about as well that kind of initial push through that Spirits attempted with the flash. A really nice one-way from JKuro that did get the highlight through that stopped the push kind of coming through. And okay, ladies and gentlemen, Charlotte, you said it, 5 in a row needed to keep JDG alive. It's only 4 in a row. You only got to do that 4 more times. You only got to do that 4 more times.
But for DRG, I think what they should hope to do now is just build up your ultimates, don't use them, and just get one massive ult round. Just to try and take anything away from this JDG team. And, you know, even if it's... You have to give up round 24 to then... Or you have to, you know, give up that 11th round to JDG to make it happen. Just do anything, save where you can to make sure that at least you're ending the half on a high note with the ultimates in hand. It's a criticism that we saw for Gentlemates last year when they kept not being able to close out games, and it's something that they didn't do, was build up those ultimates, have a big ult round, and try and close it out there. And again, it's what DRG should do, because if you keep using your dimensional drift and your ults one by one like we saw in the previous round, then that's where JDG can fight back.
Yeah, you've got this level, you've got this time to play the war of attrition. You've got that time right now, and to be honest, it's looking pretty good for DRG potentially here. 1 ult point for Nick here. But we do say that the timing, it's Vukashu that falls. That's absolutely massive for Stu. There's no Cypher trips here anymore. No Cypher cam, no cage, no neural theft either. Arguably the most impactful frag to get just for the defender side here. The utility still coming through. DRG wanting to make this happen. And Spirits and Ackerman, the double team that are always the dream makers, are yet again bringing it online and potentially bringing us to a 3rd map. Nick adding himself to that kill feed. One last member, JKuro, the stressed teddy bear, getting squeezed to bring us on to the 3rd and final map as Spirit Z gets a 3k and puts DRG 13-8 and us, Charlotte, all the way to Corrode.
I'm very excited to see Corrode. But you've got to hand it to DRG. What a performance here on map number 2. JDG did put up a fight. Certainly not one-way traffic, but in the end, it was the champs attenders, the Stage 2 runners-up from last year, that were able to come out on top this time around.
Yeah, I want to be honest as well, a little bit of a criticism to JDG. We should see it in the replay here, that there was a little bit of kind of a misposition from how everyone was in the B site. Look at that. The Cosmic Divide plus the gate crash there. Beautiful stuff. Yeah, absolutely insane. That was the difference maker. And that's what was so clean, is when you get that kind of wraparound, that elbow lurk that we did see. It was beautiful, don't get us wrong, but it gives away a lot more information than maybe initially meets the eye. You now know, or you should at least believe, that no one is going to be on that kind of brick wall, because that's who's flanked you. The only person that you have to worry about is the rotate all the way from CT, and clearly Spirit Z and Ackerman did not give a single care. Love this flash again. Would love to see it from G's side, even if it is just his monitor getting essentially turned off for 2 seconds. But very clear that DRG are looking clean, and I would have to say that they have at least been practicing this map somewhat.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you don't want to be ignoring any map in the pool.
So clean. So clean.
So clean here for DRG. But it's big props for JDG. No matter where they found themselves, you never stop believing that maybe they could make a comeback, that maybe something could happen. And they were certainly quite close to it, but some big rounds coming through from DRG in the end of things to really seal the deal, I think, is the way to put it. Despite his ridiculous plays, 1v2 from Coconut. And there's just certain rounds that didn't go their way. The pistol in round number 1, the following round where Coconut dies with the 0.17 seconds left. It just didn't quite come together here for DRG. It's the team comms now. We'll see what DRG were up to.
中路我加了锅点，兄弟们。
我下不了外面的包。
不灵 OK。
有闪吗？浩迪。
来，这个上拉左边，1、2、3攻。怎么办
？I got pull, guys。对的。
120，不好掰。
我可以给你们收个烟，等一下，换点烟，我收的烟，推白。
可以稳手4打3，然后这里2个应该是。
不 hands box。
2打2，中门没有。
包点
看了。也来了，科秒，棒！
Oh, the difference in reaction. JDG were very composed when we heard them on the comms. DRG a little bit more explosive, but when you had a performance from Nick and the man himself on your screen, all smiles. Spirit Z1, an impressive performance.
There's not really much more to say about Spirit apart from that he's very good at Valorant as it turns out.
Who would have thought?
Yeah. Really nice tech there with the Yori flash, like we brought up in the cast as well. He's just did so much for this team, fighting through both his team's utility and the enemy teams as well, using them to great effect, and not even being scared to just take things a little bit silly, I think, as well. So truly doing some brilliant work, and yeah, this round really just seals it. Nearly
I can't believe that wasn't a collat. Honestly, looking back on it, I'm quite surprised that wasn't a collat. And this is an aspect, you get to see this as well, exactly how cleanly played that gate crash was. We get to see a replay of the replay because of how clean that execute just was finding itself. And the last thing I want to just point out is, yeah, Yoru sometimes, with how high the skill ceiling is, you got to have confidence in yourself to be a little bit silly.
Yeah, absolutely. And confidence is never something that DRG lack. Even when they had Demon 1 as a stand-in in Paris, I mean, Demon 1, again, another player that it doesn't lack in confidence. It fits in quite well with this DRG team, who are always willing to take a fight. But this time worked out on a bit, maybe not so much. We've certainly seen sort of both sides of that. 12 first kills for DRG, so fighting back more often than not. Good amount of post plants, a thrifty round in there. It's those sorts of moments that went their way. And again, that pistol in round number 1, if it goes to JDG, this is a very different map because of that very different first half. And you've got to hand it to Stu, haven't you, Medante? That even still, it was a great performance from JDG and this man in particular.
No, it absolutely was. Stu, as we've said, as you've talked about, maybe Stu finally has help. While maybe a little bit of a jab towards some of his previous roster and such. I do want to point out that it was G that was struggling a little bit there. I think it was kind of 9 and 13 that they ended off at, around that similar kill line, which is a struggle with your Yoru, especially when you've got Spirit's Yoru on the other side doing the shenanigans that was. Now, that was with a lot of help from Ackerman, a lot of great setup there, but again, that's in the past. JDG now are the ones that shouldn't be kind of thinking about the past anymore as they look on to Corrode. So ladies and gentlemen, another short little break as we go on to yet again the third map of this best of 3. JDG really do want to keep us going to the absolute limit, so we will be seeing you in just a moment. We'll be right back.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me hot. Hot, 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 hot.
Tell them what your name is. Left and right.
star tonight. You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head.
I'm excited. I'm very excited. Dante, I'm excited. I'm excited. I cannot wait to get into Corrode because we have had truly an incredible series so far between DRG and JDG. Just let's break it down. Map 1. JDG won 13-11. Probably shouldn't have, Medante.
Yeah, probably shouldn't have. We were kind of expecting DRG to kind of make it work. They went for a little bit of a cheeky comp. We're not going to be able to talk about it too much. Cheeky comp didn't work out. JDG, the tried and tested method, ended up working out. Breeze, really wacky. Only seen it once beforehand. DRG opting to not go for the Viper, which we basically have always argued is a death sentence in Breeze. DRG proving us very much wrong. Happy to just run that with Vukashu still on the Cypher and the solo controller. And now we move on to Corrode. And with Corrode being as wacky as it is, as kind of less wall-bangy now that the metal plate has been added onto the hot on A site, so not as kind of Odin intensive as it maybe once was, but with the level that we've been seeing from Sova specifically, I want to point this out. It seems that a lot of teams are respecting the dart a little bit less. I don't know if you've been picking up on it, Charlotte, but it seems that just the dart is allowed to scan people a little bit more often than maybe what we're used to seeing.
Yeah, I feel like it also just kind of, this tends to happen at the start of a season where teams maybe aren't quite as locked together as much, and throughout the season, like, the dart getting shot will sort of increase again. You know, sorting out which one of us is going to shoot the dart, because if all 5 people go to shoot it, then you know there's 5 people there. It's that sort of micromanagement of the game that I think takes a bit of time to sort of come into things here. But as we see, it's the DRG comp that I still don't know how to feel about. Ackerman, though, on the Neon instead of the Clove. That's probably the biggest change, really, as to from what DRG were playing last year. Still no Viper, though. Yeah. And if we're saying that Breeze, no Viper on Breeze is a death sentence, I mean, I'm always of the opinion that you should be bringing Viper on Corrode, otherwise you're trolling. We saw DRG still able to win quite a lot on Corrode, but that was when the map was fairly new. And I don't know, I feel like if you're not pairing in a Viper, it's a death sentence. But as we mentioned, it's not really an agent that DRG like to play. Vikashu much more comfortable on this Cypher, and that's what we see coming through.
Yeah, exactly. And we even get to see the little bit of a difference there from, I mentioned just like a second ago, like the metal paneling has came through, and you can see that no team opting for the Sova anymore. It's very much a spamming through a smoke or spamming through the walls with the Odin to get that high bullet penetration seems to have been a thing of the past. Some teams are very much still opting to do it. Of course, don't get me wrong, it is still a very strong thing to do, but we are starting to see that, you know, that kind of adaptation come through. And I want to talk a little bit more about an agent, that we don't get to see as often anymore. It feels like Gecko coming through, a very strong agent in my opinion. Arguably should find more kind of comfort in his abilities, especially the fact that a lot of abilities did get nerfed, the game focusing a little bit more just on strict gunplay. Gecko's still very much an agent that you can make Dizzy work, you can make Mosh work. Thrash is still an incredible piece of utility to have, and as we get onto the second last pistol round of this series, it's all potentially down to this, even just as we get started.
Yeah, Nick is probably one of the best Geckos in the VCT, not even just VCT China. Certainly plays it quite a high amount. Will be good on this roll, and Paranoia coming through from Flexen as well, just to open up the A site. Spike gets planted. Coconut, though, wanting to fight in here from elbow. Saturate comes on through, doesn't connect onto anything, and DRG happy to sort of cede the A site itself in terms of this space, just sitting back looking to try and take these kills, and Flexen wrapping round towards elbow, taking down Jakuro. That's a crucial kill because now it means that no flanks can come through from JDG, but the kills come through instead, and Vikashu just caught out in the open. JDG, what a pistol round to win, because that sets the tone.
Oh, absolutely. DRG, especially with how that looked, they got onto the site so clean, they got the spike planted so easily, and it looked like the control was initially even going their way as well, and then we just seen a whole bunch of green appear on that kill feed as it just really did go the way of JDG. There were some trades back and forth here and there, but for the most part, JDG just walking away with that very comfortably. And what do you now see? I was going to say, is G going to keep up with that Vandal? Are we going to see that full buy? No, instead just opting for the Guardian. And you pointed out, Charlotte, earlier, how clean that gun has actually been from these players. They're all very warmed up mechanically speaking. And we're back to Abyss, ladies and gentlemen. It's a waylay and a smoke. And we'll see if that can absolutely crush DRG's hope of getting onto this B site.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, DRG only with the pistols as well, so potentially you look at that and think, maybe they're not that favoured anyway, but I feel like it's also about the mental warfare in that sense with the judge. Try and tilt DRG early, which is notably quite a difficult task.
Oh, yeah.
Flexen and Vikashu as the IGL and the more veteran presence on this team. Certainly very good when it comes to keeping themselves sane, but Stu with a triple kill. There's the impact from the judge that we wanted to see. Okay, a bit of danger in here actually. Ackerman's found a stinger, upgrade in hand. Now it is going to have to be just Ackerman here, 1-on-3. And the retake is coming through now.
Spike was down at least, so an extra 300 credits per player is a big deal. It can be a massive difference between getting the spike down and not. So DRG managing to do that, it's a bit of a back and forth. Finally, Ackerman does fall. Yeah, a little bit of a back and forth, but very much just the case, yeah, that we are coming through and seeing that. So a nice, quick double up from the side there. And yeah, a nice defuse as well. Again, still getting that plant down. So it's not exactly the end of the world for DRG at all. But yeah, Stu just getting that through, managing to get themselves out, and then the frags just all going the way of JDG. 3 members still alive to carry the guns into this third round. DRG should, of course, have this round in favour. But again, thrifty is a word that is near enough synonymous with VCT China.
And Stu's up close with this judge. DRG are going to have to clear this. Seems like they're maybe expecting it. Headshot there involved, but Ackerman still gets the kill. 14 HP though. Good damage that's been dealt. The Sheriff spams through the smoke. They could actually find quite a bit of impact.
I do love the lurk outside the smoke because it's a risky play, don't get me wrong, but you've mentioned it, Charlotte, it can find some serious value, and especially in a round like this where you are not favoured to win, playing those kind of closer angles, playing off of the utility is a good aspect there. And speaking of a closer angle, look at how pushed up G actually is. This does keep that kind of link control to A completely safe. The audio as well from any rotates, from any steps being taken by DRG, of course that is going to be calmed by G as well. So a lot of information being gathered here, even though no visual contact has been made. 30 seconds left on the clock, and it looks like Charlotte, yet again, we are kind of in for these longer haul pushes on each of these rounds.
In towards B. Snake by the feet for now, but that will quickly dissipate and the push can start to be made. It's certainly taking quite a while. YU up close, deals with Wingman. Now that's certainly put some danger into the mix. The spams come on in. It's all fallen apart for DRG. Nick needs to find 3 kills here, but instead it's 3 rounds for JDG. The bonus converted.
Oh dear, for DRG, that could be scary. That could be scary. And want to point out again, for anyone that maybe doesn't know, believe even with Breeze back on the map pool, Corrode is still the longest rotate map from an A site to a B site if you don't have mid. If you have to go through spawn, that is an eternity that you have to spend getting that rotate through. And that means the mid control, that lurk that we mentioned from G, maybe didn't get any frags necessarily, but did everything that JDG needed it to, and that's a scary conversion if you're DRG.
Absolutely is, because now you've got a long road ahead of you. The road, again, one of the maps that can tend to lean towards the attackers in a lot of situations. But right now, DRG at that deficit. All 5 players looking in towards this A side. Vakashu, hero rifle. Does at least get something. But Jakiro just reads the TP from Flexin. Nice awareness, but a 4v4, and the spike does get planted.
Does indeed. Thrashes out. Doesn't hit anyone, but maybe a bit of information here. And J. Kuro, the controller off there, absolutely massive that he was able to find Flexin, but DRG not going down, especially without a fight. Yeah, the spike gets tapped. Mosh is going to go on it. That damage isn't big to start with, but it's that explosion at the end. It's YU, though, super pushed up, very deep in that corner, not being cleared. 4-0 for JDG, sorry, a 0-4 for DRG. And to be honest, Charlotte, normally I would say I'm a little bit concerned, but we have been kind of seeing this round win streak and into a sudden backswing. That pendulum you mentioned earlier, something very much to consider.
For sure. I also just need to say, these team names are far too similar. JDG, DRG, I mean, it's tripped me up a few times. Just a bit.
It wasn't as bad when Coconut was against, when JDG was against Titan Esports, and you had Coco and Coco Nut. That was good. That was fun to calm.
That's a good one. Lev, I think, as well, are going to be pretty miserable to cast because you've got Spike in there as well. And Neon is about to come into the team when he turns 18, so that'll be quite miserable for the folks over in VCT Americas. But for right now, DRG, they're having a pretty miserable time themselves. 0-4, having to take this first time out very early in the half because things are starting to spiral out of control.
It really is. It really is. It has to be kind of now, because if DRG, this was kind of how Abyss looked, where initially it was just the guns weren't the issue. Like, it wasn't the buys, it was just the micros, it was just the positioning and the setup of the plays. That was what the difference maker was. The guns were just kind of an afterthought, and we could be yet to see that again, depending on how this next round goes. The buy is up, the Convergent Paths is online for Stu. J. Kuro as well can do anything cheeky with the Omen TP. 1 away for Ackerman on that overdrive, and the Dimensional Drift online as well. Nick popped Thrash in the previous round, and it didn't get any value.
Hang on in. Information for Spirit and double dash. The dive in from Stu towards B main. Doesn't really catch anything. Ackerman, though, up through mid on this Neon. Catches the first. A good start for DRG and compounding upon it. Doubles down and doubles up for DRG. Coconut, at the very least, is able to get one, but it's still a 2 versus 4 here for the defense. This is what we wanted to see from this attacking side, but now Jay's found another as well, and you start to worry yet again.
Yeah, you can see, I love Gecko's model whenever, oh no, oh, you watch Nick kind of look at Ackerman and go, that wasn't intended, that wasn't what was necessary. Coconut does fall though, flexing, just holding it down on that B main, side, that tunnel, and I mean, it's only one round, so I don't want to just start counting megs before they've hatched. Flexing a beautiful teleport up there just to get the control onto G, get it. But is the operator going to be another kind of sunk cost fallacy again, like we've seen on Abyss, where it's not helping out Ackerman and then saving the operators, only making life worse for you?
Yeah, well, in that case, Flexen's actually done them a favor by teleporting up, removing the operator from Jay. It means it's now a question of, do we buy it back up again? And they might not have the opportunity or the means to do so, but they indeed do go for that reinvestment. Buying down to 150 credits, this had better be worth it. No fake out clone for Jay. Speaking of counting eggs, all of his are in this basket with the operator.
Emphasis on B. Asuka as well. He's been sitting there that whole time. Mid being kind of given up as well. It's Coconut's kind of jump peeking it, as you can see, but that operator is the kind of the damage dealer for mid. It's why we've seen like teams going with the chamber pick, because Headhunter and the tour de force, just to kind of keep that control, can be such pivotal aspects to it here. But a very patient setup from JDG. Everyone's still on the back half of the map, and I think the first time we've seen them be this defensive. Usually we see kind of someone pushed up to that kind of A arch or kind of where the wall is on mid. This time though, everyone just kind of standing firm, holding their ground and waiting until the execute comes through, which Charlotte looks to like it's about to happen here.
Yeah, it's the weaker side of the map, but they are fighting into the operator here, and they're fighting into YU. Gets the spray onto one, nearly taking down Spirits, just a little bit too high on the aiming. Shay, though, gets the information, gets the spot out, blindside in, but still, again, retaking with this operator, a difficult task. This time, he's got backup, though. 3 teammates still to try and fire on in, and there's a saturate. Double dash in from Stu. And Jakuro just takes down Spirit. Now DRG in the disadvantage, but time continuing to tick. That's going to be the main factor here as the convergent path comes on through. Catches no one. Vukashu on the site, dealing damage. There's a second from him. Make it 3. But Coconut, yet again, could be the defining factor. The Nick in the smoke gets things done, gets things nice and tidied up for DRG. They get their second round.
A little bit of a disadvantage there, and I think, Charlotte, we talked about it, the operator exactly being a problem. Could you imagine the backup there had we seen the Waylay utility being used and then the Yoru follows it up? But instead that operator kind of keeping your Yoru at a post, keeping G kind of backed up there, and it means Vukashu, despite being convergent path, despite being seized, still takes a 3k away for DRG, and it is these hero plays that have seemed to be making the difference, to be honest, for DRG so far. If they're able to keep getting away with it, though, it's not going to be a relevant factor, as the fight for mid is absolutely massive. G falls, Flexen being the one to take him down, and the damage very much going the side of DRG.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, there's only so much you can get done with pistols. You've got to try and go for some kind of crazy play. It just doesn't work out here for JDG. And although YU does get one, there's some bandit value. It's just the one though. B site completely empty, the spike should go down. This round should be DRG's. And yet I'm still slightly scared.
How many times have we said should be and then been proven oh so painfully wrong. Stu, unfortunately for him, though, not able to get the shots, and Flexing, picking up J Kuro as well. So not going to be as big of a deal as we maybe could have thought. But again, with thrifties and clutches that we have seen, individual players can always turn up in this scene especially. But DRG just holding it fast, holding it firm. A nice shot from YU will have been, of course, kind of the consolation frag for the squad. And already 3 rounds answered back pretty damn fast by DRG, it's got to be said.
Yeah, absolutely. The timeout has worked wonders for them. It's not like Abyss where those changes came in a bit too late. But the operator here from Jay does force DRG away from this A angle. Potentially looking towards the more heavily populated sides of the map here for JDG. Just the threat of that op funneling the attackers into where JDG are playing are ready for them.
Does seem that just at the moment DRG, they're kind of really managing to work around this micro kind of defensive style. Look at the amount of utility being spammed onto J Kuro, even face first into Spirit Z. Not enough, but okay, Heaven not being checked, and Stu more than happy to allow entry to members of DRG into that more literal side of Heaven. It's a good use of the Saturate as well, plus the Wave Dasher, the light speed, into the Viper's Pit to keep all of the control. Flexen is found. Nick falls all off the back of that waylay.
That was an incredible play from Stu in a round where things maybe looked like they were going to be going DRG's way to tie us up. Nice double. Ended up jumping down. Does it absolutely perfectly, and some operator value from Jay. Shushing the opponents too. JDG still having fun up there, and they keep DRG at an arm's distance.
Yeah, definitely not feeling the pressure just yet, which is always good to see, you know, especially because JDG still have both of their timeouts as well. You've forced a timeout from DRG at this arguably kind of early stage. Let's not mince words, and now the pace has been increased. The flashes come through, the fast lane and the Viper's Wall intersect, and DRG have just walked onto the B site. This time, Stu, not in Heaven. It's the rest of his team that are in fact up in the sky, as 2 members for JDG are all that's left for a retake here. I would not be shocked, Charlotte, if we do see an attempted save here, at least from G, possibly from Stu as well.
Yeah, at the very least for JDG, they've got plenty of money left to buy into this one, so Stu maybe can try and go for something a little bit here, but straight into the waiting arms of Ackerman. And that's going to be the signal there. Yeah, Jay going away from this one. But he's getting swarmed. Bit of information. Dipping away. Spirits is there to take the gun out of his hands. But again, maybe that does him a favor. Gets a rifle in Jay's hands, and potentially, you know, they can go for these retakes a bit more.
These retakes are, I mean, the utility, again, we talked about it, this is kind of a meta in a patch where abilities not as impactful. Again, stuns don't last as long, flashes are either a bit narrower or also just don't last as long, so a lot of it is more just down to the gunfights and such that we were talking about. So the timeout now coming from JDG. I mentioned that, you know, at least you were able to force out DRG's one pretty early, but JDG now having to answer back with one of their own, and I think it is just down to that retake you mentioned, Charlotte. Again, you've still got an entire mid that is being respected, but isn't necessarily being like pushed upon or aggressed upon is probably the best way to put it, where there's a lot of time being spent, but then there just seems to be that funnel right back onto the kind of direct links towards the either A or B site. And I would love to see, especially from the defense, that be kind of reflected upon going in past this halftime, or this timeout, I should say.
Yeah, I think the issue with Corrode is it's such a big map that just making a way down mid and round, it takes a long time to go for those wraps, and especially towards the B site, right? You don't even have like the connector like you do over towards A.
Yeah, you just gotta go for that marathon. You gotta, sign up for the sponsored walk. Essentially, get some sponsor. Yeah, the fun run, the sponsored walk, whatever you want. And the fact that neither team has the knee on it means that these Yorus have to play a bit more, maybe not conservatively, but they have to consider what the gate crash can really do for them, because the fast rotates need to come through. Speaking of a fast, though, it's already the fight for mid. I was talking about it. It seems to be mostly DRG's way, going the way of it. A 3k for Ackerman, a consolation prize. Flexen does fall, and Spirit, though, off of the back of that complete chaos, has found himself on the B site with the rest of his team.
I have to say, I do respect JDG just, again, going for these kind of crazy plays in the eco rounds. Looking to catch DRG off guard, maybe, with something like that, but instead, it just doesn't come through. Ackerman potentially looking for a pentakill here. It would be more of a rarity so far.
I like the crossfire just essentially trying to prevent that. You almost feel that JDG know. Yeah, that JDG... Oh, I say that as the timing... Oh, no. As the timing comes through. But they have no clue that Coconut is there, right? Does Coconut get a few off the back of that? No, he's still being cheered. He's still being checked. He's still being clear. Okay, he's been fine.
Setting him up for the ace here. Ackerman, yeah, he's got it. Just the fifth ace in VCT China so far. Actually, a fairly high number considering we're only in day 4.
Yeah, like saying 5th ace so soon is pretty wild, and it's getting to show you though, like Ackerman, yes, okay, that kind of putting your Yoru's spine towards the you can see the moon jumping kind of happening. Oh, the cheeky little as well coming through, a statement and a half. Not only is it a 5k, it's a 5-5 equalizer, Charlotte. It's very much giving memories of Abyss for how close this first half is.
Yeah, Shay again going for the operator buy. Still yet to be convinced that it's the right way to go. He's looking down this A angle for now. DRG potentially aware that something might be happening, not going for any kind of main pushes, but certainly closer towards the site here on B.
Certainly closer indeed, and there's a bit more kind of pivot towards the mid control now. I'm quite liking Vukashu. I mean, to be expected, kind of the Cypher lurk on mid is always what you want to see on these massive maps, because you do just get that level of control. Believe the cam does just spot the elbow out from J Kuro. The actual elbow now from Vukashu has been spotted out. Not going to let you away with a second attempt at that. J Kuro 1 is all you get. It's a good opening frag, but DRG not immediately collapsing off the back of it. Happy just to play that little bit more patient. You can see the Prowler from Coconut being used quite a bit, actually. The Mosh Pit and the C's being fired as well. A lot of utility back and forth.
Oh, now that this angle's being cleared, that's when Coconut decides he's going to rat in the corner, but teleporting in. Spirit not caught out, instead trading things. 3 versus 3. Stupid a double, and YU a double himself.
Wow.
JDG get the round and retake the lead here.
Yeah, incredible reposition from Coconut. I think I need to check. Do you know if Dizzy hit Coconut? Did that information get gathered there? We've seen Dizzy. Yeah, it did.
Yes.
Dizzy, yeah, Coconut absolutely got tagged by that Dizzy. Still not enough though to get him killed without taking one down himself. And then yeah, just a beautiful double from the side of YU and Coconut there, or not Coconut, sorry, YU and G. So nicely done from them. And now we move on, potentially exactly the last round of the half, and either a 7-5 style for JDG if they want that advantage, but DRG looking to equalize us yet again, especially with that opening frag coming through.
What on earth is going on here? Stu, though, locking things down here in A-Link. A double from him, and yet again, we find ourselves 3 versus 3, sorry. Flexing, though, does take down the Waylay as Nick, the wingman, gets the plant on A. Just enabled a little bit of extra care sent over to that NJ. Surely he's got to know that Vukashi's here. He certainly will now that shots coming through. Again, an operator's a difficult one to take this fight with, but goes for it. YU, meanwhile, is in the site, trying to pressure onto the spike inside of this smoke here that Flexen has given him. It's a difficult one to try and fight out of, but now Jay's behind. It's drawn the attention away. YU can only get one. So DRG tie us up. It's a 6-6 half.
2 of the 3 maps played, ladies and gentlemen, have ended with 6-6 halves. Back and forth is an understatement right now. A lot of chaos towards that mid as well set up, but you really have to give it to Flexen and Nick. They're playing that kind of crossfire angle off of each other beautifully, not giving any pixels away towards their opposition, and it shows no real mistakes being made by either side here. The micro play is on another level from both these teams, and because of that, a 6-6 ender for half one. Surely now you've got to be feeling a little bit of the sweat as we decide via audience vote what spray they prefer.
The bottom one's quite good.
I was gonna say the Deadlock looking annoyed that she's caught up in her own magnet is pretty good, because we have seen that once or twice, even on the big stages, where the utility just doesn't quite go the way you think, and then it bounces off a wall at you. So yeah, I think a lot of people can sympathize with it. It's looking close though, I must say, down to the wire. In fact.
I just want to see the second half here, Medante. I just want to jump in.
I'm stressed as well. I can
Enough
only
of the
imagine.
halftime break. Just send us in.
Send them back. If me and you would be holding W if we were on the stage right now, and that's exactly why we are not on the stage right now.
This game is absolute cinema. I can't lie.
This set has been awesome to watch, and we've been seeing DRG as well. Like, they are on arguably the weaker comp. You should need Viper to make these things work, and yet essentially through pure grit, sweat and determination, DRG rewriting the rulebook that, while to be honest has only just recently been written,
it is though
it's a cinema
bearing striking resemblances and similarities to map 1.
Yep.
6-6 half, DRG somehow still in this with a comp that shouldn't be working. And now...
You know how it ended, though? We know how that ended, though, which is a big thing. We had a sneak peek into that, and it might be a sneak peek into the future. But anyway, the final pistol round of this series, all the way towards the end, and DRG immediately disrespecting that kind of Viper wall down mid. They want that control, they want that angle, and this should be plenty of information for them.
Had the perfect read that there just was no one playing around it. Stu, light speed, double dash in, and it's going to be punished. Jakuro as well with the teleport coming through, but YU a double for himself to fight on back. It's just packs of 2 kills here coming through, and Coconut left for the 1 versus 3, clearing the tripwire there. That's in the way. He's still got a minute here to play around. Spike in pocket. He could go to the A site in this situation.
He absolutely could, and it does look like he's factoring that in. Yeah, you do kind of have to play, as you said, Charlotte, with the double kills going kind of the way it was, those double stacks, the pistol round, Vukashi and Flex, and opting for giving up the rest of the map control because they know they can play this retake. Coconut as well, only got the ghost, doesn't have the light shields or anything. Would it be insane? And you can see the map getting pinged a little bit there. A full lurk all the way up towards the B site and around. It would be a mistake. Flexen's got that angle held, and because of it, Coconut is going to go towards this A site. A haunt in hand as well, so a decent bit of utility here, but it's Flexen and Vukashi. Look at what they've got to work with. Basically everything still in their pockets.
Yeah, and also just some heavy hitters when it comes to the gunplay as well. Coconut's playing ahead of this. Feel like he's got to try and catch off one, but they're so aware of this possibility. Flexing gets dinked headshot, but still stays alive and gets the kill to pistol round for DRG.
can see they're happy. Still locked in, but you can see the smiles coming through. You can see how pleased they are, and I can say it with a bit of cheekiness to it. I mean, of course, you would have to sacrifice the Prowler, but if that was a bandit, it was suddenly a 1 versus 1. That headshot would have went the way of JDG, and instead we could be seeing a different round differential. Not going to be the way of it, and I mean, it would have caused a sacrifice, a loss of the Prowler from Coconut, which is a massive piece of utility, especially for the pistol round and to get control of that B site. So DRG managing to make this work, but yet again, if I'm not mistaken, Charlotte, that was how the second half of Abyss went too.
Yeah. I'll take your word for it. I don't really remember.
We've been focused too much on this. It's hard to remember.
Yeah, it's been chaos. My brain has felt fried and scrambled at times, and well, JDG will also be feeling something similar with some of the reads that have been coming through from DRG. Again, feels like Flexin still growing, still improving as an IGL, and very much at the top of China these days with his calling.
Has been arguably, I would say, a big shout out to Tyloo's Sword 9. Another excellent IGL was showing himself, even if Tyloo did end up dropping through a little bit. Absolutely really excellent to see the IGLs coming in, because again, especially going into more of a wider stage, you know, the world stage instead of just region stage, you're going against teams that have been able to IGL for 3 years longer than you. But we're starting to really see the VCT China teams, you know, submit their own players, submit their own IGLs and such that are worthy of the respect that the rest of the regions have commanded. And the Viper wall goes up. You see the strength of it here now, but with 20 seconds left on the clock, Nick does get seen, manages to get out with his life. The mosh pit to kill so much time, and that arguably is enough. 20 seconds left, and so many members of JDG now found.
Yeah, the kills coming through though for JDG. Vakashu under pressure, getting surrounded. Still finds one, and that could be crucial to the outcome of this round. Stu has picked up an upgrade though as a spike gets planted. JDG able to set themselves up into a nice position, but Ackerman has this judge round the corner. He should have spotted Stu there, but in the end, doesn't quite clear effectively. And now it's in the hands of JDG. It's up to Flexin to clutch a headshot from Stu. Just the Spectre though, so it doesn't take him down. Instead, goes for the second attempt. Follow-up taken out, and Stu is living for it on the stage as we tie up again.
I mean, he knows he has a decent number of the crowd behind him just because of how good he is as a player. He knows he gets the love, and he is absolutely happy to play off of it. Stu there, that angle, Charlotte, and I want to talk about that for a sec, because Breeze got a lot of changes to it so that like there's no more deep kind of corners, and you'll see a lot of the maps get changed like that. Riot very much kind of changing like deep corners into like that more slant angle to kind of prevent you being tucked in a corner, and that shows you the power of how tucked you can be in that corner, because it looked like Ackerman should have had that clear onto Stu. Stu gets the headshot, Ackerman actually getting confused, believing it was, you know, from behind, and doing that quick 180. It shows you the power of those kind of tucked spots and why utility does need to get thrown into those angles to clear them out, because swinging that deep and having to kind of face a corner like that can be a real risk, especially walking into a site, as you can see JDG not wanting to walk into this one particularly.
As he goes up over the top of B main, gets the information. At least one tag there, I think, on towards Shay. But JDG instead exploring other avenues up towards mid. Prowler goes through Link, and they are looking like they want to end it A here. 3 players over on this side. And Ackerman still wanting to stick around as Stu falls, but Jay fighting in. That's exactly the impact we needed to see from the Yoru. Jakuro as well, the IGL, not afraid to get his hands dirty. Now planting the spike as well, just one step closer to his ultimate. DRG, one upgrade, but still going to have to try and fight their way in.
Indeed, and this has arguably been the retakes have been going a little bit less smooth for kind of both of these teams. It's why we've seen the in the previous 2 maps the kind of the diffuse or the plant into conversion lack of diffuse has always kind of been about a 50-50 style, but Corrode is an equally, if not the hardest map to kind of get those retakes on, especially without like the Sova or the Initiator helping you out. Speaking of the Initiator helping you out, Nick falls is a massive factor, and yeah, there's no real exits coming through. That hero rifle from Vukashu yet again not going to find too much value, and JDG are sprinting all the way over to that B site. They do not want to give him a chance, because what happens when you give Vukashu a chance? He will make 3 more off the back of it.
Yeah, absolutely. DRG is a team that thrives on the momentum. You give them an inch, they'll take 5 miles, honestly. And Vukashu certainly one of the players who epitomizes that. But for JDG now, this is a bit more of a truer test. They're coming up against full complement of rifles now. Just the one Bulldog here from Flexin, but the first kill goes the way of DRG yet again. But this time they're able to hold on to that advantage.
It's very, very good for DRG here, and they're really just, I love the kind of style that they have been playing here. They've got now all of this control, a lot more actually set up towards the B site, because you can kind of get those normally faster rotates from Omen once the ult starts to come online. The From the Shadows really good in a map like this. The Prowler does spot out Vukashu. It is the tripwires. Vukashu just activates the Cypher Cage. He wants to fight this, gets the Neural Theft online as well because of it. The wall hacks here are absolutely massive. Again, Spirits having to live in a previous Corrode life where he could just wallbang the Waylay from that angle. Not going to be the case as the metal sheet is up. Spike still hasn't done. A complete cluelessness from JKuro. He just puts his back towards the main, or towards the mid, sorry, believing that someone will be holding that. No one is, and he falls, and that's enough for these dominoes from DRG just to tap it through, and the rest of JDG crumble along with them.
I mean, it's not like Spirits didn't give a few warning shots. Oh, they're showing the whole replay. That's a bit rude there.
Harsh, honestly, for JKuro.
Yeah. But fair enough. Like, because for Spirits, yeah, he misses a few shots, but JKuro is still just not quite aware of the bullets coming in. 8-8, scoreline tied up again. It feels like we're just gonna keep saying that so far.
I mean, if you keep highlighting it because it's relevant, it doesn't make it any less relevant. And that's currently just the way of it. Now this mid push yet again from DRG. They love this kind of mid control. Prowler gets spotted out. Gate crashes out as well. The attempt to just kind of rotate away, the run away from Ackerman there on the Neon, just to kind of give some control. And yes, that is the refract now burnt. The swing off of the Marsh, and the trades are now coming back. It's going to be a bloodbath on mid. DRG so far walking away with it. JKuro having no clue what's currently happening as he just gets done in the back with the shorty.
The spike's down.
And the spike's down, so that should be the end of this round unless G do something magical.
Where's YU coming from? He's already found his way in through B, but it does feel like they're going to be aware of this. Nick is watching towards the back. Flank not really going to be a possibility by YU, and yeah, as soon as that cage comes down from Vukashu, that's the sound. Nick has his number. DRG get the round yet again, finding themselves in the lead, but the way this half has been going so far, it feels like JDG are just going to be able to fight right back and have a 9-9.
Yes, definitely, in terms of, okay, yes, DRG now with the round advantage on them. A little swap out for Spirits there. The idea, it almost looked like the gun overheat. Yeah, there was animations where the gun overheats and like you flick your hand away. It kind of looked like that, but the shorty coming out instead, and excellent use of the timeout here from JDG. I don't think you can ask for a better kind of moment to get the timeout, where the rounds just haven't been going your way the last little bit, but you've still absolutely got, you've got DRG's number, and no way are you concerned about this. It is the last timeout though for JDG, so they need to make this work, or at the very least they need to make DRG sweat enough that DRG call their last timeout.
Yeah, absolutely, but like you say, it's good timing here from Bile to want to talk to the team. Clearly, it's been an unsettled half. I think it's fair to say. And
very fair indeed.
just needing to find a bit of stability here for JDG. Calm things down. They're being caught out here by what DRG are wanting to do on this defensive side. Pushing aggressively, getting up in their faces, and they've just not really found the way to deal with it just yet. So hopefully they can get a way through.
What I would like
find some success here, Medante.
Yeah, what I would like to see, just kind of off the stuff we've seen there, I would love to kind of see JDG just essentially, because the mid control even with the Viper wall isn't really working out for them. Okay, well hang on, I'm gonna have to suspend that that point for a minute. It's a beautiful use of the light speed to get out Jake Shuro as well, pushing or dealing with that push from Ackerman. There's absolutely clean. But I would like to just see, now that we've got a little bit of a calmer disposition to the round, the Viper wall maybe gets moved from that kind of diagonal across mid, maybe just goes across like the arch to A link, and then we just see like a full commit to a site. And then we see the same from B. The Viper wall just goes onto the B link to mid, and then we just see a full conversion onto the site, because right now DRG are the kings of mid, and even with the man disadvantage, you can still see Nick posted up there, and they're continuing to keep that hold.
Yeah, it does feel like, I mean, again, we said that DRG like to play the start of these rounds aggressively and get a punish, but this time the punishment has gone the other way. Here's the Yoru roll in towards the Waylay ultimate as well, and JDG cutting everyone down on the site. Bukashu on the long and lonely trudge over from A. He's gonna arrive to the B site and discover all of the dead bodies of his teammates. A 1 versus 3 situation for him.
Bukashu didn't get to go see Long Walk. He's living it, unfortunately for him, as he just tries to turn it through here, and just an excellent masterclass use of utility, but that's a much bigger deal. Even one frag is all of a sudden about a 10-15% extra likelihood here, and there's one man that can do it. We've said it before, but he's got so much more left to clear. JDG playing this to perfection, and yeah, off the back of that, the time has been killed long enough. Ukashu hearing the footsteps of both YU and Coconut rotating. He knows that they're both in towards the main side. He's actually set up towards mid, but JDG kind of characteristically, DRG wanting the fight on mid, and JDG kind of just not wanting to even try it, not wanting to give up any additional space, guns, or economy.
It's a nice punish, it's a nice round from JDG. We want to see more of that, but again, it's 9-9. We're tied up again, and we're seeing like a little bit of a sort of snake pattern here, or a two-wide checkerboard, I suppose.
It's a serpentine, if you will, but it's not a player trying to dodge some bullets. It's a scoreline going one way or the other. Speaking of dodging a bullet, nice jump peek from Coconut, forces the shot out from Spirits, gets the information that the op is on the B site, but look at Yoru, look at how effective that movement is. He's already on the A site as well, so if you try and come and say we know where the operator is, I'm sorry JDG, that information is more than outdated.
Nice damage dealt up to Flexin, but more dealt the other way. Jay down to just 45 points of health. And DRG sort of recognized there that their aggression punished in the previous round. Now sitting back, waiting for JDG to come to them. And now that JDG haven't been able to really open anything up, able to get themselves an advantage, they've been slowed down here. Ackerman on the judge could prove spoiler, but instead it's a mid to B up through tracks. Nick is just tucked close. Paranoia doesn't clear him, but Stu does. Cerebral play from him. The Waylay doing numbers, and YU in main just to provide a second angle, but Stu! That was ridiculous before! A quad kill to completely turn the round on its head. And Jay just sticking around in mid, does not want to give him the ace. Does not want to give him that opportunity. Flexin takes the kill regardless. And he's on his feet. What a player Vukashu is.
Deservedly so. And ladies and gentlemen, that is the voodoo that Vukashu do so well. Let's have a look at that again. You see the light speed come up. Stu has confused himself. Look at that angle. You can see Stu just putting his back towards Vukashu. DRG, his own team, in shock at what he has just done. That is the man, the myth, and in that round at least, absolutely the legend Vukashu.
Straight back into the next round now. JDG no longer with a purchase, just a hero rifle from Stu. Well, ironically enough, they cannot be allowed to stew on the previous round. If they let it get to their heads, then that's when the danger lies. Flexing for a double. But YU is activated in this round. One kill with the Sheriff, spam through the smoke onto Ackerman. Suddenly it's a 3 versus 3.
The Viper's pit as well. I want to see this. This is kind of the angle I talked about, Charlotte. Look, like the Viper's wall is still on the mid, but otherwise, this was just kind of a full commit onto the main site. It was quite a bit better. The Thrash does find YU as well. The Viper's pit not going to save you at all from the monsters lurking within. As now 11-9, DRG off of the back of Vukashu doing the unthinkable could potentially steer this momentum all the way to a series win.
Yeah, it certainly is close. It'd be good for my pick'ems if DRG are able to get the win here, but either way, still a very close game and one that, I mean, I want to see all the way through to the end, potentially even an OT. Wouldn't be out of the question, but that relies on JDG to honestly get this round. But the round timer is paused.
I think just a little bit of a tech pause. We'll get confirmation, ladies and gentlemen, in just a second as to what the reasoning being is. Could be any number of reasons, honestly. This is an absolute insanity coming through here. Yeah, just a little bit of a tech pause, so we'll work out in a little bit exactly what it is. But Charlotte, to kind of build off of your sentiment, I personally, as me, would love to go to overtime. My voice, on the other hand, I don't think it can handle much more of this. This has been banger upon banger of round upon round of just insane work from both of these teams, and everyone is deserving a lot of love.
Yeah. This has been, I mean, it's weird sort of coming down from the high now and knowing that we have to go into the action again at some point, but I can't imagine that this time will help either team really. Just a gap in the momentum, but seems like potentially the pause wasn't that long as the timer disappears and we do head into round number 21.
A big factor as well to talk about how much these teams have played here. We've been getting very, you know, back and forth sets here. A lot of micro decisions creating absolutely massive consequences off the back of it. We're getting to see this A main collapse again. JDG kind of saying that it didn't fully work out for them, but it was damn close. They want to try again, but it's all going the way of DRG. So far, I say that YU is better for it. JKuro gets the refrag, and all of a sudden, with the spike down, JKuro has the from the shadows, so Vukashu doesn't have his full control of this spike as he maybe thinks. The neural theft, in fact, getting thrown down to give him the information. 1 versus 1. The absolute cinema maker, the director of DRG just keeps swinging through. He finds JKuro off the back of it. Confidence upon confidence in your call. Giving up the spike and taking the round. JDG, you can see the nerves, you can see the shakes. We're on to match point, series point, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, it's such nice work from YU as well, but JKuro just not expecting that swing, and you can see the coaching staff. That's quite an upsetting one. Now JDG needs 3 rounds in a row. Coconut is only bringing a Sheriff into this round. Jay with a Stinger. Stu, Jakuro, Guardians as well. Everything, the kitchen sink being thrown into this one. And Stu's immediately punished on B main.
Beginning of the end. The beginning of the end. Potentially here, G as well, about to walk into a Cypher trap. Potentially, he will at least get the clone to kind of give him a bit of space. But look at that one-way setup. Yeah, it's from Spirit Z following it up. You talked about it, Charlotte, just how much Vukashi was getting covered. JKuro not respecting the smoke. Spirit Z falls. So at least a frag going the way of JDG, but they've still got a mountain to climb.
Yeah, they really do. Can dip away from this one, though. Still a minute left in the round. Opportunities abounding over on the A side. They do have to worry about flexing in the corner there. Smoke comes up just to grant them further passage. The ultimate comes through Jakuro. Utilizing the from the shadows. This one just a slow creep forwards.
He's made flex and move. If you notice, that ult was enough to make flex and move, even if it was a fake.
Yeah, but he's watching for this creep on in. Jakuro's been spotted. Paranoia out now, all on the back of flexing, blindside in. He gets the kill. YU has been massive here. He's expecting these players to be closer than they are. Gets the spike down now, but the overdrive, he knows that Ackerman is going to be paving the way forward. The lightning road provided by that overdrive. And he's just got to sit in the corner and wait for these players to peek him. It's not a comfortable position. It's not an easy position to play from by any stretch of the imagination. And they're starting to converge on his position. Vukashi through the box, and DRG, the champs attendees, made to work, but they get things done in the end. A 2-1 victory, and they send JDG down to the middle bracket.
Insane scenes, and you can see the heartbreak on JDG's face. This was not a foregone conclusion. Ladies, gentlemen, everyone in between, we could have easily been congratulating JDG on their win. We could have easily been commiserating DRG on that loss, but it was not meant to be. Incredible stuff off the back of DRG, and honestly, while Vukashi is kind of the man of the hour, he wasn't necessarily present as much as you would typically expect for match 1 and 2, but we've seen that 4K from him. That was the beginning of the end, and ever since then, JDG kind of looked like it was impossible for them to swing back.
Yeah, just when DRG get rolling, man, it is so scary. It is so unbelievably scary as they do get the adoration of the fans here in Guangzhou, the roadshow for VCT China, arriving here in the city for kickoff, and yeah, the fans here to greet them after that match victory. But just what a performance, really! What a performance from DRG, but also from JDG.
I was about to ask Charlotte, yes, okay, obviously JDG did kind of come out the losers there, but could you understand a bit more as to why, particularly from when we began, as to why JDG were going to be the support? But we can jump to the interview with BDOS, and then you can ruminate on that later on when we're back.
And first, the Tomo Dubs comp. And do you think there are still things that you need to adjust a little bit? And he's like, the main factor is just comfortability. So as long as we're comfortable. And he says that for things to improve, it would be like taking in mind the comp on the other side and their defensive positions.
微风岛屿也是一个赛前可能粉丝们会对你们有一些担忧的地图，会觉得你们打比较少一些。但是今天
And what do you think you have to take care on Breeze?
在版本更新之后，也有一个非常大的改动，大家都觉得是一张新地图了。
And he says that the choke points are less complicated.
关于这张地图的注意点，我觉得它现在相对。
And he says as long as you take care of your like utility cycle, everything's fine.
大家还是要注意好运营跟控图就可以了。
注意好运营和控图，确实是因为去年其实。
And is there anything you want to say to rookies?
整个 VCTCN 的中流砥柱。那今年也看到了很多的新鲜血液加入到了我们，有什么话是想对新人选手说？
And he says that it's important for like new blood, the new rookies to come and make VCTCN better and better.
新秀来刺激一下我们 VCTCN 吧，我觉得大家一起加油。
And what were your off-season plans?
因为今天也是本周的最后一个比赛日，你们用胜利画上了一个完满的句号嘛？那接下来有没有什么休赛期的计划可以给大家分享
And he says like during the break, maybe he'll go and eat some like Guangzhou food.
周末休息的时候。
当然是先吃一点。
And anything to say to the fans?
还有就是继续对阵容做更多的调整嘛。
是的，期待你们的表现。最后。
And he's like, thank you to all the fans online and offline, and thank to my friends.
现在线上或者是现在线下的观众们跟朋友们吧，特别感谢你们到场来支持 DRG， 支持我们，谢谢。
是的，感谢大家的支持，也希望大家都可以来到线下观赛，可以看到。
And that's it for the interview. It's time for the prize draw for the audience.
大家积极购票来到线下进行观赛，我们在现场等你们。那本次比赛现场还设有符能掉落的抽奖活动。
Well, I've certainly had time to think about this JDG team, and I do definitely see why they are so lauded. But in the end today, DRG just looked a little bit too clean, Medante.
I mean, especially off the back as well of the understanding how Breeze is now changing the choke points, as we heard, just a little bit less complicated from Spirit Z, and that does make a big difference going from those tighter corners that I mentioned earlier to those kind of more slanted angles. Does mean that you can't get away with hiding in the corner quite as much, but that was then, this is now, and it was just a pivotal piece of work from DRG.
Yeah, flexing in that round, absolutely the highlight. But we get to see the highlights of the whole game here, or the whole map, rather. Started out with some crazy moments from, honestly, both teams here. YU and Stu doing some massive work to make sure that their team had a good start. And it was a 4-0 start for JDG, but... yeah, the comeback from DRG, immediately getting 3 rounds in response, and I think that's the crucial factor that meant, you know, JDG, they couldn't run away with the first half, and in the end, it comes down the way of DRG, and again, the second half, you just never know what's going to happen between these teams.
No, you didn't. And I mean, we do need to highlight again that it was a 6-6 finish. To get 4 rounds straight on a half and then end at 6-6. At this stage, let's just kind of highlight that no team is going to be necessarily concerned about that. They're not going to suddenly believe that it's slipping away from them. But it is more just to highlight that DRG are never down and they're never out. Even though 4 rounds seems like an insurmountable position, they are more than happy to keep it going. And JDG, they're still more than happy to play the crown. I mean, it's Stu, of course he is going to, but let's, like, Fukashu doing that, Stu just walking in front of him, almost having no clue what was happening, is just a bit of a heartbreak for them. So just after these highlights as well, we'll get to more hear how the teams were absolutely communicating. We get to hear that now.
中路吗？对，中路很多中路多。我一打烽烟，飞了，一会儿地步去了。中路可以吗？还能打吗？我没闪了。闪吗？我追着嘞，我追着嘞。来，闪光。我没烟，但是我没烟啊。3个右边。慢。左边，范林左边。没血。左边，我黑他。右边还有一个。还有一个吗？刚才还有一个夜路。我接了。手包。我可以封烟，等一下。等烟，我等烟。别对。And guys， 屁股，立刻看屁股，立刻。还有一个在中路是吧？对，还有一个进地了。地平哪了？别被他混死了。下一张。隔离解除。我方还是哪里啊？左边，中路左边，对。那。谢谢你们救了我，谢谢你们，我的中路压力好大。
What a performance from Fukashu here in map number 3. I mean, definitely the MVP of Corrode. 260 ACS as well, 2.3 KDA. I mean, he was doing everything just from anchoring these sites. We saw the 4K again in the highlights. And yeah, getting kills all around the map, but particularly on B. Just, it was a complete fortress for him on the defense.
Yeah, it's an absolute slaughterhouse, and just because there's been a couple of changes to these sites, you know, Cypher trips still exist for a reason. He can still be an absolute nightmare of an agent to deal with. And as we look at the highlights here through, we get to now talk about, again, we've started to see that teams are maybe leaning towards a little bit of understanding how Vito can get put into these kind of maps, how Vito can like find his place and being able to walk through Cypher utility with an ult like that. That could be a factor, especially against a team like DRG, who again refuse to accept that Viper exists as an agent.
Yeah, I mean, when Vikashi's playing like this on Cypher, it makes sense that it's pretty much the only agent he plays, but either way, just what a performance, not just from him, but from the rest of the team as well. I mean, Nick, 6 and 14, 89 ACS, but when everyone else is 223 and up, like, it doesn't matter. It does not matter. DRG looking really, really strong. And again, I just want to shout out YU, because he was on that Wolves team that went to Toronto. He's looked really good all day today, just unfortunately on the losing side.
It does kind of go to show you, like, because JDG, look at the spread. You go, like, J Kuro's the lowest performer at 10, whereas the lowest performer was Nick on 6 for DRG, and it does just kind of go to show that the kind of top performers of DRG were just performing out of their mind today. They were just doing incredible stuff. 17 first bloods for DRG during that is an absurd statistic. And to be honest, a better conversion rate, though, for JDG on the spike. You know, 6 out of 10 isn't actually great. You're getting onto the site, sure, but you're not being able to hold it. You know, I say 6 out of 10. It's both 60%, but one has a larger sample size.
Yeah, for sure. And I think a key factor in this game, I mean, again, highlighting the incredible performances that YU was putting in. I mean, JDG now go down to the lower bracket, to the middle bracket, sorry. They play Trace Esports here, which is going to be a big one. One player that I think for JDG is going to need to show up in that game, because we didn't really see the best from them was Jay today. Had a rough time, and you know, the last 2 matches he's played against DRG haven't gone well. Obviously the Ascension final on Rare Atom, DRG end up winning that, and now today on JDG just didn't quite put up the numbers to fight with DRG. But again, they attended Champs and they're showing why.
Yeah, indeed. And that's kind of us now because of it. I mean, we've got to the end, at least, of the initial stages of the upper brackets, kind of the introduction, I would say. Kind of the kickoff of the kickoff is very much done, but that doesn't mean that we are anywhere near finished, ladies and gentlemen. We have so much more to give you. We've got Nova Esports and Tyloo coming up in the middle rounds. That should be coming up in the next 3 days, and then Titan Esports and Wolves as well. Honestly, Nova Esports, Tyloo, I do have a soft spot for Tyloo, but if you want my recommendation for what game I think will be a biter, just keep an eye out in the TEC Wolves.
Yeah, Tech Wolves is going to be a good one. Nova Tyloo, I mean, I'm casting that game, so I hope it'll be a good one.
Yes, absolutely. For your sake, absolutely.
For my sake, I'm hoping that's a good match. But we start to get a bit more into the nitty gritty. I think that middle bracket is going to be a really interesting place, because it is functioning like the lower bracket would in a normal double elim setup, but instead we've got the triple elim. So especially once we can start getting to that lower bracket, it's going to be really scrappy. I think we're going to get some insane moments, but again, that's going to be it from us. I've been Charlotte, joined by Medante, of course. I absolutely loved casting this game, and we love casting Project Horizon.
I wanna cover you for a sec. We've still got the bracket and everything to look at,
the bracket,
sister.
yeah, sorry. I was too busy visualizing the bracket in my own mind that I forgot that the graphic wasn't on the screen.
We have the bracket. We got a lot to look at, so we got to see the breakdown and such for how the games went. So AG and Billy, and then you get to see how this has changed the absolute scoreline. So the top one.
From YU.
Yeah,
He's
yeah.
still
Again,
up there.
Why you will always be up there. Spirit as well, the opposition for DRG. But AG, there's a reason 3 members are taking position on that top 5 right now. AG are looking so clean right now.
Is that just the top 5 for today, or is that the whole
top 5 for today? Top 5 for today.
I was gonna say, I was like, if there's 3 AG players in the top 5 of the whole tournament, then I'd be very impressed. But yeah, there we go. We can see the bracket now. The upper bracket looking here again. DRG and AG getting the wins today, closing out things. And I mean, those upper bracket games are looking very, very juicy. With AG, DRG, XLG, EDG, and then the middle bracket here, Medante, like I say, is really going to be where we start to get into the nitty-gritty of Kickoff.
I'm kind of just off of JDG's performance there. That Trace versus JDG game, something as well to keep an eye on for it. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the schedule we've got here, Nova and Tyloo will be coming through, so that'll be starting on the 28th. So there's a little bit of a break from us, but we will, of course, be keeping you abreast of all the actions, keeping you abreast of everything going on in the shenanigans. There's also quite a bit, obviously, just Valorant to keep yourselves going. Pacific still going on. Game Changers is something as well that's going to be starting up very, very soon. So keep your eyes focused on that. But for now, Charlotte, you may resume the handoff now that we are finishing off. So take it away, sister.
I think this is the first time I've been on the second game of the day for honestly like months. So that's on me. That's on me. Listen, it's always been fun. We've enjoyed casting the game, and listen, Project Horizon, we want to just thank everyone for all of the support that you're showing to the Costream as well. You're nearly there. Nearly got it, Medante. You nearly got it.
Unca's working with it. Unca's he's making it worse. You brought it up.
There we go. Oh,
there we go.
You're making like the spike for a second.
Actually, I was.
But yeah, absolutely, we've been loving it. There was we've had some bits donation as well for your birthday, Medante.
No, I really thought we were gonna have to bring this up. That man is a troll, and it is not my birthday. We've got quite some time before I hit the ripe old age of 27, so I'm good for a little bit.
Yeah. Well, happy birthday anyway. Thank you very much for watching, everyone. We'll see you on Wednesday for the first round of the middle bracket, and I'm just gonna continue trolling Medante relentlessly.
I can't wait for it. It's been a pleasure, Charlotte, as it always is. We'll see you very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen. Take care. Stay safe.
Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high. Can I be your star tonight? You fill my soul with light the day we met. I don't wanna leave your side. Have me by your side when the sun sets. Let's leave for an eternity. We'll sail across the lights beyond the sky. I'll be with you eternally. I'm an addict for your love, it keeps me high.
I just can't let you go. Lord knows that I've tried to. You said I was the only one. No one likes being lied to. You made this mess and left me with the pieces. Now I wanna burn all the bridges between us. I can't focus, I can't forget. I've been thinking too much lately. I just need to clear my head. I just need to clear my head. I've been stuck on your memory, but it's not like I need it. And you may have some history, but we don't have to repeat it. You made this mess and left me with the pieces.